jealous dance, jealous calls, where the hell are you? Making plans, that used to be us, that used to be us. So how comes you don't love me anymore? You stab me in my core. The pain I feel is raw. I'm torn, and how can you pretend like nothing's wrong? You stab me in my core, then smile at once before. I'm torn, you know I'm torn. Yeah. I'm torn, you know I'm torn.
Our time. Yeah, it's all about them vibes. Okay.
We're taking it slow. We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
Vibe with it, it's a good time. We don't worry about the hate. We just pass it to the side, grab a drink, pull it up, say what's good, feeling right. All your friends, they invited, bring a bottle through the night. Tell them we gon' get it lit, we gon' get it lit. Get a little throw, get a little bent, have a good time. Ay, and you don't need a vent. On tilt, we gon' really get it in, right? Right. Ain't no time to be lazy, oh no. I got a dozen girls coming, they crazy for show. And not a single girl rating an 8 or below. I swear to God, they gon' love it the way that I flow. Hey, yeah, and we gon' take it slow. Spending time while you turn up at a vacant show. You can take your time, shawty, you don't need to go. We at a house party chillin' if you need to know.
We're taking it slow. We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes.
I've been vibing with you from the jump. See the crib, I ain't even got a stunt. Making hits, I don't ever try to blunt. When I pull up, everybody wanna front now. They acting brand new every time I touch down. And to my haters, all I gotta say is what now? They say hello to the new whip, flirt with your new chick. All our TMZs, so the rights all exclusive. I'm playing with you, I know you playing too. We laying back in the cut, got the eagle view. I do this all the time, really ain't nothing new. I ain't frontin' on you, shorty, what I say is true. And now we chillin', we ain't worried about the biz though. Ay, stress-free, living like kids though. And if the vibe stay right like it is, when it's all said and done, we gon' end up more than friends.
We're taking it slow. We're just taking our time. We're just living our lives. We got nowhere to go. So let's stay here the whole night. 'Cause all we feel is good vibes. Yeah, all we feel is good vibes. Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely.
Tell me, baby, who better for you? Writing for a page, letters for you. She can't top all the things I do. Chasing your love, boy, I'm in pursuit. And time is of the essence. All the second guessing, asking too many questions. I'm just being honest, baby boy. I made you the exception. Kick it up a notch. Let me teach you this lesson. Rule
Little shawty got body when she moved to the beat. Said she used to have a man but had to leave him behind. And too cute for little buddy when she wear that designer. But trust that I floss, I could keep up. Straight spaghetti with the sauce when we link up. Modified T-tops with the V12 engine. Let you whip it, baby, not to mention I got your whole attention. Now you tempted, take you anywhere that you want. That's a gold impression. Every summer in the jet just to go around the world. Promise you gon' get tired of the diamonds and pearls, girl.
Don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, when you throwing that back, I got that's face it.
Look, yeah, I been there. Biggest player in the game, that's big facts. Two-seater when I slide, yeah, you know I do. She wanna vibe just to see how I move. And if she touch, better grip that, grip that. Tell the DJ play somewhere to hit that. I ain't messing with nobody that ain't getting the cake. Throw stacks, I'll consider it maybe.
Say you don't want nothing, but you look better on me. You look better on me. Let me show you something, so you don't leave you lonely. You won't leave you lonely. What you say? Let's run away. Tell me where you stay. Move your hips like that. Got me thinking I might relapse. Yeah, when you throwing that back, I got that's face it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. We the champs, champs. You looking at the champs. We the champs, champs. You looking at the champs. We the champs, champs. You looking at the champs. Doing what we want. You can't tell us that we can't. We the champs, champs. You looking at the champs. We the champs, champs. You looking at the champs. We the champs, champs. You looking at the champs. Doing what we want. You can't tell us that we can't. I'm a champion. If I can't do it, then it can't be done. You procrastinated, say you started, but you ain't begun. I can split your whole crew in two, cause you ain't the one. You might have a little bit of flame, but you ain't the sun. Solar eclipse, I am totally convinced. In the field with the real, you would chill on the bench. A worldwide vibe of a heavyweight champ. I've been running this game, never got a leg cramp. We deliver every day, get the letter with a stamp. I stand with the winners, we about to take a stance. You can get your chance, but it'll be the last dance. We've been running these plays and I'm sticking to the plan. We already won, you can tell in advance.
We the champs, you looking at the champs. We the champs, you looking at the champs. We the champs, you looking at the champs. Doing what we want, you can't tell us that we can't. We the champs, you looking at the champs. We the champs, you looking at the champs. We the champs, you looking at the champs. Doing what we want, you can't tell us that we can't. We the champs, you looking at the champs. We the champs.
You on demon time, what's a demon to a god? No mirage, I've been driving monsters out of the garage. Whole barrage for your squad, we've been sticking to the job. We can get it done, we not worried about the odds. Ha ha ha, that's the sound of the laughter. Get this victory and we'll live happily after. I hope you get the picture, what the cameras can't capture. Blood, sweat, and tears and the fears that we mastered. We can write a book, this will be the final chapter. Get the crash course or just crash in disaster. You not fast enough, need to be a little faster. Get this victory and we'll live happily after.
We the champs, you looking at the champs. 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 Doing what we want, you can't tell us that we can't. We the champs, you looking at the champs. We the champs, you looking at the champs. We the champs, you looking at the champs. Doing what we want, you can't tell us that we can't. We the champs, you looking at the champs. We the champs.
Yeah, we them girls, we shouted from the top. Yeah, we them girls, you know we never stop. We laughing haters out the way like ha ha ha. Yeah, we them girls, yeah, we them girls.
Look out below, we dropping bombs, you about to know. And that's how we roll, we wear the wins. Keep winning it, winning it, winning, winning big wins. We rising to the top, you know we won't slow down. We play our own drum, you gonna hear that sound. Listen.
And nothing can break us apart, and no one can change who we are. We got the fire, let it burn, burn on and on. We're breaking the limits tonight. We're raising it up out of sight. We got the fire, let it burn, 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 burn.
We came to rock, 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 rock. We never stop, 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 stop. We glowing hot, 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 hot to the touch, hot, hot to the touch. Woo! We came to rock, 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 rock. We never stop, 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 stop. We glowing hot, 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 hot to the touch, hot, hot to the touch, yeah. We got energy, big energy, femininity, big synergy. Let's rev it up, push it up to the top. Rev it up, push it up, never stop. We got energy, big energy, femininity, big synergy. Let's rev it up, push it up to the top. Rev it up, push it up, never stop. Gonna run it, run it, run it, push the pedal down, gun it. All we do is bust it up, make money. Sparkling, we sparkling, gold like honey. Every eye on us, cause we just so stunning. Got the bag, got the shoes, got the swag. La da 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 da. Got the stacks, all them things, all the cash. La da 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 da. Building it, building it, building it, building it up to the top, yeah. Never slowing down. Rising and rising and rising and rising. We up, never stop, yeah. Till we reach that crown. We got energy, big energy, femininity, big synergy. Let's rev it up, push it up to the top. Rev it up, push it up, never stop. We got energy, big energy, femininity, big synergy. Let's rev it up, push it up to the top. Rev it up, push it up, never stop. Making it play, play, plays, cashing them checks, getting paid, doing it every day. Cashing me, cashing me, cashing me, dropping that bass, 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 slower than 808, bigger than outer space. Dropping it, dropping it, dropping it. Building it, building it, building it, building it up to the top, yeah. Never slowing down. Rising and rising and rising and rising. We up, never stop, yeah. Till we reach that crown. We got energy, big energy, femininity, big synergy. Let's rev it up, push it up to the top. Rev it up, push it up, never stop. We got energy, big energy, femininity, big synergy. Let's rev it up, push it up to the top. Rev it up, push it up, never stop.
Show it off if you feel so stunning. Show it off if you make that money. If you got it, then show it off. If you're confident, show it off. Show it off if you feel so stunning. Show it off if you make that money. If you got it, then show it off. If you're confident, show it off.
Gotta work it, work it, work it, work it just like me. Make them earn it, cause you know it ain't free. Keep strutting, 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 you a VIP. Bossin', 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 all the work up bees. Yeah, we just winning and winning. Come on, let's get it, let's get it. We way too real for pretending we counting money in digits. We headed straight to the summit and then we rising above it. While all the haters, they plummet, we glowing up and I love it.
Show it off if you feel so stunning. Show it off if you make that money. If you got it, then show it off.
Mistakes just the first to lose. Working in the gym, taking shots, I'm trying to perfect my moves. Early bird gets the worm, I don't got time to snooze. I'm not in the fray, but every year I still pay my dues. Do it for mama dues. Wanna get a house with a pool and an amazing view, so she could watch her son do what he wanna do. Cause lately I've been ballin' like an alley-oop.
We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. We ain't in the same league, not even the same game. Going all in, I'm just trying to maintain. Y'all don't want me to win, I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face. I can see it on your face.
Is better than no motion. 4 goons in the black bourbon and we coasting to the spot to set up shop and we posting up glasses in the air, yeah, we toasting. 1 foot in front of the other, label with my brothers. Different days, the hustle made us kin to each other. We live by the code, death before dishonor. The crew comes in swarms, we moving like piranhas.
Good morning, Spatulopolis. It's Calypso here, your favorite meteorologist, bringing you today's broadcast and forecast.
Warwick a little bit too long. Big skin in a double. Archangels on the Aurelian Soul. Drops down the heavens and puts down BCLF.
Absolutely massive for Vidigal.
Oh.
And the Aurelian Soul still alive. Ticks up to 100.
No!
But it's not enough.
There we go. Time to get neat. Ian represent.
Oh, no. Oh, I see what I'm looking at. That is 9 spatulas. Oh! By unit. The Samira almost dead. The Warwick now starting to fight one by one.
Ezreal?
The Death Defiance is so big. And Ergon. Wait, there he is. Lane 3 has been found. Double Death Blade. Radiant Hodge. The second win comes through. Mordecai is still alive. CC'd for a tiny bit, but still, it's too much for the Jhin to handle. Big win for Tex. Big win for Latam as well. Almost securing a spot in the top 8 for Tex. Look how happy he is as well. He brought out the Alpha and he gets out the big win.
Summers is really happy right now. He says he's done his best. I've done everything that I could. Is this gonna be enough for me to qualify? He is super excited. We are super excited. Let us soon see the results.
And thank you watching at home, and wait you tomorrow, same hour, same channel, to crown our champion. Goodbye. Welcome everyone to the grand finale of the Teamfight Tactics Monsters Attack Championship. This is the third day, the last day of competition and the last 10 and chance for the best 8 players in the world to get this grand prize and be named the new champion for this set. My name is Calypso. I'm here with Bebe and Nigeria to get all those juicy details before we dive into the first game. Matt, we don't have that much information, but what we've seen from day 1 and day 2 has been amazing replay from every single champion player we have so far. So why don't we start a little bit of the things we already seen and what can we expect today?
Yeah, it's really exciting. Of course, we have 7 regions represented in the top 8, and I believe Sherman was on Twitter saying that in the top 10 there are 9 regions represented. So we've had a really close competition here. One of the players I really want to highlight coming out of the Southeast Asian region, their first time competing on the international stage, YBY1 had incredible games throughout days number 1 and day number 2, showing that C already in their first season are some incredible contenders.
Yes, of course, and he's so good on being out of the box, thinking outside, because he had so many compositions, baby, like the Poppy Young Man, that it's not so common in this meta, but you need to take those bold moves in order to get the top 1.
I am honestly very impressed with how C brought into this World Like a Championship, because they do always have a very huge market, and they've always wanted to play very competitively. They practice with Korea, they practice with China, they practice with Japan, all in the Asian Cup to make sure they show like a performance, and I'm very proud to see YBY1 doing fantastic in the term for sure.
Yeah, and also Bentham, that has been a great surprise, because we've seen him with many compositions, and some of them we said like it's not that strong, same as like for example Anima Squad, but now he is here and he has proved that. Another same, Matt, we have Enzo. Oh my god, so funny. We have so many personalities, not only for the playstat, but also the personalities itself.
Yeah, Enzo has been having a grand old time. If you can check out on the official EMEA TFT Twitter, he's been really mean-mugging the camera, did one of those classic down-the-hallway walks, didn't even look at the camera, so he's feeling really confident coming into today, and for good reason. In days number 1 and 2 of the regionals as well, he was our points leader going into day number 3. Not quite as successful on the international stage, but still putting up incredible results miles ahead of the rest of our region.
Yeah, I really want to highlight also, of course, the player that has the most points, and it's Setsuko, baby. Setsuko has been the player that put the pressure in the lobby. He's been so confident with a lot of HP, with a lot of gold, that he could do whatever in the game and still have the advantage.
Now, Setsuko's playstyle is very beautiful, Set 8. His playstyle to build up with a really strong early game and build up into any possible powerful endgame composition is actually one of the best amongst all of these players in the current tournament. We are very excited. We do joke sometimes that maybe Setsuko might get second, however, but if he were to get second, he would be second with the most points amongst all the players in the lobby for sure.
It's worth noting as well, his compositions that he's played, 11 different compositions over 14 games, 4 unique first place finishes. So Setsuko really looking incredible coming out of these 2 days. And of course, want to give a shout out to Makes for compiling those statistics and showing everyone just how good Setsuko has been.
Of course, and I want to take that point because it's excellent to compare for Tech Summers, for example. If Setsuko has played many different compositions, Summers is kind of the opposite. He's been playing Laser Corps many times, and the first time was not that successful, but the second day it was not that much contested. He has what it takes. He is a great player, but we need to see the odds in these lobbies. And guys, let's remind the audience of the format, because today it's very different from what we've seen so far, Matt.
Yeah, of course, checkmate format is a little bit different than what you may have seen in the EMEA regionals, for example. On day number 3, we are going to have a minimum amount of points, that's 18, after which a player needs a first place finish in order to become the champion. So we could be going to 1 million games, we could be going to 4 games at a minimum. It's going to be a really interesting day, and those players who have consistent top 1, consistently high top 1 rates are going to be finding advantages here today, because you just need one once you cross that threshold.
Okay, baby. Big question. Who do you think is going to be the first player to achieve the 18 points?
It definitely has to be either Sasuke or Rereplay, because the fact that there are only 2 people from NA and every other region has 1 means that NA is able to take the entire lobby to their own playstyle. So they're going to focus on their strategy. Mostly they focus on 4-cost gear. So they're going to force everybody to build into 4-cost, maybe try to go for 4-cost 3-star and achieve that beautiful first place.
Baby, there's so many surprises in the games that we can expect, but we also have surprises here in the broadcast, and we have prepared for you, of course. The sun is so beautiful, the day is shining, so we want to celebrate with a cook-off and a cooking competition. So Matt, if you join me, we have a place for us.
Standing up on camera is always so hard to do without looking funky.
It is. It's like,
It's a struggle. I just want everyone at home to know this.
So follow us, and here we have our competitors. We have Team A, that it's the Bank Bros with Froden.
With a K. That K is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
And on the other side, we have the Chunkers. Did I say it right? It's with Mix and Peter Counterfeit. So guys, let me explain the rules very quick because we don't have that much time. So, the assignment is super easy. We only have to make 1 Pokewall. The ingredients are on your side, on the table, but at one point, after 1 minute, you will have to run and get from those tables 1 secret ingredient. Be careful, because you will be judged by Mordog and Bebe after. They're gonna taste your dish, but they will not just judge for that, but only, again, presentation is also important. So be careful with that. And be careful, please, preparing, because we have many things unsaid. So cute. Quick questions. How are you feeling us? What's your experience here at Bank Bros with cooking?
Well, I'm an avid home cook. I think maybe one of the few people in the community that has actual adult skills that can apply to this. So I am pretty confident, especially looking at some NA cooking stuff that I've been seeing the past sets.
I was in charge of the team name.
That's it.
That's a great job, Froden. Good job. Okay.
It's a hard responsibility, Dan. I'm glad you really rose to the occasion. Now, I understand that on this team, Makes Counterfeit is really the experienced chef here. We all saw his skills skills with a spatula yesterday. So, Peter, can you tell us a little bit about the kind of meals that you cook at home?
Well, just before we do, I do want to explain our name, the Chonkers, because, of course, I'm Chonk.
And I'm Merce.
Of course, as you said, I didn't get this belly by accident. That's through a lot of hard work and practice. Obviously, I'm here to make sure Makes has the best experience possible.
And can we get your? I hear you have a legendary potato recipe at home. Can we get that really quick, just so I have something to eat later?
I'm sorry, Matt, but I will say that our secret for today is going to be fish, lots of fish, as much fish as we can fit into the bowl. Lots of fresh fish. We make sure it's nice and slippery.
What are you saying? Okay.
That's a great strategy.
Yeah, go for it. More Dog loves fish.
We should just FF right now.
Okay, so big brains here. We have David. Is going to be part of most of the dishes from him. Great support.
Presentation.
I'm here for the presentation.
Great, amazing. And here, Mate is going to be doing most of the things. And Peter?
So I'll be delegating, but it seems like we're not on the same terms here. I'm a little bit confused what's going on. So Peter, is everything okay with you?
Wah.
Sorry guys, I think something's wrong here. Can we just check what's under that hat?
He's being ratatouille'd.
Yeah, that checks out.
This is certainly
not part
cheating,
of the competition production, please.
We deduct some points here.
Here.
Gotcha.
We don't have.
We'll just work with that.
Okay, players, competitors, set yourself on the side of the board because the competition is going to start soon. Are you ready, Team Bag Bros? Okay, I think that.
Hey, what do I hold?
I'm not sure we should be trusting Panda with knives. Huh? I'm just.
Let's yap in more cooking.
He's dressed like an assassin.
Exactly. Let's get to it.
Are you ready, Team Chokers?
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
3, 2, 1, and we start.
I'm just gonna start.
That's the timer that you have.
So that way you
5 minutes.
So I'll do a little bit of this.
This is salt, pepper, soy sauce. Okay, how can I prep other ingredients?
Look at those cutting skills.
It's actually a really nice one.
So, Makes, tell me, what's your previous cooking experience you've had?
Well, I cook all the time. So,
what's your favorite dish?
Sushi.
So this is kind of like piece of cake.
I hope so. I mean, I'm kind of being thrown for something. I don't really know what's going on with Peter, so we'll see how that goes.
Peter, what a shame!
You're making a nest.
I'm making a nest for a fish.
I don't know, Kali. I don't know how to feel about this.
Okay.
Yeah, is that enough enough?
That's right.
All right,
Thank
want me
you.
to stab anything?
Stab it. No, but you can open the sauce.
So
I'm gonna open up the sauce.
Tech going on this side.
Okay.
Okay, stop. We have to search for the first ingredient, so only one of you will have to go to the carousel component and pick one to add. Yeah, no.
Something good, yeah?
Something good. All right.
Not fish.
Peter, there's another carousel in there.
Where?
Bengu.
Over there. Where?
Oh, well, it's already going great, as you can see.
Okay.
Where?
So we have a Juliana.
Where's the carousel? Over here. Okay.
Oh.
Where?
Ronan, this is same as the games. You don't have to play safe, all right? If you want to go top one.
There's gummy worms, there's Kit Kat chocolate bars, there's salmon. So I'm pretty sure this is an easy augment choice.
Where?
We can't eat that.
Where?
No.
Oh my God, no.
We'll just keep this safe. Okay, next time you do a better job.
And while our competitors are figuring this out, I have a question for our judges now. Mort Dog, if you had to pick a chocolate to mix with salmon, which one would you choose? Or candy, they also have gummy worms.
I mean, at least the gummy worms would give it some sugar. So,
yeah, get a little sweetness in there.
Yeah, I don't know about chocolate and fish though. Ugh.
What are your thoughts on this?
Oh my God, dude. No way.
No.
Why do I keep finding myself in this position where I'm judging food competition?
Yeah, the omelets first, and now you're stuck with this. I feel like this is somehow worse.
It could be. It could be. We'll
Okay,
see.
guys, it's time for a secret ingredient again. So go to the carousels and bring another one. This time,
Anything,
Makes.
but not the banana.
Makes.
Not the bananas.
Ooh, you can choose between any carousel you want.
I hard commit.
Mango?
Oh.
Nice, perfect.
Nice.
Okay, so I think in here we have things under control and...
I'll do some vertical.
Well, that is looking pretty.
I mean, that looks pretty controlled. There's rice.
Wait.
Peter.
Yeah.
Peter,
Rice?
I asked you to
Rice
get
is good.
food.
Wait.
Okay, Peter.
That is a protected
Peter.
species. Peter, I'm going to have to ask you
Peter,
to put
put
it
the
down.
knife down.
Protected species. No eat. No eat.
No eat.
Illegal.
Friend, not food.
Got it.
Thank you.
Keep him safe. I'll keep him
Okay,
safe.
Peter. Peter,
Okay,
this
so
time, why-
teams.
Get something good, okay? Please.
Oh, no.
Teams.
You can go there.
Teams. This is the last chance you have to grab a last key ingredient from the carousel. Yes, it's your last ingredient, remember. You have to be bold, get out of the box in order to win. Yes. Frodan, this is like TFT. You want a top one?
I got it. So you want to add some textures?
Tomato, maybe?
Oh, I like that.
Punch as well.
Oh, nice.
Oh, we have some this as well.
Peter, that's
technique.
not food.
The technique.
Come on, you have to try harder. Peter, what are you?
I'm an idiot sandwich.
Thank you. Now, can we please get to cooking?
Peas and carrots. Just
I don't know about. All right.
Over here on the same
Last
side of
minute,
things.
competitors.
Sous chef
Last
Dan, can you
minute.
explain what you're
Do I
mixing?
get at least get
Poke has to
bonus
be mixed with a
points?
bunch of ingredients and then sprinkled in at the very last second. to
Excellent,
wrap.
excellent.
Okay.
That's good.
There is.
40 seconds.
Keep the moisture separate.
Remember
over
the
here.
presentations.
Get out of the way.
Something's going on over here.
Something we can't go wrong with, right? I'm being sabotaged.
I got a good amount. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Tomatoes on the side.
It's a fake pocket. It's
Yeah,
a fake
yeah,
pocket.
yeah.
I'll hold it.
30 seconds.
I can hold it.
Setting,
And then sprinkle.
what is that?
This is a judge bribe.
Oh, it's this, isn't he?
No.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
For the crew.
15 seconds. 15 seconds.
No.
Maybe some soy sauce.
I hope so.
Stop
breaking
I splashed them already into it. But
Okay. We have two versions.
Okay,
That-
3, 2, 1. Hands up. Hands up. No more. No more. Hands up. There you go. Okay, great. So, good job. Good job.
I got you, Dan.
I don't want to touch your hand.
Dan, I'm brave enough. I'm brave enough. I'm a good enough friend.
Okay, so now we will call the judges to see and try these dishes because there's a lot of things to talk about. So please, Mordog and Bebe, please.
So, we actually, despite the unfortunate circumstances, prepared two dishes for different taste.
We heard the Bulldog. You're
Plain white rice.
You're a simple man of simple
So
taste.
please-
For you. Wants to accommodate you.
And this is for you.
I can't argue that. Plain white rice is pretty safe.
So remember, you have to judge by presentation and taste.
Does it remind you of home?
Check my home is plain.
Your life is plain.
Ouch!
I mean, I'm just going to lean into it and say yes.
It was good rice. It was good rice.
Hey,
How's yours?
let me go here.
So the food that I got is a bunch of rice. It's not plain as Mort Dogs. It's not really plain. It's a bunch of rice, and we do have some. What is this? Cucumbers and some tomatoes, right? So we got cucumbers and tomatoes. So in my hometown
here today,
of
folks.
Korea, Seoul, we have a dish called bibimbap. It's actually a mixture of rice and vegetables. So I can see that Korea is very proud of this dish. Oh, it reminds me
Thank you.
of my
Taste it?
hometown. All right.
We did real good.
Is it a proof?
Okay, it doesn't remind me anything of my hometown anymore.
Oh my god!
Does it at least taste?
Does it taste of anything?
Okay, think about it. Mordog BB, you have 1 second to change that.
Try this one.
my turn.
Try the next dish.
Salmon.
Just we prepared for you today a poke bowl from inspired by Impetuous Panda with North America. We call it Transatlantic Poke, featuring some soy sauce, some secret ingredients like some barbecue potato chips, mango, salmon, carrots, cucumbers, and a little dash of tomato with a sprinkle of lemon, as well as some sesame seeds.
Keep the
Try
balance
hard.
of the acidity, the sweetness. It really is, I think, a great dish.
I have to add that they add
bad.
texture with the chips.
You could hear the
They add,
Bad for your teeth.
yes, they add sweetness with the mango.
No, it's actually sauced correctly, and actually reminds me of tteokbap, which is actually very, very decent with salmon and rice.
Actually reminds me. Exactly what we.
I feel like this one reminds me of home. So my vote is going to be for this one.
This one reminds me of food, so this one is not going to vote for this one.
The bar was set quite a little.
Okay.
Hey, get used to North America winning.
Okay, so
He is literally Spanish.
You live in Miami.
I did for 10 years. That is true.
okay, that's a nice tip. So judges, we have to pick the winner bowl. Which one would it be?
It's going to be Mortog. Decide. Hands up.
I think
here. All right.
Pushing out here, gentlemen. Your
Okay, and let's remind the audience that the little legends are not food, okay? So congratulations, Banks Bro, for the Bananas prize. And we will go for a short break with the video, and after that, we have more surprises.
We can all appreciate a little potassium.
Oh no. Oh, I didn't watch regional VODs.
Jesus, so much going on this board.
Camille. Oh, we're playing Hacker Camille. I see. Adaptive defenses.
So I'm going to go with Chuso, my Spanish bias. Strong here. Chuso is the winner.
Chuso wins this one.
Come on, Camille. We believe in you.
30 seconds, that's enough. That's enough for the girl.
Oh, it's not fine. It's not fine. Oh, wait. It's fine.
Stop dying. Stop dying.
Damn it. This is a fun board. So carry Iranian Soul. It looks pretty solid.
Jax with 2 items and Warwick. Nah, there's no way.
Which tells me that that's not the answer, but I have to go with what I think makes sense. I think Kivix has got this one.
All right, I'm gonna go with the bottom player, Acel, Jin, the Riftwalker comp.
I think I'm gonna go with DQA's board, the top board again.
Yeah, I think DQA is going to win this one.
Please, Mordog, save me.
Big data. Oh, second win. Oh, this is good for DQA. This is good for DQA. Yes, second win kicked in.
Yes. There we go. I'm always right.
Level up, so no combat. Last stand has been procced. We are on 1 HP.
Well, this guy has 5 mech Mordecai. Oh, okay. Mordekaiser wins is easy. No contest.
Look, I don't care about the rest of this board. I really don't. Mecha Mordekaiser, that's sick as hell. I'm going with the Mecha Mord player.
Oh, there's a mech Mordekaiser. I missed this. Oh no, I'm so bad at looking at what's going on.
Wait, and he has an Urgot too.
Giant Ultimate. You love to see it. Reminds me of the Mecha Ribbon we got. Just such a cool comp.
Ah, not that close, not that close, not that close. Ready? Boom!
I believe in him. There we go. Just one more swing. That's all it took. And it's a first. Just like that. Just that easy, folks.
So it wasn't a trap this time. It was, in fact, somewhat.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the final day of the Monsters Attack Championship. My name is still Niberia after that confusing kerfuffle of food. But we are here getting ready for our first game of the day, and we're going to have an interview with a special guest here. You may know him, you may love him from his Twitter updates. It is Cuewars Taner. Tanner, it is so lovely to have you back here again. I love getting to do this interview with you once more.
Yeah. Thank you for having me here. I'm Tanner from China, and it's a great honor to be here and talk about the championship again, and maybe introduce some CN players.
Yeah, so let's talk about that a little bit. Of course, we only have one CN player in the top 8, and that's Flancy. And you were telling me earlier on that it's because he's a little bit different from the way the rest of the CN players have played.
Yeah. So Flancy is very special in this set. And I think he just popped up from like the Dragonlance set, his last set, but he didn't make to World last time, and he did make to the regional finals, and this time he made to the World. And there's an interesting story in this set where like in the last game of the CN regional, so he had a very different understanding of the gameplay of the laser corps against all other players. So he was like without combat arguments, and he just want to like load for the war victory. And when everyone else think that he should like go for level 9 and play legendary units, but he has played like over 50 games in the recent patches. So he thought that it's the only way to win the game, to beat the severe player with severe free and summoner free. And from then on, I think he's like very special in some thinking, and he also played a lot of games on NA server, and he learned different strategies, like a better manage the econ, maybe in the mid game. It's like 3-2.
So with all this special, differences in playstyle that Flancy has, adapting a little bit from North America, do you think he has the potential to take home another championship for China, the 4th one in the history of TFT?
This one is interesting because if you look at the top 8 or the 8 finalists of the day, you will see that there are 4 from the West and 4 from the East. And the fun fact is that the East prefer the champion format, and the West, most of them don't have the champion format. So I think the East is still good at the format. So you secure 18 points, and then you want to win the game to be the champion. But that being said, those top 8 players, they have made first place in the group stage of day 1 and day 2. So they have a great chance, and they're also very strong. I think Rereplay and Sasko, they are the NA king, and also run that they are the top qualified point, the scorers in the NA circuit. So I think they are very strong. But if you want me to support someone or look for a player, it will be Flancy. Yeah, it will be my region, and I will always stand by his side. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Tanner. We'll let you get back to the CN side of the broadcast. Hope you have a wonderful day, and thank you for sharing the information about the CN players and your prediction.
Okay, so have fun, and I hope everyone can make their best.
You too, Tanner. Have a good one.
Have a good one.
Always love to hear from Tanner, of course. The CN representative on the broadcast has been giving us info here in the West for so long via his Twitter. So if you're looking for a good follow, check him out.
And it's always so nice to hear Tanner because he has such a great understanding of the lobby, of the games itself. And of course, Panda, he was talking about Flancy has the more understanding of the laser composition, but also Tex Summers he's playing a lot of that. So we have to see how they go with that. And Mort, I think we have many more surprises left. You want to take it up this point?
Sure, yeah. So, we're winding up the Monsters Attack Championship. I just finished my battle pass this morning for breakfast. But that means, we're moving on to the next set of TFT, which is always really exciting. And the next set has so much in it. We've kind of been teasing it a bit with the normals with portals mode, where there were the portals you could play with. But now, portals are going to be on the carousel. Now, what they do exactly, I can't reveal quite yet, but that's just one of many, many things inside of Runeterra Reforged. And so you're going to have to tune in, May 30th, 6 p.m. Pacific time. There's going to be a live stream reveal where we're going to reveal everything going on here, what's going on with these portals, what's the new set look like, what are the mechanics going on there. So a lot to look forward to, and I'm really excited because next set, I think, is going to blow a lot of people's minds.
Oh my God, I feel like a kid whenever it's Christmas and has to open the present but has to wait. I cannot wait for more information. But yeah, we are so excited. It's gonna be Runeterra Reforged, the next set. We are eager to try that as soon as we can. But we have to speak a little bit more of what's going next, David. So we have first game. Who do you think is gonna be the first one to get that top 1?
I mean, Satsuko played really well all throughout yesterday, but I think today the pace of the lobby, the way players are playing, trying to get to checkmate as quickly as possible, will completely alter some playstyles. What you could get away with in days 1 and 2 is no longer the case in this day 3. I think overall the players that are here for a reason. So the early game boards are going to be much, much stronger. It will be much harder to get that 5 streak that Satsuko and Rereplay were getting so often yesterday. So overall, I'm just curious to see first augment what boards are come together after that 2-1 and what direction players take and what risks players take especially.
Yeah, of course, and more. We've seen many players doing underground, that it's a great resource of economy and gold, of course. But in here we have, for example, Setsuko and Flancy that are amazing with the tempo of underground and how they push the lobby towards every single time. Do you think at the finale, like the last day, are we gonna push this resource once more?
Yeah, I think Underground is going to be key in the checkmate format. It's not necessarily the guaranteed first that you're looking for, but it's a really good opportunity. It sort of boosts the odds of getting that first place. And so every time I think you're going to see those Vi's, those Ezreals, those are going to get bought pretty quick. And especially if we get the like 1 or 2 cost hero augments, that's a chance to sort of force into that and really increase those odds. And so the first 2 games before people really need the points, it won't be quite as key. But once you get into that check state, you can expect there's going to be a lot of that going on.
Oh my god, the pressure is so high that we have to pay attention into many in-game things. And for, of course, David, we have, for example, the augments that's been key depending on which time on the game. We have the 2-1 augments that we usually see more reroll composition, and Vintium has had that resource at his force because he has done, like, for example, Vayne reroll many times. He has done a little bit of Kalon early, so we have to see how we get into those first game. And I know everyone at home is action. You can see the first game because he's ready to take it with our casters, Counter, Makes, and Vivi.
Thank you so much, guys. What a lovely introduction, but we are more than keen to get into that first game of the day. We've cut the competition to our top 8 players, and I cannot wait for them to dish out what they've been looking up after yesterday.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. We're in a space where $320,000 will be decided by 6 games of TFT. So, Senandes, the pressure must be absolutely enormous on our players.
Now, this will be a match between 7 regions, 4 Westerners, 4 Easterners as well, too. We have the best of the best coming for you guys right here. Hope you guys enjoy the match for sure.
Absolutely. And looking at all of the comps that we've seen so far, I think, we all like to meme a little bit, but this patch has had a crazy balance. We've seen so many different comps. Setsuko playing 11 different comps in 12 games. I can't recall a time when that was ever possible.
Yeah, I think we're in a really good spot now. And, talking to Setsuko particularly, of course, if you missed day 1 and 2, you would have missed the Star Guardians emerging from their slumber and actually proving to be an incredible composition.
Don't say that. He hates it.
He hates it, but I mean, the Nico 3 we saw yesterday just really capped out amazingly. I'm really looking forward to seeing that perhaps again today.
I mean, this just shows exactly how talented players are. They know many build-ups, and even if you don't have BIS, the best items for a certain unit, they know how to flex those into various 4-5 cost carries during the late game. This is what makes these players so special. This is what makes these players so talented, and I'm excited to see what they have brought up for this finals.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, we've got a lot of different stuff going on here. Of course, so far the big news in the tournament, apart from it being just so varied, is of course NA have the top 2 spots coming out of groups. They seem to be in position to take their first ever championship crown, but we know that all eyes are on them from the audience and from the players.
Speaking of that, there was 2 players yesterday that kind of looked at day 1's games and said, like, okay, I can do better. And they studied the competition. They studied what they were doing. They said, no, I'm doing something different now. Monka steer in a different direction. And they absolutely turned it around with massive point gains from day 2. I believe it was Tech Summers with 38 points in one day and Shimapin with 39. That's just so many really good games after a start that was like kind of mid, but they really are here to fight and they're throwing up a fist. We've seen Twitter posts. I've seen all of the Argentinians under the latest TFT post talking about another coronation of their Argentinian player Tech Summers, but we will see how that goes.
I mean, Tech Summers is not only a very fantastic player, he's also has a great idea of showmanship. A lot of people just call him, let's go Messi for the World Championship Cup, and I do like the vibe that he brings. I do like the showmanship. I do like that Jester hat. Let's hope that he provides us a quality gameplay and entertainment at the same time as well, too.
I know that's, of course, one of those regions that has been kind of overlooked despite having having some extremely good performances. To go further into what we were talking about Tech Summers yesterday, definitely had a bit of a crisis of confidence in day 2, but to make it to day 3, it's such a validation of everything he's done up until this point.
Absolutely, but there are more players in this lobby. It's so stacked, right? We, of course, know Enzo, our EMEA consistency, absolutely dominating player in regionals, made it to the last day as well. We know he has all of a region behind him. Bintum from Korea is here, and YBY1 from the SEA region also made it in on the backhand of that Eastern Last Chance qualifier, which I think is a lot to be respected for. And of course, we have China's representative with Flancy in here. China, always that region where we think, oh, they're going to be very strong. We'll expecting to do very well. Going into this one, everybody was kind of saying, maybe the gap has closed. Does it seem like that?
I mean, there are so many superstars, and there are so many regions that studied off of China and with China as well too. So this isn't really NA versus China. It's NA and China cooperating together to make a really good event, which I do like.
How pretty is that backdrop?
Amazing. Whoa. It's worthy of a final day of the Monsters Attack Championship. She said before, and as I said on the desk, China defending a 3-championship streak. This will be the first of these championships where we've only had one Chinese player in the final lobby.
So this is the first championship where we have like a 2, right? 2 at the same like a lobby at a time. I think there was like 1 more in the past. But the good thing about having multiple people in the same region is that they can force the meta into their direction. Since the units share the same pool, if they go for similar cost carries but different units, they will have the upgrade advantage.
Speaking of the more broader picture, reminding everybody we are in a checkmate format, and we will be needing players to get to 18 points first and then get a win to actually take this one home. Baby, what would be your approach to a tournament like this? Do you go for that first rate play style from the get-go? Do you try to be safer and then really dish out the more aggressive comps?
Now, you don't need to get first place from the beginning. You want to get first place after you get your checkpoint mark. So it isn't really necessary to just gamble all in for, let's say, Underground 7 Heights, like every single game from the beginning. You can just see what your hands are, and if you are offered a safe option during the first 2 games, it's still possible. And 3-cost hero augment in the first game of the Worlds. Oh my god. Now, this is going to be very, very RNG-based, because some people will be offered
very RNG-based.
I mean, skill-based. Some people will be offered top-tier 3-cost augments. Some people will be offered like a medium tier, like a 3-cost augments, and that could be a gap. There will be a lot of people who will maybe consider undergrounds, because we do see a lot of Israels and Zvi's being spread across the map because they do want to get that underground bonus. They do want to get that first place potential. Let's see what they're aiming after.
Okay, something that is standing out to me right away, Bintum and Enzo both picking up a LeBlanc augment. Enzo is on the support, whereas Bintum is on the carry version here. That is usually a little bit of trouble when players are contesting in a direction. Now, of course, with the LeBlanc, we've seen different variations, not necessarily go very high, but you could go further into the admins, go more for a Warwick-centered comp, or you could go into those spell slingers.
I feel a lot of people felt pressure to go for 3-cost hero augment, because 3-cost hero augments are a bit stronger than a 2-cost hero augment in general. But sometimes, if you're just not really offered a good angle, a good deck that's like not contested, then it could actually be a trap. So we'll see exactly how these players solve it out.
We have the 2 against each other. We see Bintum has already gone through and slammed the Archangels, but doesn't win the round anyway. So an interesting start for them. As you said, the 3-star LeBlanc will be very far away indeed. Also, Enzo, representing him, you mentioned before, in the regional competition, had an incredible run of first-place finishes.
So if you look at the hero augments so far, we see Winds of the Wander, we see Time and a Half, we see Rising Spellforce. So we see multiple people trying to go for 2 costs, like a 3-star, like as they are ending get. And the most powerful like choices I see amongst these is probably Time and a Half from Shimapen, our fine Japanese representative, and maybe Rising Spellforce from Setsuko with the underground first place potential.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to check in with Setsuko in just a little bit, see if he actually has those undergrounds online. We saw some really dominant performances from him, specifically on the undergrounds, being able to win streak with them on the back of some 2-star upgrades, and he's been doing fantastic for himself. So that could very much spell out a win if that is the case, but he is losing the first round here, or the second one actually, so maybe going for a more losing streak kind of.
So right now, Shimpen's trying to look towards the mid game. He's going to get the severe 2-star for the Icon, but not yet. He's just using Animus build-up, so we'll have to see how it goes. And we're right now looking at Setsuka's board, and oh no! Where is his Undergrounds?
Yeah, not here from the very start of the game, which is going to hurt his long-term prospects. Again, we noticed we have got some Star Guardians on the board for Setsuka, so maybe that's again going to be the route. But something we have not seen very often at all, we've got Endless Darkness Vex, so they're kind of giving a Hearts effect to the board on cast.
Okay, this is a really interesting build. I mean, not the Ramas 2-star. Of course not. Don't look at the Ramas 2-star. Focus on the Vex. This is a very rare deck that people try not to go for if possible. This is the Endless Darkness Vex, which gives the team a lot of ability power and a lot of damage. It is a lobby filled with 3-cost carries, so he might be able to go for a 3-cost 3-star. But the core of this deck is to make sure that the front line, mostly that Ramas 2, buys enough time for Vex to scale, and he is going to go for a Riftwalker mascot composition.
It's worth noting as well, the Tech Summons bringing out something we haven't seen for a little while, the Winds of the Wanderer Yasuo. So, as you said, a ton of rerolls should be coming through. A pretty varied first lobby.
Absolutely. The Spirit of the Exile also has been picked up by one of the players here. So we're going to get a little bit of everything, hopefully, in the later stages. I'm still a little bit impressed that early on we have a Ramus 2 on board. It's definitely a very strong unit, gives you that CC, gives you that tankiness, which is, in the very early stages, just so valuable.
Now, since the Kurizel is an egg, and since the lobby is filled with 2 and 3 costs, most people start rerolling at stage 3, 1 to stage 3 too. So for stage 2, people are going to go easy. Some people win streak, some people lost streak, but it's not going to be a big deal. So we're going to see exactly how, when the egg procs, how much stronger these boards become, and will the players be able to snowball that into their advantage or disadvantage?
Well, Flancy, our only Chinese representative, with a pretty strong board to start building that snowball. The Anima squad is online. Reverberation, thank you much, production, showing that. So we'll be sharing across a very powerful shield to another unit. Certainly in the long rounds, that's a huge amount of extra tankiness.
I mean, this is a very rare deck. Now, many people do think that Vayne is the main carry for Anima squads, but there is a version where you can go for an unkillable Riven that provides so much shield value for your entire team, and that does have a lot of value, but you do need to scale pretty well, and I'm very curious if Clancy will be able to snowball that to his advantage.
Speaking of the Anima squad, I kind of have to call him out. Shimapen is in this lobby. He has been playing Anima squad a lot in the past couple of days, and usually what we see from him are those Vayne 3-star carries that just are very strong, but usually not strong enough to bring him all the way. He managed 1 first place with it, and other than that, just kind of scooting by the top 4. I expect him to change it up just a little bit for today, though.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that's so important here in the top 8. Our players are playing against each other, potentially, 6 or more times. They've already got a pretty good read on what everyone was playing in day 1 and 2. So, if we have players who are known for a particular composition, you're going to hesitate just a little bit more to dive into it, unless you know, as in this case, that the person who's known for it is going in a different direction.
Okay, we are seeing a man who is currently being more blessed, all right? An early Ramas 2-star, early 4-cost 1-star Velvet into a double damage itemization Vex in the lobby. Oh, wow, I think we got our first win of the game.
All right, we'll see how it goes. He is on 100 HP and streaking, like you said, but there is another player that is trying to protect that streak with Enzo up there. They're not facing each other, so they could both potentially continue their streak. YBY1 did it, and Enzo will do it too. 2 players that are starting to pressure down a little bit, and if you're looking across the board, Setsuko playing for that very, very open losing streak, sacrificing a lot of health on the back of trying to get to that Ezreal. But we will see how he does. 72, still a lot. So still a lot of chances to get back on top.
Now, this is a really interesting deck from Enzo. That is Mirror Image LeBlanc with an Ox-Force duelist base. So he's trying to go for like a Twist Fate Ox-Force into his endgame composition while using Mirror Image for pure stats and a win streak during the early mid-game. This is a very beautiful a play from Enzo right here for sure.
Of course, we know gold is very, very important when you're looking to reroll. Currently, Shimapen and Setsuko have the most gold in the lobby. Everyone else hanging around 30.
And just to bring you a little bit of information from our admin, Setsuko still hasn't found the undergrounds. He is lost streaking with 5 losses down without undergrounds, just trying to go for that economic angle that you were talking about. But coming back to Enzo here, he is a fan of admins. He played it a couple of times yesterday. We've seen a lot of flexibility around admins with a Belveth flexed in with some mechas. Normally, Mecha Samira more of a thing. For Enzo, it is definitely his forte.
Okay, so there's a lot lot of interesting things going on in this board at the moment. Is that a Jhin?
Oh, yeah.
Is that a level 5
Jhin?
Sure.
That's YBY1 finds Rammus 2, finds Belveth, finds Jhin. Why not, honestly?
Yeah, having the Zac online from the very beginning is fantastic.
It's their first championship. Give them a break.
Wow, C is really bringing it into this game for sure. Not only did he find the Jhin early, he also has a Velvet for a lot of DPS potential. He's got Zac and Ramos to buy time, and he's going to deal a lot of damage, pressure the other players in this lobby for sure.
YBY1 keeps that win streak going, heading into second augment. Enzo still up in the air, well at the bottom of the table. We've got a lot of damage being handed out with 2 win streaking players.
All right.
Oh, gold.
Golden Augment's usually a preferred option, I would say. Prismatic's usually a little bit more pressure. We see some instant picks being committed here.
There's a lot of good augments in the lobby. We got Exiles, we got Trade Sectors, we got Thrill of the Hunt, we got Jewel Lotus. So players have a chance to decide between where they want more econ to find more upgrades or get combat augments to get more value. And Infiniteam's spat found from Shimapen here. What do you think about this, guys?
So, interestingly enough, I called Shimapen out for being one of the players that went for a lot of Anima Squad. He had 2 wins in the entire tournament thus far, and one of them was with Infiniteam. So I'm pretty happy about his position here. Has that emblem already picked up, was an instant pick, and is on the Sivir carry augment, so in a great position to get this running.
As you noted before, the 2-star coming in for the Sivir will be important for increasing the gold and allowing for further moving up towards the 3-star Sivir, of course, who'll be absolutely printing cash up against Tech Summers right now, who has committed, for, of course, further down the duelist line. The Winds of the Wonder Yasuo isn't fully online as of yet, but the threat remains.
So right now, this is the strategy that Japan brought. He is all-inning down to 0 gold at like a stage like a 3-2 to find all his upgrades to raise the tempo, but it took him too much gold to find his current upgrade, so he's not really at an advantage. He's not really that happy in the situation. Oh, and the egg gives 1 component, a bow.
And about 12 gold. That's what Mortdog said.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to keep Shimapen alive, but you're right. This is a precarious situation economically. I can't draw my eyes away from Setsuko, though, at the bottom with 49 HP. The board is coming together. The Underground is finally here, but surely this is vastly too late to make a big cash out.
This is really awkward of a spot for Setsuko to be in. I mean, he did put in Undergrounds because it doesn't make him weaker. So putting in Undergrounds does not make him significantly weaker, so he's going to get maybe 1 or 2 heists, but 1 or 2 heists doesn't really help out this composition at all. Right now, Setsuko is very low in HP, so he can't go for the 3 heists for Prismatic and 4 heists for Force of Natures. So he's actually in a situation where he might just lose a lot of HP, but thankfully, Israel is actually a very strong composition, so let's hope it can hold on.
Yeah, definitely wasn't enough to dish out enough damage against that aim assist LeBlanc that we saw on the side of Bintum, but we are going to hop into the carousel. There's a Warwick. For the admin players, that might be interesting.
Yeah, there's also a Nico there with a sword. Potentially could be a way into Oxford's spell slingers. Of course, we haven't seen that coming together quite as of yet, but it's always an option as we go forward in the game.
So right now, there are some interesting forecast-like options such as Warwick and Nico, but the carousel so far have been very, very plain. 1 itemization plus Seg and 1 itemization component, so we have a very normal pace lobby so far. We shall see how players prepare into stage 4.
It's worth noting YBY1 is still undefeated, coming close to the end of stage 3. Enzo has not managed the same, but Flancy from China has stepped up with a win streak of his own.
Yeah, absolutely. 94 win streak is not something to snot at. It means you lost maybe somewhere in the first couple of rounds, and from then on out, it was all good. We're being shown Bintum's admin here is on the additional health, has that trait sector, knowing that he's a little bit competed on the LeBlanc, definitely should help him to get that LeBlanc 3 come alive.
I feel so. This is a very common strategy that we use here in Korea. We use LeBlanc 2-star for win streaking for stage 2 and 3, and with the excess gold, we are supposed to look for 3-star, but right now the order is a bit like opposite. He does have 6 LeBlancs with the 1 in the orb, and he does have a very decent like a board, but this comp is supposed to win early, lose late, not lose early, and hope to win late. So not a good spot for Bintum here at the moment.
Yeah, and with the reroll of Tech Summers coming online even more strongly, 3 items for the Yasuo, things are looking a little spicy towards the bottom of the table.
Yeah, Setsuko is on 33 health, and at that point, you just have to take what you can get. He does pick up a little bit of gold, goes up to 60. Maybe that helps him to find the units. We are looking for an Ezreal potentially is picking up some units along the way, but does he go further or does he want to keep those 50 econ? Looks like he's not daring to go any further down the line.
Now, this is a very unlucky spot for Setsuko here at the moment. I mean, he couldn't find undergrounds, which was what's supposed to feed his a composition for at least 3 or 4 heights at the beginning. And his roll down, as you can see, he only has 3 Israels and 4 Vives, even though he's been ecoing to the full for this a game. I think this is looking like a very unfortunate start for NA represented right here.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what it would mean for players like perhaps Setsuko, who goes out in 8th here. You mentioned, we're going to have several games going, but if you go out in 8th, first of all, when we get to the checkpoint part of the tournament, of this final day, you may just be one of the few players who can't win.
He just found a win, though, and that was so important to him as a first statement to possibly turn it around. He has to stop the bleeding to get something done here. Means that he's also going to lose on the losing streak extra econ that he was getting before, but he really can't afford to go much further with players like YBY1 still on 100 HP as we enter Wolves.
Now, this isn't really a usual play that Setsuko plays. Setsuko loves to win streak during the early game and use his flexibility to transition to multiple compositions, so I am quite worried about that. This is something that happens when people try to play for first or 8th, which is something that results of the tournament platform where they are forced to play for force no matter what.
Well, as you pointed out before, this is definitely the time to be trying to play as stable as possible. Make sure you've got a strong foundation for the rest of the day. YBY1, though, this streak has been absolutely cracking. And, it's not a composition we've seen being built this kind of way, very frequently in the tournament at all.
Now, this is really good detail from YBY1. Usually people with a 10 win streak are like, let's chill and eco. But, what is this?
This is
Yasuo 3-star from our...
Wonder coming alive for Tech Summers has been nerfed just a little bit, but maybe enough to dish out some damage to the rest of the lobby. He's meeting Flancy. Flancy was on a winning streak, has been ended in the previous round, and that is going to turn maybe into a loss streak, but this Yasuo is doing so much damage.
Look how beautiful this deck is. Jewel Gauntlet, Hannah Justice, Quicksilver. Yasuo is 100% quick chance. He has a duelist path to go for 6 duelists into 3 supers for damage. I think Tech Summers might be able to do it.
We've got our last augments coming in. It will be 2 gold alongside the hero augment from before. So the final pieces coming into place here. Perhaps we will see, I think particularly for Setsuko, needing to change his fortunes quite dramatically.
We can see that some of the players have already used their rerolls on the previous gold augments, so they kind of have to take what they're being offered. For a player like Shimapen, who has some pretty good choices, I don't think he's too worried.
Setsuko did manage to find a Vi 3-star, but look, he only has 5 Israels, and finding Israel is an important factor of this game. He uses these gauntlets and take it out for the Jewel Lotus. He does have a Rabadon's ready in case he wants to give it to the Israel as well too. The good thing is that his combat augments are quite decent. Thrilled Hunt for the healing, Jewel Lotus for damage. Let's hope he can survive long enough to find Israel 3-star.
Taking a quick look across the augments picked up, it looks like pretty much everybody has got something solid, but yes, Tech Summers with the newly online Yasuo Battlestar will be tearing through the composition pretty quickly. Keep an eye on the Ezreal.
And not only that, right? He also has a Zephyr to really take out the enemy carry. Does lift up the Ezreal in the beginning. Will it be enough for him? Getting it's not enough. Setsuko keeps on bleeding 19 HP while YBY1 is putting down the foot onto this entire lobby but gets dethroned.
So, baby, talk to me about this here. We've been following Setsuko for a while. Looking at how the lobby is and what the board was like from what we've previously seen, is there anything that can save Setsuko at this point?
Right now, for those who know, Setsuko played this well. He went for a first-place winning composition because he wants to become the world champion, but he had the money, he had the econ, he lost a lot of HP, he just couldn't find undergrounds, and he rolled down and just couldn't find Israel, which was the most important unit in this lobby. So, I don't know. He'll just have to find Israel at a very cheap price.
Yeah, and we are seeing Shimapen, who's 1 Sivir away from finding that Sivir 3, which would help him to get back into a more stable position. But with other players also reaching their peaks in this lobby, it is going to be difficult. He is up against Tech Summers and his Yasuo, and you can see the damage of the Hasaki coming through. That is going to hurt.
Yeah, it's always unfortunate when you're playing Infinite Team because your board is going to be clumped. Setsuko takes another hit to drop from 19 to 11. It does not seem like salvation is coming. Shimmerpen also taking the L there. It's racing Setsuko to the bottom.
I mean, there are currently 3 people that went for a 2-cost reroll, and Tex Summers is the one that succeeded, and the other 2 just could not find their carries. That's where the gap comes in. That's where the HP gap starts. I just really hope they can at least find it for the end for this game.
Yeah, hopefully they will. We'll see how it goes. Setsuko being able to pick up that belt, but with 11 HP, anyone could be his final hit right now, and that is going to mean that he needs to be so careful with his mental going into the next couple of rounds, as everybody is starting to accumulate some points for the checkmate. He's left with 1.
Yeah, and if you're an emotional player, taking the L in the first event or first game of the championship is always going to be very tough to get through as well, because you've got time to, especially if you go out early, you've got time to stew between games and try and figure out what on earth went wrong. You really end up overthinking. But for Shimmerpen, everything is coming together. There's still no third or extra severe to get up to the 3-star, but the board is decent, if not great.
This is such a sad moment for Shimmerpen and also for Setsuko as well, too. They rolled down to 0, but they just couldn't hit. And now at this point, even if they hit, it's too late because they will be behind on levels. They will be outnumbered. So I don't think they have a good chance right now.
Setsuko going up against Flancy. Flancy, the person who would very much like to see Setsuko go down here, as he's currently holding all of his buys. But is it going to be enough? It will. The Ezreal will go down. Setsuko takes an 8th place in our first game of the last day of the Monsters Attack Championship.
I do bear in mind, of course, Setsuko finished out the previous day in first place. So that's certainly a rude awakening. We knew that the finals would be different than the group stages. We didn't perhaps expect it to be this different.
Well, at least Shimmerpen did manage to find a 3-star, but that's what happens when you're in a tournament for Worlds. You want to get first place, so Setsuko threw away his original very strong build-up into flex play playstyle to get more first places, but it is gamblish. Undergrounds is either a 1st or an 8th, and unfortunately the dice here turned towards an 8th.
We'll see how it goes for Shimmerpen. He's up for elimination, maybe. Would so much like to make it to that next PvE round with 9 HP. He is going to face YBY1, though, here, and it's not looking good.
YBY1 is not win streaking anymore, but the board is still absurdly strong. Look at the itemization for the Vex. If she manages to get anywhere near that backline, she's going to tear into them. For Shimmerpen, Gold is waiting. We just win this round. I think he's just about got enough in the tank.
I mean, this is the point where 2-cost 3-stars is strongest, stage 4. Stage 4, when the people get their 2-cost 3-stars online, they do get the advantage, but it's starting with stage 5 where Shimmerpen's going to struggle, because that's when the 4-cost 2-stars come online.
Well, first he's going to get a little treat from Aurelian Doom here, which is going to help, of course, getting some econ back. We are looking across the board. Rereplay, with only 3 gold, seems to have committed quite a lot to keep that win streak alive. Not something we're unfamiliar with. Is on that laser core trend, picked up Spirit of the Exile early on, was competing with Tex Summers with the Yasuo augments, but has found an option to go into this comp without needing the Yasuo that much.
Now, Replay's playstyle is the safer playstyle. It's not playing for first, but he picks a non-reroll deck, a non-riskier deck, uses it to save HP, build up very cleanly, and actually manage to build up into a 4-cost 2-star. This is the safest way to play at the moment in TFT, and for Rereplay, it's actually worked out pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we know Laser Core from the group stage being a very, very reliable deck to get you towards that top 4. But for some of our other players, they're building up something a little bit more spicy. We talked about the possibility of the Oxlingers coming back in. For Enzo, that's exactly what's on the cards.
And it's so funny. Every time I look at Enzo's board, he has a Zephyr or a Shroud. It's just something that he loves. I've seen boards from him that shouldn't even have gone into those top 4, but just because he played it out with positioning, with CC, with those extra items, he has managed that travel there. He is going to go up against another player, as we are going to hop over to Shimmerpen and Rereplay and hope that his Sivir 3 allows him to stay in this round a little bit more. The Warwick is onto him. The scope weapons are really hurting, and he will take a loss here, go down 7th.
Yeah, this is the issue with 2-cost 3-star rerolls, is that unless you are at the same level as 4-cost 2-stars, there is a chance that you might lose to them, and that's what happened. He rerolled, he found it late, he couldn't level, and just got outvalued.
So we're checking with YBY1. Did have a lot of money before, but now has spent a lot of that money to upgrade the board further. So 3 Workbooker, the 4 Mascot. We've got a pretty impressive bench being put together as well.
This board looks too normal. Like, he doesn't really have a 3-cost 3-star, even though he was full win streaking. And he couldn't find a Jin 2-star as well, too. And if you look at Flancy's board, this is also very normal as well, too. 6 veins, currently 5 ribbons. Nothing too special at the moment. We shall see.
We know this is. Let's say we know this is the board where the Riven will be sharing her shield across, so hitting up that 3-star will be immensely important. But she said the Vayne is looking real good here. We've got a very strong backline. I think this board can get stronger, and Flancy's in a decent position to make it there.
Yeah, but once again, Zephyr from Enzo comes in. The Vayne doesn't really get to play at the very beginning of the round and is going to miss out on that damage to help her team. A little bit too much damage from the other side. We're going to hop on over to Bintum, who's currently on 21 HP. He will find a win against the Yasuo board.
Now, this is usually something that happens when a 2-cost shows up with a 3-cost here. And Ramos 3-star. Nice, not bad. Going for a traditional Nico 2-star with Morellos and Statics. We got LeBlanc 3-star with Jewel Golem and Archangels. Very classic damage, like a combo. But currently, no combat augments except for Kimono Grab Bag.
Just a little notification here. We are looking at Bintum's board and not at Shimmerpen. Shimmerpen, unfortunately, has already been eliminated. A little mistake in our overlay. Just letting you know, but here's actually Bintum.
And it's worth noting, of course, because we haven't seen a ton of this weekend, this is going to be aim assist LeBlanc. So whenever she's casting, if she casts enough times, she will send an extra orb, as you see there, towards the lowest HP unit on the opposing board, which means she does have backline access. If you've got a squishy carry, it's always in danger.
Usually the matchup for LeBlanc was slightly unfavored because LeBlanc does have issues getting through the front line, but thankfully the LeBlanc is 3-star and has access to the backline with aim assist, so he does match him in a fight.
A lot of that also comes back to the CC from the Rammus 3 to the Morgana, also helping here. So everybody's kind of being kept in place while the LeBlanc just shoots at them from the backline, making sure she's untouched. And that's exactly how that's supposed to work.
There's a lot of spatulas in this lobby, but the only one that's viable is probably Anima Squads because the other Infinity player has already died, unfortunately. And the other Underground player has already died, unfortunately. So these are the remaining of the atomizations. They're not really that good. Let's see exactly how the players are willing to fold this game. Tech Summer's taking the Infinity team stat. That was quite interesting.
Yeah, we're going to hop on board with him and see what he's up to. Is running that. Yasuo has gotten a Vayne in the backline and also a Zephyr. We'll pop the Anvil first.
He's wondering if he wants Solaris or Ionics. So, actually going for Guinsu so his Vayne can do more damage. That's a very interesting a choice. He also does save the tier instead of making Archangels. Wonder what plans he has for that.
Salvage binning it.
Salvage bin makes so much sense. He's looking towards the components more than units themselves. Let's see exactly what atomizations Tech Summers wants to finish with. Shojin Vayne. All right, a classic.
Yeah, that's 8 duelists online, so a ton of attack speed, a ton of tankiness as well to go with that current 1 locket in the front line. We've got ourselves, of course, spinning all the way through the Winds of the Wanderer. Impossible to put down. Tech Summers starts his move towards the top.
Yeah, and you just saw YBY1's board with a Nunu, but it will not be enough. The Nunu got rolled over, and Tech Summers is trying to continue his road here towards the top. However, players are starting to fall. Enzo down to 6 HP, finds that Twisted Fate 2 that he so desperately needs. Flancy finding that Jinx 3 that we just saw, but is that enough to turn it around?
Okay, so Ribbon 3 just isn't there as of yet.
Okay, YBY1 did manage to find a Vex tree, thankfully before he managed to die, but is this good enough though? Because Vex is actually one of the weaker 3-cost 3-stars, and the front line from like YBY1's side is not that strong. If you look at Enzo's board, he did go for a very normal Ox Force composition, but he's actually behind amongst the reroll decks. We'll have to see how this fight goes.
We will have a lot of bodies on the board to keep that back line safe, mostly relying on the Twisted Fate DPS. The Vex, of course, on the other side from YBY1 is building up. She noted before, the board isn't fully online as of yet, really relying on her DPS to tear through everything.
but it's not enough. That front line is not being taken down. The Vex in the back line is untouched. The Nico frogs are not jumping far enough, and Enzo is being taken out in 6th. Flancy will follow in 5th, and we have our first top 4 of the day.
So the players that did manage to find their reroll decks, 2 cost 3 stars and 3 cost 3 stars, are currently at an advantage against the players that just could not hit. Setsuko did not hit. Shrimpen did hit, but far too late. Flancy could not hit, and Enzo did go for a decent comp, but the composition was just not good enough.
So we got the extra items coming in as we move into stage 6. We did know that we've still got some carries unitemized for a few of our players, so this will be a significant step forward in board strength. To see across, we'll check exactly what everyone's got in store for themselves, because these next few rounds will be all important.
We are looking at all of the boards. Of course, we've seen them throughout the tournament, throughout the round. Here on one side, we have the Laser Corps top left, top right is the Yasuo 3. Bottom left, the LeBlanc carry with the aim assist. And then on the bottom right, we have the player that had the lobby in a little bit of a chokehold, but is seeming to fall off quite a lot now.
Tex Summers did actually manage to get the double Solaris. He has a rod, chainmail, rod, so his composition is complete. All the other players did manage to find most of their upgrades. We shall see how this fight falls, and we shall see which comp is the best.
Well, YBY1 hasn't managed to move things too much further forward. We're going to be empowering the Viego to just be a little bit more of a damage threat. But keep your eye on that LeBlanc in the corner. Again, the aim assist means she can reach all areas of the board. And she's got the Hextech Gunblade as well to deny the damage coming out of Vex. In fact, if anything, it might be making a cast even faster.
Yeah, her Archangel is really charging up now, and she's onto that Vex. YBY1 taken down in 4th, and the rest of the players remain. But Rereplay took a big hit, is now going closer to the others in total HP. The lobby is so close right now.
I mean, that just shows the difference between Vex 3 and LeBlanc 3. The damage output cannot be compared. LeBlanc does at least 3 times more damage, even though it's the same cost unit, which is slightly unfortunate. Let's see how Tex Summer is going to fight here.
I mean, 3 lockets along with 8 jewels is absolutely absurd. This 2 cost board now has the backline carries really going off as well. I think Bintam's in some pretty major trouble because no one can stop that Yasuo.
Well,
I mean,
what we're gonna see, the LeBlanc is in that backline, and she is going to try. Shroud of Stillness did hit, but will it be enough? The Yasuo is still there, does not target the LeBlanc right away. She's onto him. Will she take him down? Does not let her reset and refocuses. Can she do it? Yes, she can.
Just
and Tex Summers will get a loss here.
Oh my gosh, the Hextech Gunblade has just paid so many dividends. With the ultimate duelist board, Tex Summers still can't get it done. Bintam from Korea up the top is win streaking Rereplay Tex, both on 10.
He's 1 Nila away.
Yeah.
That would be a lot more shield as well.
1 Nila away, but most of the 3 cost Liga players besides Bintam has died off. So it is going to be Tex Summers just waiting to see if he can find a Nila, but it's mostly about positioning, whether Yasuo gets focused down first or not. Now we're going to see Rereplay versus Bintam, but right now Rereplay is just a normal 4 cost 2-star, maybe level 9 to 5 cost Liga deck at the moment. So we shall see which one is the victor here.
It could be a double knockout. Rereplay and Tex Summers both on 10 HP, but are they going to meet the same board? Does not seem like a Tex Summers on the other side is meeting the Laser Core, whereas Rereplay is facing Bintam's LeBlanc once more.
Yeah, that LeBlanc is absolutely amazing. Very much reminding me of the surprise of seeing the Camille before in groups, just performing way above expectations, ripping through the border on the right-hand side. We still got a few more pieces left to remove, but LeBlanc has proven to be unstoppable. Replay gets knocked out. Tex Summers stays alive.
Now it's going to be Tex Summers versus Bintam. 2 cost 3-star reroll deck versus a 3 cost 3-star composition. It's all about positioning. The decks are very similar in battle power. Will LeBlanc cut the Yasuo 3-star first? Will the Yasuo get the value? We shall see.
And we saw both of the players beelining for those Thieves' Gloves to maybe get a little bit of an edge here. 2 full items, just so good. Is going to go with the Sunfire instead for now. But what it's going to come down to is that Zephyr placement, is that Shroud of Stillness. And you are seeing Tex Summer actually sell off the unit that was holding the Zephyr. But can he sell something off to actually make that Nila happen?
I think he has to focus on positioning so that he can get the advantage. He just needs to make sure that his Yasuo does not not get focused. So as long as Lisa's next to it, we'll have to see how the fight goes.
One more round. Bintum coming back from the previous championship where he failed to make top 8 by a single place. Tex Summers doubting himself through day 2. Now makes top 2. This fight for everything, getting first place in the first game, is absolutely enormous.
And the LeBlanc is still alive. She has found the Yasuo, but he has found her back. The damage is just going out, and it will be an end for Tex Summers and Bintum from Korea taking the first place at the beginning of the day here. That has to be a great feeling coming in.
The LeBlanc 3-star composition, they're very classic and very typical. It's very rare for LeBlanc 3-star to win during the end game, but that was very good decision-making made by the Korean representative, and I feel like that was a beautiful finish.
And of course, we've got to acknowledge the big news coming out of that one. Setsuko having a really, really diabolical first game. We mentioned it in the context of the tournament overall. This makes such a difference. If you finish first, you can make a race towards getting to the checkpoint and potentially winning the championship. If you're last, you've got a long road ahead of you.
Yeah, absolutely, but hopefully he can turn it around. He has proven to be extremely dominant throughout this tourney thus far. However, I'm very sure a lot of the players looked at what was going on and maybe adapted just a little bit, and we are seeing that success. We are seeing them really play out the positioning, play out these extra units. I think the remaking of the Zephyr there from Tex Summers was absolutely correct. It just came all a little bit too late for him.
Never forget, this is only game number 1, and with the new checkmate system, anybody still can win, and no one has a big advantage. So keep on cheering, guys. Keep on cheering.
Absolutely, and you can cheer for our analyst desk next because we're going to hear from them in a little bit, and then we're going to go back to game 2.
Oh, wait more.
Beginning. Will it be enough? Get it. No. It's not enough. Setsuko keeps on.
10 win streak or like less Sholanika. But what is this? Okay, this is a really interesting build. I mean, not the Rama's 2-star, of course.
But he has found her back. The damage is just going out, and it will be an end for Tex Summers and Bintum from Korea taking the first place at the beginning of the day here.
game, Bintium. What a great victory! Taking off this first lobby, and of course we have to talk about the 2-1 hero augments that was so key into this game. So David, we can start with that because actually we have a lot of two LeBlancs, Enzo and Bintium, but Bintium had the assist augment and really helped out the rest of the competition in this lobby.
A great admin as well to start with the HP stacking, but overall, I think it's quite rare to have that 3-cost hero augment as an option. Players, whatever plans they had for game 1 today, I think this was not one of those, so they had to kind of adapt on the fly. We saw LeBlanc, that's not picked very often, or Verbation as well for Flancy, who loves playing Anima, but overall, I think the biggest thing was adapting to that first choice and being able to run with it. We saw so many admin starts for Enzo as well, and for Rereplay, so I mean, overall, an unusual start, but I think a very exciting one.
Yeah.
I just want to say that you just add that to like the list of compositions that we're just seeing in this finals. I think most people were expecting a lot of like 1, maybe 2, 4 costs, not a lot of 3 costs. I mean, Baby was talking about at the beginning of the tournament, are we going to see any 3-cost reroll? And we see LeBlanc succeeding of all compositions, which I think almost no one predicted.
Well, I think many things that Bebe said, and we can say the opposite. But it was, but honestly, it was just bad luck because it's everything that's been changing. And we had to remind the audience that today is Frodan's birthday. We have that present. Our beloved Seaver.
Hey, is that supposed to be me?
Yeah, that's why I realized it's like, oh my god, I haven't said that it's your birthday. So
yeah, it is. That's
John.
right. That's
we
right.
Love you so much in here.
Thank you. For 364 days of the year, it's actually Mort Dog's birthday, but today's about me. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Okay, so Mort, shout out to Tex also because he had this Wines of the Wanderer augment with Jetsu that it was nerfed a while ago, but if you had it all in mind, he got the Yasuo 3 very early and he took advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely. Getting that Yasuo early, we saw that at 4-1, getting that 3-star. And you compare that to, unfortunately, our bottom, like the Sivir 3 came in so late. We never saw the Ezreal 3 come online. So definitely a story there. Also a story of various high rolls there. YBY1 had that really amazing start, that Rammus 2 at 2-3. You know, he had 3 Riftwalker by like 3-1. Crazy start, but it's the first time we've seen somebody be at 100 health at 4-1 and not get top 2. He only turned it into a top 4. So that's kind of another big story going on there.
Yeah, God definitely has its favorite with this.
For one game.
Sure.
And Frodan, can we talk about also from the bottom of the lobby, what happened to Setsuko? He wanted to go underground, but achieved it really late about.
So Setsuko is, in a lot of people's minds, a really complete player, but one of his biggest strengths is his macro. Macro is choosing what to play. Micro is choosing how to play it. After Setsuko made his choice of rolling down and going for Rising Spellforce, he did the best he possibly could. So if you say Setsuko played the game well and he didn't hit, that is almost the entire thing. The problem is, I think Setsuko had many things he could have chosen before he actually committed to the Rising Spellforce. You look at Time Knife, for example. That's one of the strongest 3-costs you can play around because you have so many cheap defenders. You can get 4 defender very quickly and bulldoze the lobby in tempo. And he had a bow and a tier, and Protector's Vow and RFC are the 2 best items that you can get for Shen alongside the Quicksilver. Not to mention that he also could have taken Behemoth, Slam Shiv, and go for Ox Force Spellslingers, which also wasn't really contested in that lobby.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing here is that 3-cost augments at 2-1 are one of the rarest things that you can see in the game. And even someone like Setsuko, who's played thousands of games, that's just not something you see that often. You don't get a ton of practice on that. And so that's where we're seeing a lot of those unusual lines. And 3-cost hero augments in particular have that unique property. Like you mentioned, Time Knife on 2-1 specifically allows you to build that defender, prep for that, whereas it's much harder to lean into on 3-2.
See, LeBlanc
so
succeeding
of unique lines that were open there, and we're kind of seeing which players were familiar, and that's where the LeBlanc comes in, right? I think that LeBlanc augment on 3-2, not so great, but 2-1 leaning into that, very powerful.
And the last thing I want to say about that is Setsuko is not playing as if he's in check right now. That pick for Rising Spellforce, we might see a revisit of that later in this tournament, but for game number 1, just focus on solid average placement. Replay is kind of where Setsuko wish he was, and now he's going to play from behind.
Yeah, of course. This is also the first game, so we can relax a little bit. But remember, when players hit 8 18 points. After that, the one who wins the first lobby, that's it. That's gonna be the champion. So we cannot like sleep down, relax a little bit. We have to take all these points. Also, David, what do you think these players that didn't make that good needs for the next game in order to have a win?
Well, the saving grace is that whenever someone like Bintium hits 18 points, everyone will start to target him much more and will try and make it so that he can actually win the whole tournament off of that next first place. So it'll kind of balance out and hopefully buy some time for Setsuko, for those lower tier players to actually get some more points, break the checkmate themselves, and hopefully go to a game 7 or game 8 to make it as exciting as possible.
I think actually, like Frodan, we've seen, for example, Tech Summers holding the S-Reels in there, so that's a strategy here, actually. You remember, the units are limited, so if you see someone else doing another competition, you can grab that. But we will have to find out on the next game what compositions are gonna be the top ones, and our casters are ready for this second round.
Thank you so much, Kali. And we are, I want to say, hyped for game number 2, right? Of course, we have a very strong showing from Bintium right from the get-go, but we all know that that's not necessarily what he was going for. Of course, the first place is nice, but like Frodan just said, you want to go for those average placement. You want to get steadily to that checkmate.
Now, what the players need to be careful about is because they lost the first game, that does not mean they have to play more desperately. They do not have to gamble first and 8th. It's still okay to go for a strong build-up and just get a medium placement because we're still far away from the game to be over. So if they panic more, however, take more risks and actually get another 8th, then it can be very difficult. So the players need to stay very focused.
You heard it here first. Panicking is bad.
Well, I mean, I'm fascinated to see where we land after this game because, as was pointed out on the desk, the way the points work, you don't exactly need to get 3 first places to activate the checkpoint point. If you get another first place here, you still have to definitely play a third game no matter what happens. But if you can make an early run and say play game 4, maybe even as the only person who can win the competition, you can end things early and get the championship.
Well, you make it sound so easy, Peter, but doing 4 first places in a row, I think, is nearly unprecedented in our history here at the Monsters Attack Championship, and will be definitely very hard because if you put the rest of the lobby in check, everybody's going to be looking out for you and be like, well, we don't want this to end before we get a chance to actually end it, and it might get really, really sweaty.
All right, we're going to be very excited about the second game. We'll see exactly how this game is going to unfold. Will the players change any of their strategy? Will they be more aggressive? Will they be more passive? Will they try to go for more gambles or less gambles? We shall see in this game at the ready.
I mean, the biggest question again coming out of game 1 will be how Setsuko is going to be approaching this second game. Of course, he's not the only one who needs to make up some ground here. Shimmerpen also picking up just 2 points from that first game. She said, Bebe, the temptation is going to be to go all out here. I am with you that I think finding something a little bit more stable to build up towards and just hoping that we get to see a game 5, game 6 is the right way to go.
Yeah, just be yourself.
Yeah, be yourself and be a winner, because that's exactly what all of these top 8 players are, as we are going to enter round number 2 of potentially many. We're going to see how it goes.
Now, this is a normal carousel. Every item component is offered, so the players will be able to bring their strategy into the game. We shall see exactly what the players want to build to, and a laser corp star from Clancy here.
Yeah, very nice units dropping down. Of course, we saw before, and we've seen across the tournament itself, it's a very much a comfort composition. Clancy is right in the middle of the pack right now, so picking up another middling performance would help push him further forward. Perhaps not running straight towards checkmate, but keeping his options open.
Definitely true. We'll see how it goes. Laser for the start is always nice, but of course the peak with this composition comes at the 4 laser core. Does check his admin.
I think this is a really decent start from Clancy because he's offered everything. He can check his admins, he's offered an infinite team direction, he's offered a laser core direction. That means he can use most of the 1-2 cost hero augments in the lobby, and he has a very solid bell start, which is a very decent tank tempo item start for the game, so we'll see how this falls.
All right, I have a question for chat, because as you know, sometimes we like to change things up, ask more dog to press some buttons. Chat, what augments do you want to see? And Peter, what would you like to see?
I want to see some more hero augments, and I will be exactly a rewarder for it.
Okay.
It's a 3-2s across the board. We know, based on what we've seen from Plancy and from a few of others we'll see in a second, this will give them the chance to come out of the gate swinging.
I'm curious if Setsuko is going to go for another underground game.
Oh.
Will he roll to find another Razzie Spellforce?
We know for Setsuko, we're going towards perhaps the Star Guardians angle. If we can find the Rel, would not be a bad look at all, but it will not be that at all.
He went for your cut pike, the pike augment that gives your composition a lot of free extra rerolls and a lot of extra free economy.
We are seeing YBY1 on his very last roll pick up that Ezreal augment, whereas Bintim is still thinking about it, doesn't have a single reroll, but is gonna go for it. Gonna hop on board with Setsuko, who is on that your cut.
Oh, this is a very decent start. He has a Nikos, he has a variety of itemizations such as statics and a chainmail. He's offered your cut for the upgrades. Good.
Bebe, I know you've been playing TFT for a long time, but he has a duplicator.
Yes.
You said a Nikos.
It's both things to all people. Don't worry. We're all here for old school and new school
so
life.
people aren't confused because Nico this set is actually unit.
Man, these MZ casters.
I'm sorry, baby. I forgive you. We already knew what you meant.
There.
So we've got our first, as mentioned, we got the Yo cut in place for Setsuko. We'll have a loss to start off with, but the board is still pretty strong. So we check across, we can see Small Game Hunter coming out in three different boards.
Yeah, Small Game Hunter for 3 players. Raider Spoiled for YBY1. Also pretty strong direction. We're seeing the Spirit of the Exile being picked up one more time, but talk to me a little bit about Tex Summers' pick, the Invigorate.
All right, Tex Summers actually picked Invigorate. So when you play a 2-cost hero augment lobby, usually most people try to look for a specific unit, right? In the case of Tex Summers, he tried to look for something, but he failed. So he was forced to pick Invigorate. Of course, Invigorate's not a bad augment, it's quite decent, but judging by the fact that he has 2 Dravens and a Invigorate, I don't think he's going to be in good spot. He's probably going to force Draven. Draven is not a strong tech deck unless you have combat train from the beginning. This is slightly worrisome here.
Yeah, I mean, Tex Summers has got the first game as second place to prop up his performance, but I agree, this does not look like a good start. Just a little bit of extra attack speed isn't really going to be the ticket to get off to the races quickly. So Rereplay takes the win there. YBY1 and Rereplay winning out the early rounds.
I feel it might be a bit more better if Tex Summers does not go for Draven and sells the Dravens to put more Dravens to pull, so the other reroll players will have a hard time finding the 2-cost 3 stars, because Draven is just not that strong. Even if he gets it, he is very likely to lose to the other players, and this is confirmed by very high and powerful TFT players, of course.
Yeah, so it's funny because at the EMEA regionals, I was saying Draven is really not something you should pick up. Now, of course, that was the previous patch. He has received a slight buff. I know Mortalk was watching, so I'm going to take credit for that buff. But it wasn't enough. I'm sorry. Draven reroll still not really there all the way.
But YBY1 with a very good start, has the underground in place from the very beginning, and is managing to put together a win streak as well. If you want to make sure you get through with a solid finish, getting the early win streak in is fantastic.
For those who don't know, YBY1 also had a lesser duplicator.
Yes. Very good.
There's no air quotes required.
Used it early on a Vibe to get upgrades fast to save HP, and we got a same start as the previous game. We got the egg into the potential gold and the component start. This will mean that the players will start spiking for the mid game at stage 3-3, but for now, for stage 2, everybody's just gonna be preparing for that point.
Yeah, as we saw from last time around, it was a little gold injection for the boards. But players are relying on that again to say maybe they'll be a little bit more free with their spending. You see there's a fair amount of unslammed components on the right-hand side, though.
Looking at YBY1's board that we are just hopping over, he's at the very top of the leaderboard with 100 HP. If I saw correctly, he has those undergrounds online, and I'm a little bit scared when I see that, because yesterday we had a couple of games where underground players came in early, had that underground running, did well, and it just changed the entire lobby cadence. So we'll see what this one does. YBY1 in for maybe another strong performance.
This is a little bit different from what we've seen before. This is the Raiders Spoiled, so sharing items across the team rather than having either Vi or Ezreal with a carry augment.
I feel like this board is a reason why YBY1 is a really strong and consistent player and came to the top 8. It's because he focuses that early mid-game buildups are very important. He tries to use every resource, Belt and a Chainmail for Sunfires, Rod and Rod for Rabadons, and using the Nikas from upgrade to save as much HP to get as much ice, and winning for a 4 win streak. That's amazing.
Yeah, that was a really close one. And like you said, Peter, with those Raider spoils, he's very open. He doesn't need to go and look for all of the Ezreals. He can flex that Ezreal in later and just go with the different combinations. So if he's able to bring that heist very far to that heist 4, maybe heist 5, we'll see how far he does it. We could be looking at a very, very threatening board.
Yeah, he's the only win-streaking player in Stage 2. Of course, Flancy down the bottom with Tex Summers down towards the 80s. Everyone else around the 90s or so. So check in with Tex. This is definitely the board with the most question marks around it.
I mean, right now there's no specific reroll composition yet in the lobby. All of the 2 costs are actually support augments, meaning that the players did not want to gamble for 3-star rerolls and want to go for safe like placement. So we shall see how strong the lobby will be and what carries the lobby size pick. And oh, beautiful like a Pykel right there.
I'd like to do some theorizing here, since this is such an unusual situation. Of course, in Game 2, Tex has a lot to gain from coming out of this lobby strongly. You mentioned, maybe we don't see the Draven going forward, so we will presumably be seeing the Lee Sin in some context, maybe just not this context.
I mean, it's kind of desperate because Lee Sin does not fit into most late game decks except for maybe Brawlers, and Hearts isn't really a thing unless you get aim assist, LeBlanc, and so on, so we shall have to see.
A little celebration from Enzo there as he breaks YB1's win streak just before coming into Krugs, so that will take some of the gold out of the lobby, and in fact, we can see it's the players at the bottom who've retained their economy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm staring at those 5 losses from Flancy, but looking at the HP, those losses were very, very well done for him, right? He didn't take too much damage. He's okay on the overall if we're looking at the rest of the lobby, and he's getting that extra gold from the 5 losses losing streak. Is not a bad position. Would, of course, like some underground to maybe profit some more, but I'm very happy with this one.
Samira is crying right now as Flancy does not pick her up.
He
does, thank God.
He was just trying hard to get.
No, you got to make sure that the units know that you're in charge. But for Flancy, yeah, the loss streak is very good. As we mentioned, mate, it's the biggest streak in the lobby with a good amount of money in the bank. Tex Summers and Bintum, yeah, they both got a good amount of money. In fact, most of the bottom players do, but the streaks are fairly shallow.
Okay, so the economy management with the 5 loss streak and the HP management is decent, but is the deck decent? Because Laser Corpse is a win streak early mid into a loss streak late into value type composition to look for that Mordekaiser. But if he doesn't manage to win streak early, then he's gonna have a lot of trouble unless he finds an early Warwick into Morty.
Well, we'll see for what he goes. He can technically still slot that Yasuo into other compositions, but for now, doesn't seem like it will be enough. The Ashe is going to do some damage here, but Shima Pen on the other side with a Rage Blade and a Statics on a Morgana is just going to do a little bit more damage as we are moving towards the augments. Peter, I'm not going to let you talk because you'll do something again, but maybe, just maybe, we'll get cool augments here.
We're going to get a second set of hero augments. That's
not going to happen. I'm looking at Mordok. I don't think that's in the cards. No double hero augments. Could be anything else.
Oh, it's just as good. It's just as good.
Oh, there must be players in the lobby that pick Think Fast. Is there? Not a single
one up there. One for
Setsuko, but no way.
That's off brand.
So this means that the players want to cap out the most. Usually econ augments are very good amongst prismatics because they give you enough money to find 2 and 3 cost 3 stars really fast, or maybe give you a chance to get that 4 cost 3 star. We shall see.
Enzo picking up the Radiant Relics is going with something right away. Power level, slot that in. We see the March of Progress on the side of Shima Pen. Burden Veil for Tech Summers, not one that we get an awful lot. I still like it, and we are going to get some other augments all across the board. I'm sure we'll check in with players in just a little bit. Seems like somebody's on the golden ticket as well.
Yeah, we know the golden ticket, of course, an immensely powerful augment for bringing a board online at record speed. Setsuko did pick up the Earth's grab bag and has made a Tactician's crown with it. All right, I'm suddenly on board with this idea.
He did make a Force of Natures, but right now the direction for his composition is still very questionable. We shall Huh?
It's a tight crowd now.
It's okay, baby. We accept that you're still stuck in your ways. You know, that's all right. But even with that tech crown advantage, he loses out to Enzo, who we just saw level. He has picked up the Radiant Redemption here as we are moving across board. Enzo is going to be one that puts the lobby into check. Hopping over to Bintum, he is on that golden ticket. Little bit of gadgetine, and funnily enough, we always kind of expect the gadgetines to go out of fashion, but they're still here. Even with not finding that gadgetine emblem early on, he can utilize it, he can get some extra items here, and it will be good enough for Bintum to stay in the middle of the pack here.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up re-rolling longer term. I mentioned the Radiant Relics coming here, making very, very solid frontline for Enzo, who is currently on the win streak at the top of the lobby, up against Shimmerpen, just below them in the standings with a level up. You know, Shimmerpen's long term is looking very good, but his short term is strong as well.
So this shows exactly what Enzo prioritized amongst the Radiant like relic itemization. He picked Absolution, which gives an AoE damage reduction to his entire Oxforce frontline. So not a bad choice here.
Yeah, and if we're looking at Shimmerpen, you just talked about him, his board looks kind of strong. We'll be losing potentially to Enzo, though, and he has spent all of his gold. His econ is down and out. That's not where you want to be if you are doing these kinds of moves.
No, it's more, you know, especially when you're running level up as well, which means you can turn that gold into massive quantities of XP. That's a big problem going forward, but for Enzo, everything is looking really good. I love how strong that front line is.
There is a twist of fate with the rot in this lobby. Enzo is drooling, staring at that card, hopes he can get it. Is someone else going to steal it? Oh no! Right in his face!
He says, thank you guys, I appreciate the offer.
Thank you for the free championship win. Thank you guys.
It's looking pretty...
We're not that far yet, but I appreciate the enthusiasm for EMEA representative.
All right, so right now, Enzo's board is quite delicious. He has a very good front line, and Mortdog was right. Wormogs, tank items, front line, win streak, booyah. So he does have the HP and economic advantage, but will he be able to make a deck that's strong enough to win in a prismatic lobby?
And of course, we can see a little glimpse from the LEC studio where our last running player, Enzo, is playing.
Behind those monitors is what you're seeing on the bottom right.
He's got a few friends along for the ride, of course.
He definitely does. The rest of the
little
players
legends
are still there.
supporting Enzo here at the moment. He is going to go up against Flancy, the late support player, but Flancy could not find Warwick after rolling all his money.
Oh boy.
Oh man, China is looking really, really rough in the first two games. He could not find most of the upgrades they're looking for. That Prismatic is not optimal for like a Flancy size well too.
The Annie's unkillable.
This is what I want to bring up with you guys. Now we know we've got a lobby with a win streaking player who's got an incredibly strong front line. How does this affect the rest of the lobby going forwards?
Now the HP management will be very difficult for most of the players, so they will be forced to roll at 7, and if they fail that roll, they will be kind of stuck there. So there will be players that are strong enough to go into level 8 and players that will be stuck and just die off. We'll see who's who.
Hopping over to Bintum, who is on those Rift Walkers, has that golden ticket, would potentially like that Jin to be upgraded, but the front line is also not really there yet the way you want it to.
Yo, so this is a very bad situation where you pick an Econ augment, yes, but don't actually manage to find upgrades. Econ.
It's gone.
Yeah, there's no Econ left in the bank. It's definitely cashing in those golden tickets as much as possible, but not what we would have hoped to see here from this board. We've at least got Viego, who's moderately strong. But Bintum currently, is really struggling here up against Enzo, of course, on that win streak again. We have got a good amount of damage. The frontline Annie is close to falling.
And not only that, with that Jin, despite being not really itemized or prioritized, you have that backline access. We have the Zindra throwing in extra beef, and it is enough to actually push Enzo down just a little bit.
I feel like that's the power of Small Game Hunter during the mid game. So Small Game Hunter is an augment that gives bonus damage to units that are under 1400 HP. And what is going on here?
Woodland so we were talking about this. Wow. This is the Raider Spoiled Sport with the Woodland Charm, and we were saying, well, he doesn't need to go for the Azrael. He does, though. He does.
He does have underground heists going on. I'm not sure exactly how much stacks it is at the moment. And for those who don't know, that's only 5 Vi's. He's not at 8. That is a Woodland Charm copy of the Vi. But he's still very, very close.
We are getting word it's 6 out of 10 on level 3 heist.
Okay. So we've got some promise here for YB1. Again, on 5 points coming out of that first game. Still a player looking to push forward. We did see the upgrades coming in. Just a quick word about our economy on the right-hand side. You can see the gold is very sparsely spread across our players.
Everybody's trying to invest there for Enzo, who had a very chill like elite. But there's one thing that's kind of awkward with this current board from YBY1 is that he has no healing for Israel. So he's not really invincible against like decks like Jin or Acel or Nico that has backline access.
We're going to meet up with Rereplay on the other side. Is on that Infinity team. Has found a Garen with a Warmux, but you can see that Garen be under pressure from the Ezreal, will be taken down. But the same thing is happening on the other side of the board. The Rammus with the Radiant Thieves Gloves. We just love them. One of the most favorite items amongst the Radiant ones on that Rammus is going to help a lot.
Yeah, YB1 being pushed down as we do have the last one coming in. It won't be anything bigger than last time, of course. Just the gold ornaments to put the final pieces together.
Okay, YBY1 really wanted healing like throughout the 100 Celestial Blessing. I think that's a bit unfortunate.
He cashed out his heist just now.
Wait, what was his heist reward?
He took up first aid kit, and it was heist 3, I believe. He had an Archangel and a Plat Cleaver, if I saw that correctly. It's all a little bit small, but we'll see it in just a little bit.
All right, we will check on that later after we see exactly what augments the other players decide to choose. A lot of people are worrying, especially Flancy is still unable to choose TN, not believing. Did he even manage to find Warwick? I don't know, but he's definitely thinking about a lot. He's the only player, he's the last player to pick it up, the Brawler like a Spet. And let's see exactly what we're looking at here. Okay, 1 Warwick, not bad. 2 Warwicks, not bad, okay.
Has a 4 Brawler online thanks to that extra crest here. Edge of Night and the Guard Breaker itemized, but goes up against Tech Summers.
Yeah, we've got an interesting board here. The Lasercon Brawlers, of course, the Aatrox being enhanced by that Brawler emblem. Loves having that. We've got the late round threat of this Fiddlesticks with an Archangels. If you get through the front line, you're going to have to worry about the surprise at the end, but it's not even needed this round.
It's really funny. We actually are seeing a Brawler Aatrox. Aatrox is a unit that scales very well with spat items like Mascot Spat, Beg Spot, and the other variation, Brawlers. And oh, okay, 3 stars coming soon. Gangplank 3 at the race, 6 Vi's, 7 Malphite, 6 Lee Sins or 3 Lee Sins? 6 Lee Sins, and currently 30 gold left at the moment. Does YBY1 want to green more econ, or does he want to chill? It seems his rewards was Cleaver and Archangel.
Yeah.
So we've got the quick draws towards the back line, but I mean, I do have to start to wonder at what point YB1's going to fall too far behind. 33 HP, Flancy above with 37. Tech Summers just a little bit further up. If he takes too many more losses on the way towards that full strength board, it'll be over very quickly for YB.
Never forget, this is not a rising spell for Israel. So if you look at Israel, it's ulting really slowly, even though each ultimate does do a significant amount of damage. So the fight's much more close than it seems. So YBY1 may have an advantage for now, but he does need to improve his deck. He needs more healing. He needs more like attack speed for that Israel as well too, but he just has no more item slots left.
And we are seeing the lobby kind of topple over again and again. Rereplay was streaking at the top there with a lot of gold, but was just defeated by Flancy, who is now also streaking on his behalf. Everybody's trying to make something. Tech Summers picking up that spatula.
Yeah, we'll see where that one goes. Tech certainly taking the L there. Needs to start pulling things together. We're going to point towards the top of the table, though, where NA fans will start to be feeling a little bit more comfortable. Rereplay and Setsuko, both in slots 1 and 2.
So the most important unit was probably that Mordekaiser for not Tech Summers, but for Flancy, so you can get that early 5 Laser Corp online. But
they're both on lasers.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, he really liked that as well.
Right, okay.
Both players are on a little bit of a contesting angle. We can see it here. They met before. That was a loss for Tech Summers, but with that Mordekaiser, he could be turning things around.
I feel like this is a bit of an overinvestment, but oh, he does manage to find it. He takes out the Morgana and goes for the Mordekaiser instead. He has Jeweled Gauntlet, Giant Slayers on the Mordekaiser. He does definitely know exactly what his win conditions are, and let's see how he fights against the Setsuko.
Actually, this is Tech Summer's comfort spot. Out of all of his games, day 1, day 2, we saw over 50% being played on Laser Corp. So if he can find that angle where he feels it's the right decision to go for it, he absolutely will.
I really like this combination with the Verdant Veil as well. Warwick's getting to free fire, build up towards the late game, and get the wins in. This is such a hard board to stop when the CC just doesn't work. And we can see that Tech Summers very much not CC'd himself.
He is so happy with himself. I love our player cams, and Tex definitely has one of the best ones with his just very emotional reactions to everything. But looking at the lobby total, we need to be maybe a little bit worried for Shimapen down there with 24 HP.
Now, Argentina should be really proud of Tech Summers because currently he was the unluckiest player in this lobby. He did not find the 2-cost hero augment he needed, and he had to flex play into a very low-tier hero augment, but he realized his only win condition was his signature composition and is making a good game for sure.
So check it with Shimapen, noted from before, had no money with a level up augment, so really hasn't been able to use it for a little while. Is really stuck on this current board, really relying almost entirely on the Belveth to get the job done with a little bit of help from Morgana.
Yeah, let's see how that Belveth does. He still has a little bit to go, will not be eliminated straight away. But on the other side is that Wolfie boy, baby, that you were just intimidating. And I think it's doing a lot of damage. Can it take down the Belveth? No, but Ash1 can. She took down the Warwick.
You mean can't?
She took down the Warwick.
She could have. Okay.
She couldn't take down the Morgana, but she took down the Warwick.
All right.
I mean, that's, of course, amazing news for Shimapen to at least start getting some gold back into the bank and survive a few more rounds on 24 HP. Enzo on 25. Tech Summers on 28. You know, across the whole of the lobby, with the exception of Rereplay up at the top, there's not a ton of HP to bring into stage 5.
A lot of people rolling down on level 7 to find their 4-cost U-stars, and it'd be nice if they found a bit more faster so they can proceed to level 8, but since they couldn't find it in time, they did have to overroll, and there will be a level gap, meaning that there will be a unit gap and value gap. We shall see if that is going to be coverable or not.
Absolutely. Rereplay picking up a little bit of gold here. Does get the anvil. Of course, Morgana in the shop for him is on those Infiniteams, but really the Belveth is the star of the team for now.
Upgrade.
Could that change? Samira2, Garantu in the same shop. Will he itemize her now, or is the Belveth going to stay main character for now?
I feel Hextech Gunblade might actually be one of the better choices. We're going back to YBY1's board, and wow, 8, 7, 8.
I mean, he is at least on a win streak right now, so this is not as awkward as it could be. We've got a duplicated fight at 3 stars to prop up the front line, and Shimapen is not one of the stronger opponents at this very moment, so perhaps it is good enough to keep YB alive and keep the streak going.
YBY1 is on 33 HP, which for this stage isn't too worrisome. Shimapen definitely needs to shake a little bit more, and his team seems to come through. The Morgana support with the stun applies the shred. Belveth gets it done, and Tech Summers is actually the one that is going to fall to the 16 HP here now. We'll see if Flancy, however, is able to find that Mordekaiser soon. We saw him just level up.
So if you look at YBY1's board, his board is very well upgraded, yes, and it will be very well upgraded, but it's not well built. So his itemizations aren't optimal for his. So you usually want healing such as Hextech Gunblade and damage amplifying like Jewel Gauntlet, and also he needs more mana game, like an Axiom instead to get like more mana, and maybe some sort of like a better like tank itemization for Vi. So that's the reason why YBY1, even though his composition is good, is not doing as well as should be.
A lot of space to grow there. We check out Flance against Tech Summers. Tech Summers newly on the bottom of the table. Things had been looking pretty good, but it's starting to get a little shaky. At least the Mordekaiser for the itemize. And of course, the items in there for the Warwick as well. It's now going to be a wolf fight towards the end. As you noted before, Mace, contesting the lobby, slowing both down. But it may be Tech Summers who comes off the worst.
Yeah, absolutely. Those Woofy boys are going at each other. Tech Summers will take the loss here. 4 HP and a dream. Can he turn it around? Or is that Brawler Aatrox that we spoke about just a little bit too much for him to handle?
I'm actually really surprised how Flancy actually managed to make it this far. He had a very bad start. He had a very bad loss streak, but he didn't give up to the end, and he did manage to build up into his composition. He found most of his upgrades. I'm actually really impressed.
Yeah, he basically played around econ, right? He made sure he had those streaks going. He made sure to preserve, not roll down, not be greedy, where he maybe could have said, no, I'm going for level 8. And now he can naturally find that Mordekaiser and be happy and healthy up there. However, I really want to shout out Rereplay here. It's the second lobby of the day of the Monsters Attack Championship. And he is once again on top, looking very healthy.
And of course, all eyes in this second lobby are going to be on Bintum after winning the first lobby, putting together a second win. We'll put him in pole position to start battling for checkmate in game number 4. This Renegades board's pretty darn good, but the Warwick needs a massive amount of damage to put down, and a massive amount of damage is exactly what gets delivered.
Mordekaiser got deleted. 3 itemizations of Mordekaiser doing absolutely nothing was the deciding factor of this fight. Quite unfortunate. Oh, he goes down as 8th as well, too.
Yeah, Tech Summers is eliminated in that second round. However, if you're looking just above him now with Carousel priority, and we are going to get Orin Anvils, 5 HP and 8 HP on Setsuko and Enzo, not where they want it to be.
No, Setsuko has really dropped down from when he was up in second place, or first and second place with Rereplay, who's managed to hold on much more. Shimmerpen in the middle of the pack on the win streak, applying pressure.
And those Orin Anvils, baby, they turn a game around. They have that potential.
Yep, people will have to decide. The players will have to decide exactly which Orin itemization they want from this lobby. Oh, and all right.
I love the thumbs up. Congratulations, YBY1. We're with you.
But this decision is kind of hard. Does he want more attack speed for Kaisa? Does he want to make his front line a bit more tankier? Does he want Mana Zane so that Kaisa can ult faster and maybe that can snowball into more attack speed? Difficult decisions. And Mana Zane for more attack speed because Kaisa does ult faster, which is a significant amount of damage increase.
And for YBY1, that's still far away from getting in those multiple quick draws that will push the power of the board. Enzo, though, down to his last legs here up against that self-same board. We'll see how well he's able to hold on with the Oxforce.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward positioning here. Both Nico and Twisted Fate set away from the Janna to maybe make them live longer, make sure they're not clumped up against potential enemies. Will it be enough? The Twisted Fate taken down. It is Kaisa against Nico. Nico will survive, and Setsuko also being able to claw one out here and hold on.
Both players managed to survive just by a thread. I mean, their decks aren't really that weak, but there is going to be an HP gap. It's kind of sad how Enzo always wins streaks early, but it's just struggling at that 7th to 4th place mark, just hoping that he survive.
When you're talking about the 7th to 4th place mark, there's barely any HP left in the lobby at all. Rereplay, the only person above 30 HP remaining.
So right now, Enzo, Setsuko, Bintum, and YBY1 are at a threat of a loss. We shall see exactly how the matchmaking is gonna go. Setsuko versus Enzo. Someone is destined to die here. And oh, what's that pull onto Janna?
That's a rocket grab right onto the Janna. The CC doesn't even come out. More than unfortunate for Enzo with that positioning. Syndra, however, gets to throw something in, and that Twisted Fate is charged up. Does have the stacks on both of his items. Is it enough?
No.
He gets to that backline. He does survive, and he takes down Setsuko here in this round. Bintum, however, also eliminated, and it is going to come down to those minus HP. Setsuko in 7th place and Bintum in 6th, which secures Enzo at least a top 5.
This is such a rough start for Setsuko. The previous game was an 8th. The next game was a 7th. We could say that is an improvement, but that is not something we're looking for here.
No, that's a devastating couple of early rounds. He may well be left out of the checkmate conversation entirely when it comes calling. So the window of opportunity narrowing tremendously.
Looking at the econ there on the right side, you can see the players that are kind of sweating. Enzo and YBY1 both with 10 gold now that they picked up some of it.
Okay.
But Flancy, 9 HP and was over 50. He is rolling down. He's trying to find what he can. Does have the Mordekaiser on board. Would like the Mordekaiser 2. One is in the shop. Does he keep going? Can he find that Mordekaiser 2 to elevate this board?
Okay, I think I understand what's going on with Setsuko right now. He's funneling Rereplay. He's saying, oh, bro, I can loss streak, you win streak.
That's not allowed, baby.
Oh, loss streak, you win
Not
streak.
happening.
I can win later anyways.
I don't know if loss streaking in the tournament is necessarily the way to go, but certainly for Rereplay, things are looking very good for Flancy and Enzo. One of them is exiting here. As you can see, they've got very similar points to each other, so whichever one carries on has a much stronger tournament presence.
So Flancy right now does have the level advantage, and that Aatrox will be very difficult to clean up from TF's and Nico's perspective. The Warwick is still alive. The Warwick is trying to TF. TF goes down. Nico's Zanyaing, but it's not gonna be good enough. The damage was lacking.
Seconds before death.
Manages to squeak out a top 4 on the tiebreaker there.
though.
Exactly the same HP.
Wow. Very good for Enzo. Flancy, however, able to hold on with his single-digit HP, is up there with Shima Pen. And we were talking about Shima Pen like 2 stages ago, looking desperate with those 24 HP. He managed to preserve them all the way. He is up there and he is trying to preserve that streak. We can look at all of the players right now. Of course, bottom left, irrelevant. But look for Shima Pen, who is on that Whiff Walker board. He is trying to get the win here, but it will be replay, maybe taking out Flancy.
So here Israel Urga with the Radiant Thieves Gauntlets fighting and focus now what units one by one. The units on Flancy's side is melting like cotton candy. Is that Warwick good enough? Is that Aatrox gonna be tanky enough? They're fighting. It's so close. And who is going to win this fight? And
Flancy is gone. Shima Pen takes a loss as well. Replay, having hit the 2-star Urgot. Let's correct that. A Radiant Thieves Gloves 2-star Urgot. Just seems to have the absolutely ludicrous board. Shima Pen's board doesn't even seem like it remotely compares.
He's got a Zephyrs. He can hide that. He can hide the Zephyrs. The opponent doesn't notice, and maybe he can get a lucky float on maybe. Well, honestly, there's an upgrade gap. That's a Jin 1-star.
Yeah, that's a Jin 1-star, and I'm surprised that he made it this far. I would assume the Viego 2 played a big role here, the Belveth supporting as well. We were talking about her. He has been working with that Jin 1-star for a long time, and now the Thieves Gloves are also not necessarily what he would have wanted with the Rabadons.
One more time around, NA fans rejoicing as Replay. It's so incredibly flush with money. Shima Pen, of course, very happy to make the top 2 after that first game, but the surrender comes in. Inevitability. You knew Replay had that by a country mile.
The Japanese representative respecting the player, saying, wow, you are strong. I am out of here. Let's go next.
Well, it really came down, I think, to that Jin 1. It just... You didn't have the upgrades you wanted if you were on the side of Shima Pen, and Replay with so much HP in that round, just looking incredibly dominating. Sometimes you have to bow down and accept greatness.
Yeah, I mean, getting the 3rd in the first game, a 1st in the second game, it really sets him up as the front runner for the entire competition. We're talking about, Baby Setsuko having the eyes on him coming in, but it seems to be the other NA player who's taken the lion's share of the points.
I mean, this so far has been really great games and a lot of good decks throughout the tournament so far. I am very surprised that it is Replay that's taking all of the spotlight, but still there is hope for Setsuko, so do not worry, guys. It's not over until a person goes over the checkmate points and gets first, so we can still cheer, but starting from 3rd game, the picture might be a bit decided.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Like you said, it is checkmate. Players need 18 points to actually make it there and then get a win. The tournament is still wide open, not necessarily in a great position for Setsuko, for example, but everybody will try their very best. We're going to go into a short break and hear it from our analyst desk after that.
Yeah. Oh, it's just as good. It's just as good. Oh, must be players in lobby that pick things fast. Is there? I'm not a.
That's what I'm saying.
The Thieves Gloves are also not necessarily what he would have wanted with the Rabadons.
One more time around, NA fans rejoicing as Replay. It's so incredibly flush with money. Shima Pen, of course, very happy to make the top 2 after that first game. But the surrender comes in. Inevitability. You knew...
it wouldn't be a championship game, day 3, if we wouldn't have Prismatics again in this lobby that rush a little bit of the lobby. I'm here with Dan to explain a little bit of this game. And Dan, I want to start off saying, like, this game had up and lows the whole time. It was trying to get the compositions everyone was trying to aim for, but some of them didn't get it, didn't get the carry, and they have to adapt. Let's start with the winning comp. This Velvet Augment that is so strong that it was like, okay, no one can compete with me.
Yeah, this is something that was actually starting to get popular around the North American regionals time, and I saw a couple of the regions play it, but Mana Tempering, a lot of people think it's a sure shot driven augment, which it can be because you get that Sivir and the Infinite Team, but Belveth is particularly good because her Banquet only costs 40 mana, and so every time she's casting, she's ramping that AD, and then you stack Scope Weapons onto it. I turned to Mortar, I was like, if he just gets Scope Weapons and Belveth too, this game's a lock. That's exactly what he did. And the thing about Rereplay is that he is so solid fundamentally. He doesn't take unnecessary risks unless he absolutely has to, and he plays things stage by stage. And when North American Regionals finished, I was telling other NA casters and people around the Discord servers saying that this guy can very much win Worlds if everything's clicking, and it looks like he is on fire right now.
Yeah, of course. We've seen great strategies so long in these 2 games, but let's talk about like the middle tier of this lobby that we had Shimapen and Setsuko trying to aim for this Jin composition, but it was too late when they had it. We've seen Shimapen, for example, trying to get this Jin, and in the meanwhile getting the threats, because threats, it's a good composition that you don't need any synergy. It's that works because they're already strong.
Yeah, where are the Jins this game? Like, Shimapen was clearly trying to go for Riftwalkers because he had the Pike augment, and he had to play around Belveth too, so 2 out of 3 Riftwalker. Yeah. Super awkward, and some positioning was like kind of awkward because he had to put Belveth kind of close to the front for confrontation. And then for Setsuko, he hit the Tactician's Crown off of the Earth's Grab Bag. There's a lot of discussion about whether or not he should roll at 7 because he would be able to be higher tempo and then go to 8 to effectively put in whether you want to go for 5 Renegades or things like that. And so it could have been Setsuko being perhaps a little bit too greedy, but as everyone knows, rolling on 7 just feels so much worse because your level 4 or your tier 4 odds are so much worse at 15 versus 25%. So I get the instinct of wanting to go to 8, but in this case, it did not pay off for Setsuko.
Yeah, 2 things that I want to point out in this game is that actually the choice of augments, the prismatic augments, really like set me off a little bit because, for example, we had Tex with Burton Bale, that it's great, but if you have like the front line as the Warwick and the Belbuff, and we usually have like first with Draven, he wasn't that good, he could have gone better with the golden ticket, and then we have IBI1 with the Woodland augment. So what happened?
Yeah, so I would just say something about Tex Summers is that 8th was almost something that I foresaw, but I was hoping it wouldn't be the case. Verdant Veil, a fantastic augment if you're going to play Laser Core and Warwick because it just gives you that free item slot, plus gives you attack speed, everything you could want, but it's a little bit too early. Just like taking Aximark 2-1 can be incredibly risky unless you actually hit everything later on to the game. And so Tex Summers took something that had high ceiling and payoff, but because he had such low HP, he had to force to reroll at 7. And as you know, in Laser Core, if you're rolling at 7, it's often a really bad spot because you want to go to 8, have more units, hit that Mordekaiser, but you have to roll all the way down to 0. But on the other side, Flancy played around his Prismatic augment so well because he was taking Electro Charge 3 and Brawler Crest in a spot where I thought you want to be going more for things like Scope Weapons and play around Laser Core, but he recognized the Aatrox out. And one of the specialties that China has this set is learning how to play around really powerful emblem combinations, particularly around Aatrox. You're looking at Mech, you're looking at Brawler, you're looking at Mascots. So leave it up to China once again to be able to bring the goods. So Flancy showing off why he is rightfully so crowned currently as CN's greatest hope.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really excited with this game because we are learning so much about the decisions they pick during the game, that how can these compositions can evolve. And lastly, before we go into a short break, I've seen Enzo in the early game and the mid game was like unbreakable with that unkillable Annie. So what do you think that happened that didn't got into that point with the Spellslingers?
Enzo's early game seems to be really good. It seems like he's constantly putting himself himself in a position to convert. He has a lot of HP. He's got a lot of momentum. I don't necessarily see what's happening wrong in the mid to late game, but it could be the fact that Enzo is either one, he's not hitting on time, which is a possibility, but two, it seems like he's consistently having suboptimal items, right? He had to go Rage Blade Titans on a Twisted Fate. Even though he had a really strong front line with the Annie 2, with the Absolution and Warbox, that's a fantastic combination, but his follow through on the back end did not seem to line up, so maybe some awkward itemization. Either way, he has to kind of move past it, right? The most important thing is that he has most of it figured out. Right now, I think in set 8, currently at this part of the meta, learning how to play stage 2 and stage 3 is the hardest part of the game. And so he has the hardest part figured out. He has to just convert on the rest, and perhaps maybe it's one or two things that change that can make all the difference.
And know when your war is strong enough to win and get into late game, or just toss over and upgrade it. So that was a really interesting game. We have game 3 around the corner, but before that, we're gonna go for a little short break. We'll be right back.
It's a beautiful day for some more team fight tactics. My name is Niberia, joined here by Impetuous Panda and Mordog, and we're ready to get into game number 3 of the final day of the Monsters Attack Championship. We've had a little bit of a shake-up in the standings, not quite the first 2 games we were expecting.
Yeah, right now is a game where players can actually reach those 18 points. Maybe this adds the extra layer in this competition, a checkmate format where players start getting targeted. You know, if Bintium's doing really well, if Flancy's doing really well, if Rereplay especially is doing well on AD Flex, some players might start holding units, try to contest them a tiny bit.
Yeah, I think it's, you know, like you said, Replay's got that big lead. He only needs like a 5th, give or take, and so that's going to allow him to play something very comfortably, whereas a lot of people really need these first. You look at Setsuko also, I think kind of the big story here, really needs something big. So in a way, he's almost going to be playing 1st or 8th from here on out, and so we're going to see that kind of, again, greedy play style come into play. And I think the other thing has been the early augments, right? We've seen 2 stage 2 hero augments. I think that maybe has thrown a few people off. We know coming in, we talked about the 4 cost carries being the favorite. it. So hopefully this game we get a different augment here that can mix things up.
Yeah, and that'll empower some players in the later stages of the game. You know, we know Setsuko is very flexible on those lines heading into the late stages of the game, but since we've been having all of these early off-ramps, it's not been a great time for him so far. Meanwhile, though, like we were talking about earlier, Rereplay only needs a 5th in order to get on check for the next game.
In that middle pack, though, I think that's where it's most interesting. Enzo, he's 7th, but clearly very, very happy. He knows that there's still a very good chance he can reach 18 in the next 2 games, and then again be one of those players in contention for a first place. He's been playing a lot of scrappy TFT the last 2 days. I've been watching his point of view quite often. I'm not going to say he low-rolled, but he had these tough starts and had to kind of salvage them into 4s like we saw the last game, just scraping those positions. Hopefully, he can get a little bit luckier now that Mortog is on the cast with us, and hopefully get blessed in that early game.
Yeah, it's interesting. You look at the points right now, and I think a lot of people are like, okay, if you're at 8, you're in trouble. But really, if you're at 8, that's only 2 games off of check. And it's really just going to come down to will Rereplay get into that check format. And if not, you're actually looking pretty comfortable here.
And I think that mental game is the most important aspect. You know, we're potentially 2 games off of the championship being decided, but you need to understand that you still got time. For players like Enzo, seeing him in that bubbly mood on the LEC stage, bouncing back and forth, that's a good sign because you need to keep that mental up in order to make it all the way to that checkmate.
Setsuko, good component start for him, has that early bow, one of the better options, but someone who has an even better one, as an AD flex player, you have a Deathblade sitting on your item bench. I mean, this is a player that is just so comfortable on Infinite Team, on Laser Core, on really any kind of AD or Vayne related board. What a start for Rereplay.
Yeah, I was going to say, the Deathblade usually
Oh my goodness.
Mark, turn it off!
I'm sorry, Mort, but come on, what's going on here?
I mean, normally the Deathblade is not something you're that excited about early, but the fact that you have the Vayne, you can go the IE Shojin here. There's also an option to end up with something like Spread Shot. So there's a lot of options. And the other thing here to call out is Duelist. We've talked about this a bunch, is that Duelist is a great top 4 comp. Turns out Rereplay just needs 5th place or higher. So this is really kind of the ideal start for him. And I think a lot of people are going to have to realize if we want to stop him, we're going to have to play aggressive as well. We cannot fall into that greedy play. So we'll have to see. But yeah, okay. 1-2-1 here. So it is another stage 2 hero augment. Whew.
There's options here. Rock Solid, a favorite one, I think, for many chatters, for myself as well, but maybe not the most popular option for Shimiapen there in the bottom. But overall, I think Rereplay is really a player to watch, as you mentioned, Mort, especially if he has an augment where he feels comfortable. Has a few options at the top there, still re-rolling. Grand Challenge can be a duelist option if he's just playing for top 4, but you don't really have the best components for it just yet. QSS is really the ideal for that Fiora, alongside belts, items in general, like the Warmogs.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is that by having these early hero augments, we'll see either some reroll or some early aggression. And as we talked about, that can be kind of the counter pick here. Some interesting choices there. We see the Silas augment getting picked. Rereplay does end up going with the Fiora augment, you know, and so now it's also kind of look around to see who's going to have that underground start. But we do see the 4 duelist here, right? 4 duelists. We see the Deathblade slammed here, so this is a great start for Rereplay that could possibly put him into check later.
I'm curious your guys' opinion, because I personally kind of like this. You get the tempo from the 4 duelist early, you have items on Vayne, who's going to be your secondary carry going into the late stages, and they don't really contest each other for components. Fiora goes for those tanky builds, Vayne goes full AD.
Could have slammed the glove on the Vayne as well, but I do think QSS is the best actual item for Fiora in this carry position with the Grand Challenge, alongside of Warmogs. Titans as well, very, very good, but overall has some flexibility, as you mentioned, with having either tank components for that Fiora or those damage items for the Vayne, and it's a very early Vayne as well. Going to be so easy to 4 win streak with 4 duelists already online.
So this is a really interesting start. I think it's the first time we've seen Kingslayer all weekend. Kingslayer can get pretty insane if you can hit that Silas 3 early, and knowing that so many other people are rerolling, you know, we get a look at the augments on the side there. A lot of 2-cost augments, so not great for the Kingslayer player, but if he can get that Silas 3 with something like a Warmogs, that can do a lot of damage and be really hard to take down.
Tech Summers in his comfort zone as well, talking about Rereplay loving to play AD Flex. Tech Summers not even Flex, you can remove the word, it's really just Laser Core for the most part the last 2 days, and once again in that comfort zone, we've seen him popping off with Warwick across so many different games, trying to do it again with the Yasuo support.
And we were a little bit concerned coming into today, knowing that that's how Tex has been playing for the last couple of days, you know, saying it's not going to be a reliable way in order to get those top 4s, but we really haven't seen him contested heavily on it. He's been able to go down this line and find, you know, mild to moderate success, depending on the game. And I'm wondering if that's going to change as we get later into the day, because we know it is one of those top 4 compositions.
Yeah, certainly something he's been playing. Something else we have to call out is YBY1 also apparently has 4 underground. So really strong opener here is going to be able, with the Unrelenting Force, we saw a lot of people have success with that across the weekend. So get some good tank items on that Vi. That can do a lot of good stuff here. The question is, how far will that heist go? Will it be one of those heist 2, heist 3 with the pressure? Or can he hit that heist 4, heist 5 for some big, big plays?
And the upside is no item slams, but you're playing underground for a loss streak anyway. You have a lot of great half components for that BC for the Vi, a chain as well for this Vi, maybe a redemption with that tier. So overall, what could be a very explosive start. We saw Flancy, who is also in this lobby, had a really great Unrelenting Vi game in that day 1. Could be a repeat here from YBY.
And so early on this Gadgeting route, going for Pyromania, interestingly enough, something we generally don't see coming out of our players.
Yeah, that's another augment that requires some specific setup, but can be really good against something like the Duelist. Anything that's in melee range is going to get hit by that stun. And if you get a lot of those tank items, you can generate that mana, get something like a Redemption to allow for some healing, or a Gunblade. A lot of Dragon Claws, interestingly enough. A lot of double defensive going on here. So I think that's going to slow down things and actually be a little hard to deal with for someone like Rereplay. But again, this feels like a very aggressive lobby with a lot of these early tank items.
YBY picks up a second Vi from this carousel, has maybe a Bramble Slam for the future, as well as a bow, which isn't really ideal for Ezreal for the most part. Doesn't really make any BIS other than Giant Slayer. But look at this start from Setsuko. He has a Jhin at level 5, taking a page out of YBY's book in that game 1, and such a great start already.
Yeah, I think if Setsuko had 2 rough games to start with, this feels like the kind of start he's looking for. He's got that Jhin. If he can find that Vex very quickly, that's going to allow him to play that win streak. And we've seen all weekend that Setsuko can play really well from that 100 health position. So this is a really nice spot to be in. I really like the Hurricane Slam here, trying to make good use of his items. It's going to put that Gargoyle Stoneplate on the Wukong with the 2 Defender. That's going to be really good against the Sivir here. Even playing the Lulu here for just a little bit of extra damage. Could have been tempted to sell that for Econ, but knowing that he needs to apply the pressure here, this is great. Can he find the Vex early? That's what it's going to come down to.
I was enjoying watching Tex's face during that because he saw this board and kind of went, huh?
Yeah.
The relative high roll, I think, going to throw a wrench in a lot of players' game plans for this stage 2, hoping to win streak all the way. Not going to be the case now with both of North America's players in their comfort zone, trying to go for that 5 win streak. Hopefully not going to meet each other in this last fight in stage 2. But overall, Setsuko has upgrades in the front line as well, has just good tank components, and obviously has all the damage he needs with a Jhin right now. So just such a great start for him.
Yeah, something to update as well going on as we saw Flancy and YBY1, who both made their boards very weak, trying to continue their loss streak. And unfortunately, YBY1 ended up winning that, so ended up losing his loss streak with that underground. So we'll see that Flancy's going to be able to continue that.
YBY1, definitely a player that I came in today very high on, but it's been struggling as we see both 100 streakers going against each other. This new Fiora 2 for Rereplay might be enough to save him here.
Yeah, the positioning was a little rough there. The Fiora walking backwards and does have the Pike on the Vayne there. So it's really going to come down to this Fiora, and I don't think the Fiora can do this here. We're seeing the power of this augment, though. It is going to be really close here. Fiora doing her best. The Jhin gets one more snipe here. It's going to be really close.
Ooh, she's
Fiora, surely not. Oh, my goodness. Grand challenge. What a great augment for stage 2, especially with that kill test, as I mentioned earlier. So important to make sure Fiora continues to heal all throughout the fight.
She's just that good, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and that's going to be big. Again, we keep talking about Rereplay, but the story here, being in first place with these 14 points, this is exactly the start he needed. And so right now it looks like we could be heading into check if he can just convert this into a top 4. Really beyond that, it just doesn't matter because of the checkmate format. Once you have these 18 points, that's it,
And the only person who's going to be challenging his momentum are going to be those lost streakers down at the bottom. They're going to be building up their economy pretty significantly. Yeah, Rereplay is only on 30 gold, but he's been full streaking this entire time with a board that is just getting stronger through this mid game.
And Bintium relatively healthy for how much gold he actually has. Level 4 all throughout, 50-something gold at this point in time, and still 87 HP, so a pretty good spot for Bintium. Curious to see what the actual cap is for this Kingslayer augment. As you mentioned, Mort, we have not seen much of it throughout this tournament, and I just don't really know where it stands when we get into stage 4. I guess it really depends on how early you hit the Kingslayer, the Silas 3.
Yeah, the big thing is we've seen this a bunch this weekend, right? We're at the 3-1 roll down, you're one off of level 5. How deep do you roll down here? see what you can hit, how many silences. Right now, you're only at 4, though, so it's really hard. Even this Vayne actually feels a little bit like wasting of gold if you're trying to get that Kingslayer. And right now, when you're only at 4, this feels like a level up and just let it slow roll, or try to just play the Silas a bit. He has 6 now. That's 8. He's got 8. So doesn't quite hit it, but has the 8 in the shop here. I imagine this is going to be decisions. Yeah, does he lock the shop, allowing him to then put in a unit when he hits level 5? Will be tricky here. So I do like the items he has, though. If he can get something like a Jeweled Lotus, he already has the Guard Breaker and the Hand of Justice, which will be a really good combination.
Gonna sell the Lucians altogether. Could have maybe leveled to actually open up one more slot on the bench by adding a unit onto the board. We did see on the left there, just for a second, Shimapen did actually pick rock solid the Malphite carry augment. I was joking around, but he went with it. Doesn't really have the greatest setup for it now. Doesn't have those tank items on that Malphite, but Axiom Mark, an option for Vintium, I think not really the case when you're not playing Lulu.
Yeah, so looking at the augments, Setsuko immediately slams Second Wind. Flancy right now struggling with that Rising Force. We saw Setsuko struggle with Game 1 as well. Does get Last Stand, though, so at least if he spikes later, he'll be very powerful in the endgame. There's another Last Stand from YBY1. That also looking good. We see some Double Trouble from Bentium, and wow. Okay, this is great. Getting the Double Trouble, that's an augment that has kind of gone down in favor, but with the Silas 3, that gives him a second Silas that's going to make that Silas even better. That's essentially a 4th item going on there. So this could be a very powerful version if he can get something like a Redemptions and a Gargoyle Stoneplate, and then play off that Anima Squad in the Vayne here.
I do want to point out as well, YBY1 and Flancy both contesting that Ezreal reroll composition from 2 different ends. YBY going for Unrelenting Force, Flancy with the Rising Spell Force.
Yeah, this is interesting, and so now it's going to be a question of like building up that secondary carry. You can play off the Nasus here, but one of the challenges with Double Trouble is that you want to run something deep like 5 Anima, but you also want to run a lot of those pairs to get that Double Trouble value. And so it's a question of which champions is he going to invest in. It seems like he's very close to the Nasus, but do we see something invested in like the Riven, the Vayne? A lot of options here.
And Tex has sold that Sivir, is now on the Vayne. He's mentioned this before in the time playoffs. He's so comfortable playing with Vayne as an item carrier throughout Stage 3 and then eventually becoming a Warwick with that QSS already slammed. Sometimes we talk about players not being flexible and that being a bad thing. In the case of Tex, he executes so well on the comp, he knows that I think it's gotten him this far. He's trying to continue replicating that same success in this Game 3.
Don't fix what ain't broke, and also looking at this leaderboard Rereplay continuing to win streak after picking up that trade sector. So North America's strongest player and the points leader of this lobby could be finding that check this game.
Yeah, if you look at this situation, it feels like Rereplay is looking very comfortable to go into check. Another big thing to talk about here is YBY1 is 1 loss away from Heist 3 at least. And again, having that Last Stand, I think he can comfortably go to Heist 4. And that's what we talked about, right? That's that break point where it starts being so powerful, it can swing the fights later. So he's going to be very threatening later.
The biggest thing, any player that is, maybe losing a lot of HP in Stage 3, when it gets Stage 4 and these players activate Last Stand, they are starting these Exodia players that hit a massive spike. And if you're not careful, if you're too low on your health, you maybe face 2 of these opponents in a row, you might be in big trouble. You might eat an 8th in this Game 3. So going to be a very interesting late game transition into that Stage 4.
Yeah, looking at Flancy, it's interesting here because he's got 10 points, which means if he can get a first, he goes into check. It seems pretty unlikely from this position, but it could. So now it's a question of, like, what do you go for here? Because getting an 8th place, that's going to put you in an awkward situation where next game you need a first or second. Whereas if you can get something even like a 6th or a 5th, that'll put you in position to prime move into check. And that's one of the weird things about this format is you constantly have to be thinking about how close am I to check? How do I move forward? Especially now that it does look sort of inevitable that Rereplay may cross that threshold.
Chance for cash out does not take it. YBY trying to greed out. Of course, you have Last Stand. We saw it with Salvi in EMEA Finals. It is this kind of, plan B where you can go all the way. You can really take massive risks and then cash out once you have that option to. We don't really see the Ezreal gameplay. He knows it's contested. Instead opts to just play Vi as a very solid front line. And then you can throw in any kind of DPS in the back line. In this case, for right now, it will be that Bel'Veth.
And I like that decision as well. The ability to bail out of this contested composition is really powerful, and an option that Flancy doesn't have. He's stuck on this Rising Spell Force.
Oh no, this is really doomed. Not a single tear to be seen, not a single rod. Well, maybe some tears on Flancy's face when he sees that all he has now are 3 swords, has to build into an AD game plan, and he has an Ezreal carry augment.
Yeah, the one positive is he did find the Jhin, and Jin's going to be able to take advantage of that Deathblade and preserve a little bit of health here. Hopefully he can get some powerful items and convert this into something like a 6th. This is one of those plays where, again, just try to get as many points as you can. I think it is absolutely correct here, though, to just completely abandon your hero augment, lean into the last stand, maybe get a Riftwalker, and use the extra items. But the thing to note here is that Flancy got Underground online pretty late. This is Heist 1, I believe we're going to see.
Second Jhin, though, in the shop. And maybe an unfortunate win as well, Niberia. He was on an 8-loss streak. We would have hoped to get 2 more, considering he has last stand as well. Get as much econ as possible to roll down for that Riftwalker board, as you mentioned, Mortdog. But in the end, does not find it.
Yeah, a bit of a spectator bug there. It looked like the cash out was more impressive than it was, but it really was just Heist 1. He got the single armor off of that. So again, not a big spike. He did find the second Jhin, so if he can get lucky and find that third Jhin, that can maybe preserve a bunch of health.
And meanwhile, looking at this board, Rereplay has taken a loss since the last we seen him, down to 81 HP, but hits that 6 duelist spike. Not going to get much stronger until he finds the 3 duelists. This is going to be enough to carry him through that mid game.
Running it back once again at the end of every stage, it seems that both players are going to face each other. Setsuko versus Rereplay. We did see Rereplay taking in the last fight with Fiora, doing so much for this duelist comp, but Fiora's already dead. It's only now down to the Vayne and the Kale. Can they do it? The huge stun comes out from Morgana, and that is just too much CC to handle. Right now, Rereplay finally takes that loss, revenge from Setsuko, but both players still very far ahead in HP.
The one thing looking at Replay's board that's really costing him here is he had that Vayne early, right? We saw that all the way in stage 1. He's still on Vayne 1, and all those items are on a 1-star unit with not much multiplicative damage there, and so that's really costing him a lot of health here. And if there was anything that was going to risk him from going into that check format, it could be not finding that Vayne 2.
Yep, secondary carry is so important in these compositions, and YBY going to be looking for a cash out on this next turn, very likely. He's got that lock prepared. Belveth pair at the ready for the pivot.
And so rich as well. I mean, almost 50 gold already, level 7. After this moves. And a Belveth too, which is even more important. He was lacking DPS. Now he has it. All he needs is to find as many Vides as possible to make sure his front line will withstand as much DPS.
Look at those items too. That is fantastic. Yeah. ET, Last Whisper, Giant Slayer, and the Shojin.
That was 3. That was the big thing I was reacting to, was he found the Belveth and the Bloodthirster, giving him a really strong option here. And he's 1 loss away, actually 1 loss or win here from reaching that Heist 4 breakpoint. I think at 13 health, there's no way you can push it to 5, even with Last Stand. But a 4, again, we've talked about, is just so much gold value here, and that should spike him up pretty well.
And there it is, the rock solid in all of its pure action. The Malphite now with the Gargoyle's Flowing Plate trying to withstand as much damage as possible. But the Lulu so low. She has a blue buff, she has the AG, but the Belveth is attacking her already. She's down. She's been taken out in just a few seconds. Shimapen now down to 24. He does not have that Last Stand like Flancy and YBY do.
And I'm glad you didn't say rock solid in all of its glory, because that sure is not a glorious board. Rolling for Nasus as well as Lulu and not hitting really anything at all. So we find our 4-2 augments coming out, the final augments of the game.
Yeah, we have the 4-2 augment and we have the cash out here. Does get a gold, so it'll be a pretty standard game here. We're going to see a lot of Jeweled Lotus, things like Ascension, Makeshift Armor, Ancient Archives, Portable Forge, things like that. So we do get to see very briefly his cash out. There's a full item anvil in there, some extra stuff, an Ornn item in here for YBY1. So again, now just a lot of power. He could take that Blitzcrank grab if he wants. He's got the Randuin Sanctum, which can give that Belveth a bunch of extra armor and MR. So a lot of good options here.
Scope weapons on the side of Tech Summers as well. A great augment to have for that Warwick. Potentially a Belveth can join that Warwick on that board and have a dual carry setup with the Laser Course online. So overall, players are really hitting these huge, huge spikes. Whoever is maybe low rolling will be in big, big trouble as this stage 4 proceeds.
This is interesting here from Shimapen, picking up Super's Heart, something we, I'm going to say, literally never see.
Yeah, I mean, the Lulu comp has been something that, again, I think a lot of people were excited to see this weekend, but we haven't seen a lot of it here. And looking at these items, the big thing missing right now is the healing on the Lulu. We don't see much, despite the component grab bag. It does have this, you know, the Pantheon here and the heart stacking, but if that Lulu takes any residual damage from something like a Warwick or a Belveth, that could drop. And right now, we're just so low. We're still level 5. Eventually, it's just going to come down to being outnumbered here. And, like, even this fight was really close. And this is when you want to be spiking really well with that Lulu comp. So I'm kind of worried here that this might just fall off completely, but hopefully for Shimapen's sake, he can turn this into like a 5th.
But especially if YBY or Flancy hit Last Stand and Shimapen faces them, those are maybe almost guaranteed losses. You have to be very careful now in stage 4. And this is the player I was talking about that might be in big, big trouble once that does occur.
And looking at the top of the standings, we've got something exciting for Enzo here. 88 HP on a streak. Pyromania Gadgetine 5 with an Annie 3. Mort, you were saying that you need some specific conditions to make this work. Is it fair to say Enzo's hit him?
This is pretty close. The one thing I look at when I look at this Annie board that is missing is some healing for that Annie, right? Because you're going to be able to cast and get a lot of AoE stuns here. This is going to be good. I do like the Quicksilver on the side of Rereplay to maybe stop and not get stunned here. But yeah, this Annie is just going to be so difficult to take down. It's got the damage reduction from that 5 Gadgetine. It's got incredibly good tank items. The Ionic Spark actually feels like the odd one out here. Not really the optimal item you want on this Annie. The Augment doesn't give you any extra damage, and we're kind of seeing that here where the Vayne, especially doing true damage, is going to be able to take it down pretty quickly. Thankfully, the backline is going to allow Enzo to win this here, and so I want to see something like a Gunblade built to kind of give that Annie the support she needs.
There will sometimes be heals from the Sona as well, so there is some healing coming in, but as you mentioned, I think maybe not quite enough to have a consistent amount of healing for that Annie to just stay alive the entirety of that fight. Some huge pickups here. We see a double tier on that Pantheon, but Mordekaiser is a big one for Tech Summers. The gods are blessing him from above. The Gen is also there on the carousel. Could be a good option if any player is going to, in any kind of spell singler board, or maybe just trying to play that Jenna for tempo if it is going to be windy possibly.
Yeah, we talked about Flancy, by the way, having that kind of weak underground cash out, has hit that last stand threshold. He's at 1 health at 4-3. This is not where you want to be, unfortunately. And so unless a miracle comes in with this board here, does get the Jin too.
That's the start of a miracle.
Decent. That's a last whisper also if he wants to build it. He's now going to have that extra health, armor, magic resist, and Omnivamp on that Jin, so that's decent. I do also like he's got that Aatrox, but we've seen this again. That Aatrox has a Sunfire on it, and that's been an item that China has really favored for that anti-heal, but does make your tank not quite as tanky as it should be. This should allow him to hopefully get through the rest of the stage, but I worry as everyone spikes in stage 5, it's just not going to be enough.
And Shimapen is in Flancy's pool. If he unfortunately faces him, and he does, this could be the end for Shimapen's journey. This is so tough. Right when a player procs that last stand, you're in huge danger of losing this fight, almost guaranteed from the massive power spike you get from this old augment. Lulu is trying her best. She does have only 2 items for now, but everyone's already dead. No amount of rock solid can save Shimapen here. A massive loss, and big enough to get to exactly 0 HP and be the 8th place player in this game 3.
Well, Flancy's happy, at the very least. Going to be able to survive yet one more round, and this board is looking pretty good with those Riftwalkers hitting across here to Bintum's board, seeing him playing against Rereplay, who's really been struggling recently. We see he's looking for that Yasuo 3, but doesn't seem to have the damage to burn through it. Mort, you were talking about Sunfire before. It's on that Fiora as well.
Yeah, again, the Sunfire, I just don't think it's as popular item, whereas like you look at this board with the Kingslayer, these are amazing items, right? You've got the Warmogs to boost because Silas's spell is based off how high his health is. You have the Gargoyle Stoneplate giving him that maximum armor and MR for as much effective health as you can, and then the Bloodthirster that's going to allow him to heal back up as well as get that shield when it procs. This is amazing itemization. Then with the Vayne in the background, the 5 Anima, if he can get a Vayne 3 with that double trouble, that's looking to be a very good Anima squad comp.
And Bintium rolling for Vaynes might put a wrench in Replay's plans as well for that secondary carry outside of the Fiora, but for now it is Tech Summers on his comfort zone on that Laser Core board. The Warwick has, the QSS has, the Runans online. Will it be enough to take down the Jin? The Jin doing so much damage, killing off these units one by one. The lasers are helping, but they're not quite enough. Tech's taken down out to also a dangerous threshold under 20 HP.
That Aatrox really was the MVP of that fight as we see the state of Replay's Fiora board. But more, like you were saying, that Sunfire isn't long for this world. We saw just how close it was to that Aatrox falling.
Yeah, the positive for Rereplay here is he does have an item remover, so if he gets something better, he can move the Sunfire off to the Neela. The other thing to talk about is whenever we see duelists succeed, it's usually with 1 or 2 lockets to buy that extra time for them to stack up. This is a 0 locket situation. He's got that Spatula, really looking for a bow here. That bow will allow him to take out something like the Gangplank and put in a much stronger unit. And Rereplay right now has to be sweating a little bit because you look at YBY1, who's win streaking and hasn't procced last stand yet. You really need that 5th or higher, and this is looking kind of close.
Has to crack this anvil, has to hope it is a bow. Ooh. And there is one there, so he gets that duelist +1 that can allow him to reach that 8 duelist once he does level up and finds a TF. So all of a sudden, a comp that was very good tempo in stages 2, 3, and 4 now has that next level to cap out to and could potentially guarantee Replay a place in that top 4, which is all he needs to crack that checkmate.
Yeah, right now looking for that Twisted Fate. Is going to find the Yasuo 3. The Neela 3 will also be a very big spike here. So if he can find that, that'll be good. Isn't going to be able to find either one right now, but he'll have a few turns here. And I expect we're going to see the Duelist emblem slammed here. And so hopefully that's going to be enough to, again, all he needs is a 5th. That's what we've got to really keep an eye on.
Meanwhile, Flancy's Riftwalker board versus Bintum. We've seen the Kingslayer, how powerful it is. Fighting now this Jhin in the backline, looking for damage, finding it. The Leona directly onto the Sylas.
So big.
Won't even take him down. Kingslayer just too much damage, but the Aatrox does his job, takes down the Sylas, and Flancy will live for one more round.
Again, big story here. Rereplay losing again. So right now, Flancy and YBY1 both doing incredibly well. Tech Summer struggling a bit, but does win. If Rereplay drops below that 5th place spot, that's going to open up this tournament a massive amount. And so we've really got to keep a close eye on that.
Enzo has been saving up his gold, so understandable he is finally losing some of that huge HP buffer that he had. He was at 88 HP, now at 55, but he has a chance to hit that next spike once he either goes 8 or tries to roll for that Gnar 3 at 7, but I'm imagining he's going to go 8 instead. What do you think?
Yeah, I think we're definitely going to go 8 here. The thing with the 5 Gadgeting comp is if you can find, the Nunu, that's going to spike it really well. Quick talk, Rereplay did manage to hit a Duelist, saw the Neela 3 as well, so that is going to give him a chance here. So now we're looking at Flancy's board.
Big Shroud.
YBY's board, we've seen it before, the pivot out of that Vi reroll. Flancy, the 2 Last Stand players, and it looks like the Last Stand buff is big enough here for Flancy, doing insane amounts of work for him, but this Vi unrelenting force, just too powerful. Flancy's Jhin falls, and he will along with it.
Yeah, the Leonas here doing massive damage to these single tanks. We saw the Aatrox and the Kingslayer both struggle with that Leona, just doing a ton of damage here. And so now with Flancy out, that's one more closer for Rereplay. Tech Summers is struggling a bit here, has pretty good Warwick, but just hasn't hit that, can't hit that 6 laser core. The Warwick struggling a bit, maybe not the best admin here, and so right now Tech Summers kind of struggling, but Rereplay has to be looking at both of them. In a way, that the Gnar 3 is going to be big. I think in a way, Rereplay is almost hoping that Setsuko could also start to fall off a bit, because right now, again, everything he can do to just get that 5th place.
And could have rolled on 8, but instead, because he has a Sona options as well, I think he decided to roll on 7, which I think is also correct in this case. Going to slow down that Nunu joining that board, as you mentioned earlier. But for this fight now, Tech Summers, the Warwick, very safe right now with scope weapons, obviously going to attack from very, very far away. And the Blitzcrank trying to tank as much as possible. The Jhin doing his own, but the Undertow not going to be big enough. The Jhin is not touched at all. The DPS going to continue flowing on the side of Setsuko's board, but it looks like finally this laser core board might have come together. The drones helping out. Setsuko finally taken down a notch, and Tex survives at 9 HP.
Frontline just too weak. Warwick will chew through, and YBY here hasn't procced the Last Stand, so don't worry about it too much. Down to 3 HP, so still won't proc it. 2 lives left for the Vietnamese player.
Leona?
Yeah, and again, I know I'm over-focusing on it, but again, Rereplay did win his round here. So, yeah, there's a Nunu with the Dragon Claw. That's going to be big for Enzo. That's pretty big. But Tech Summers struggling a bit. YBY1 still not in that Last Stand range.
Don't do it. Oh, he's going to do it.
Enzo is praying for that not to be taken. He finally crosses the carousel, takes it for himself, and has that easy upgrade. Right now, doesn't have to go 8 for it instead. So just, in the end, doesn't even get punished for rolling on 7. Has the best of both worlds.
Yeah, the Nunu is going to allow him to have another strong carry here. So he's got the Gnar. He can itemize this as well. Double Bloodthirster on this Gnar. This is really interesting, but I do like this play with the 2 heart. That's going to allow it even more time to stack up. He's got that Pyromania, and so the Sona here actually doing a lot of work. If he can get the Sona 3 with the Gadgeting, that's going to be a lot of extra healing as well. So this is a really unique version of the 5 Gadgeting that's looking really good.
Tech Summers, though, we've seen this laser core many times before, going up against Rereplay's board, who only needs a 5th to make it to check this game. The laser core board starting off strong, ripping through that front line that Rereplay has built, and the Mordekaiser has a huge ultimate. Fiora doing her best to tank through it. Mord gets a second ultimate off. There's the Oxforce proc, and the Warwick still uncontested. Finally will fall. Mordekaiser one more. He goes wide, but it doesn't matter. Rereplay takes a loss.
When Mordekaiser cast 3 times in a fight, I think things are definitely going right for you. We saw in that last game, Baby mentioned, a Mord with 3 items immediately got deleted, and you knew that fight was over for that laser core player, but not the case for Tex. 9 HP in a dream. YBY, though, still has not hit that Last Stand. Once he does, he will become an absolute menace in this game 3.
Yeah, that fight was so interesting because the Urgot ult also really slowed down the Vayne there and bought him just enough time to win that fight. And so now we're looking at this lobby, and Enzo's looking really strong. But again, the story here is that we still have 5 other players that are going really close here, and can Rereplay outcome them? It's any fight here, and there's just so much going on that right now it's got to be nerve-wracking for these players.
The placements we're looking for here, Rereplay needs at least a 5th place, and Bintum needs at least a 2nd place to get to that checkpoint.
Clancy, of course, needed a first, but he's already out in 7th. Can't get actually that 18-point threshold for this game 3. Look on the left there, the Gnar already onto the Warwick. Tech Summers might be in big trouble. He's only at 9 HP. The Gnar heals to essentially full again, and the Blitzcrank, he's stalling for time, but there's not really enough DPS accompanying. We're seeing it there. It's pretty much the end for the road for Tex in this case. 9 HP and no longer has a dream in this game 3. Still very far from hitting those 18 points.
And now, of course, on the right side of the screen, Bintum's board is doing pretty well. That Anima squad working out for him. Kingslayer apparently was the key to the composition.
So this is interesting because, again, I know I'm talking about it a lot here, but Rereplay, right now, if you're an NA fan, you're rooting against Setsuko in a way. You want Setsuko to kind of drop out and give that last spot. YBY1 does hit that last stand range, but that's going to be really hard to take down now. So you either want Setsuko or Bentium to go out before Rereplay. That's going to be the key here for Rereplay to hit that check.
Setsuko, only 8 gold, doesn't really have a chance to continue capping his board as we're so used to seeing for him on ladder at the very least, going to 9, adding in these huge 5-cost legendaries.
Yeah, he's really going to need some tank items to bolster because he's got that Jhin with some amazing items, but it seems like his front line is struggling just a bit.
And YBY in such a great position, still 50 gold, has a cap with the last stand, Ascension as well with the time that Vi buys for this comp, but also the chance to go 9 at this point, have a few rolls to actually hit some key upgrades.
Yeah, and we talked about it before that he was the one who hit the Heist 4, which is one of those big spots. So he could make a play for 1st or 2nd here. Unfortunately for him, even if he gets 1st, that'll be 1 point off of check. So it's just one of those like really tough situations. But either way, that'll get him in a really good situation where the stress will be down at least for 1 game.
And Enzo, of course, the last hope for EMEA up here at the top of the leaderboards. A safe 25 health lead over the rest of the lobby will be going up against YBY1, the Southeast Asian player here with that threat board. And on the left side, of course, Setsuko, one of the North American players against Rereplay, both of North America's hope. One's going to be going out here. We can see that Riftwalker board on the left. Jhin still uncontested, but not for much longer. The Fiora ripping through the front line. Jhin so low. Setsuko will fall here. Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, YBY struggling so hard. There's Aurelion Sol doing his best to rip through the remainder of Enzo's composition. But Sona in the back line, Gnar in the front, still so healthy. Finally, they take them down, and Enzo takes his first loss in many a round.
Yeah, so that's the big story here. Rereplay officially has passed that threshold, just like we called out. Setsuko being a bro there, allowing him to get across. And so next round, he's going to be the person to watch. So now everyone else kind of going for points here, you know, trying to see what we can do going on here. And Enzo kind of doing really well in this lobby.
Setsuko, despite obviously a tough start to the day, he is improving on his placements every single game. The trend continues and no one actually gets that 4 or 5 game win. He could be in position in game 6 or 7 to actually get a first, which he does so well.
Enzo as well, bouncing back from those earlier finishes where he was struggling so much. This Gadgettine board surely can take down YBY1 the 2nd time. So we see the Aurelion Sol meteors going far and wide, but that Sona still uncontested. The healing, the stuns, the damage, doing so much to keep Enzo's board alive. The Leona doing her best to take it out. Nunu goes into the backline, but Asol still nearly full health, as is the Bel'Veth. They just have not been touched all game long. It's up to Gnar. It's up to Sona, and they are not up to the task. Enzos takes another loss, and YBY is that much closer to his Czech dream.
Anyone that faces YBY at this point in the game is in big trouble. Level 9, 2-star, 5-cost legendaries, last stand, Ascension. I mean, this is the late game board that you dream of when you're going into a game like this where you need to have a good result. As you mentioned, Mort, no matter what placement YBY gets, he's not going to get that 18 points that he really needed, but he will be much more safe going into that game 4, has a chance to actually make sure whoever is in contention for that first place cannot actually win the tournament, can actually contest them, because he doesn't need more than an 8th place.
Yeah, the big story here is Enzo, actually, right? right? Enzo at 8, every point's going to matter, and if he can squeeze out a first, which does look unlikely against this YBY1 board, but even second place, that's going to put him at 15, which will, again, make the next game very low pressure. And so it seems like next game is going to be all about how can we make sure Rereplay doesn't take first place.
And it's not going to be much of a problem this game. From the looks of this fight, it's YBY's board just keeps tearing into these duelists. Fiora no longer enough of a front line as Rereplay,
big loss,
despite securing the check, will take that third place.
Is it big enough? Enzo
still surviving. There's Replay's board. The Ghost against Enzo. Enzo's board is going to fall here, and he'll take the loss. YBY secures check in for game number 4. All he needs is an 8th. He can just coast for the next game.
Enzo would have loved the second place there, as you mentioned, Mort. Every point does matter. Has potential, of course, in this next game to actually just have maybe a 4th or a 3rd and still make those 18 points. But now is going to be required to do much, much more.
Yeah, this is one of those interesting situations where next game, it's all about Rereplay, right? If he wins, tournament's over. That's a big deal. If he doesn't win, I think there's like 3 other players that are like really, really close. And so we're looking at one of those situations where game 5 could be 50% of the people in that format. And so game 5 looking really spicy. It's all about, can you keep Rereplay down, and what's he going to bring out to try to get that first place? Because he's got one shot where he's uncontested and he's the only one that can win the tournament.
Yeah, YBY completely guaranteed next game to make that break point. So we will have at least 2 players competing for check. Like you said, very likely many more. We'll see exactly how many when we come back from a break and hear from our analyst desk heading into game number 4. Stick around. Enzo surviving. There's Replay's board. The Ghost against Enzo. Enzo's board is going to fall here, and he'll take the loss. YBY secures check in for game number 4. All he needs is an 8th. He can just coast for the next game.
Enzo would have loved the second place there, as you mentioned, more.
What a beautiful trophy that we had, the golden spatula, and this third game with YBY taking a lead. But unfortunately, we've seen the overall standings on this point, and he was 1 point away to be on checkmate and get this point. But Rereplay is able to get the championship if he has a top 1, Peter.
Yeah, this is such a wild situation to be heading into now, where potentially at the end of the next game, if Rereplay does not win, we could potentially have 7 players on check battling for that championship.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really heavy motivation to make sure that extra game does happen. Maybe we're asking between the break. If you're Rereplay, you know a target is on your back coming for this next game. How do you even approach it?
I think Rereplay should focus on doing what he is doing now because he's doing a really good job. He's going for really strong build-ups and using that to get the value advantage to get a very decent placement. Now, Rereplay is the first and only person to play check, so we will see the other players trying to make sure to deny that one player. Since he's the only one, if there were 2 or 3 more, then it would be impossible to contest them all, but Rereplay is definitely going to be contested and denied by the others, so he does need to go for a comp that's very flexible.
So let's go back into the winner of this game and how it evolved into this game. Now, I want to point out, Peter, that we had very great last stand augments of use in this game because we had Flancy survived most of the game. He saved like a top 8 into a top 5, top 6, and then after that we have YBY that he was really good with it, and of course he had this Belveth 2 very early on for 1.
Yeah, and I think Frodo was talking about this in our green room, saying, in a lobby where 2 people got last stand, it's very, very hard for both of you to thrive, knowing that you have to win every single round going forward. I do think, as far as an augment goes, and a situational augment goes, it's absolutely the right choice to be picking out these kind of augments at this kind of moment.
I mean, it is a world like a championship at the moment, so the players do want to go for the strongest possible compositions, and the easiest way to do that is to go for undergrounds into last stand. Unfortunately, it was contested, so Flancy had a slightly weaker build that could not prevail, but still regardless, it was a good strategy.
Now, if you see the standing in here, you will see that Rereplay has this on fire Pengu on him. That means that he has the chance to be the top champion, because if he has a top 1, he can do it with checkmate. Now, I really want to explain a little bit more of these games and how can we expect the other ones. We haven't talked about Enzo with the gadgeting emblem. I think Bebe, for example, we had other options for this composition, but Enzo has a constant of like really doing well in early and mid game and just surviving on late game.
I mean, Enzo does have the right idea. Going for these Oxforce based like a early like a tempo win streak strategies is very decent for a tournament platform. It's just that he needed a bit more RNG and a bit more completion for the composition to get a slightly higher like a placement. Unfortunately, that just did not happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's really exciting going into this next game. Of course, North America has never taken a TFT championship. It does seem extremely unlikely it will happen in this next game, just because, everybody else in the lobby is motivated to make sure it doesn't. But what a story it would be if somehow he pulled it off.
Yeah, and what about Bintim? That we've seen this Silas carry early on in the game, and we felt like, it's a bit weird, but actually when he after got double travel, I think it was a great idea because with Anima Squad, just 3 of them and the synergy, and he pulled out that 2 misfortunes 2 stars, so that was amazing.
Amazing.
Yeah, what a fantastic board. I hope we see more like it.
I hope so too, Peter. You know why? Because Game 4 is ready to launch. I'm eager to see who's gonna give this top 1, so I'll leave you with our beautiful casters.
Thank you so much, Calypso. We are here in game number 4, and game number 5 is the one really looming over our heads here. We mentioned it at the end of last game. The only player in threat of winning the championship is Rereplay.
And for the first time ever, Mort, this is now a game where you have to be griefing a single player. It feels bad, but this is just the way checkmate works, especially in this case where there's only one player, as Vivian mentioned, that has crossed that threshold already. What do you think the tactics are going to come into play here?
I think YBY1 and especially as well, they need to really make sure they they just watch him. They stalk him. Anything he does, grab the same hero augment, grab the same augment, grab the same units, hold it. The fact that you literally just need 1 point, you can spend the entire game griefing, and it is the correct play. You absolutely need to do this. And it's a very unique situation where none of them have practice doing this. I don't think any of them have been in the situation where my entire goal is to just grief somebody. But again, if you want to win, this is the play to do it, and you have to be ready to do it. It's going to be so fascinating to watch because that's all that matters.
And to set the stage as well for what that's going to look like, of course, we mentioned at the end of last game, YBY1 is guaranteed to be in that contention for champion by game 5. He just needs an 8. He needs to log on and hit at least 1 key.
Yep.
And then he is going to be in check. Bintum, similar situation, just needs an 8th place. So we're very likely, almost certain to have 3 players by game 5.
And players like Tetsuko, for example, are the ones that have to just play their own game, assume that everyone else will take care of making sure that Rereplay can't win. Despite this being NA and NA on both sides of the spectrum, this is just how it plays out in the end for this game 4. He has to try and get, again, he can't get to 18 even with that first place, but just try and get as close as possible to guarantee in game 5 and hope he can go for a game 6.
Yeah, Setsuko's play here, he's still not out of this, right? Because this should be an easy mode game for him. With everyone griefing each other and everyone playing kind of silly, he should be at least able to free top 4. I would expect even top 2. That's going to put him up to that 14-15 range. Then he just has to maybe, survive that crazy game 5 and could be in that check just for game 6. So even Setsuko not out of it here, this is going to be just the most interesting game. This will feel like a non-conventional game of TFT. I can't stress that enough, and it'll be so fascinating to see how they play into it.
And in the same way we're looking at Setsuko, we're also going to be looking at Tex Summers and Enzo. Enzo only needs a 5th place in order to get himself in check. Tex Summers needs a 2nd. But like you said, Mort, in such an unconventional lobby, those dreams are not so far away.
Yeah. Player like Rereplay, he got a more of a top 4 game plan last game of the Grand Challenge. In this case, to switch back to that AD flex that can cap out very, very high with either Infinity board, for example, with the legendary 5 cost, or even just something like a Belvet board with the Riftwalker, with the Renegades, that has done so well for him throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see. We've had 3, hero augments on stage 2.
Not again.
Hopefully not a 4th here, so we get some more interesting variety. The one positive, though, is if we see that, we'll get a glimpse into what is that strategy, right? Does everyone roll for the same augment? Do we watch them, not slam early? But again, YBY1 especially here should be doing nothing but watching, and trying to grief as well as he can here.
Yeah, going to be opening up on...
Got that admin going.
Admin start and replay.
Ooh.
Love it or hate it. Looks like Lulu reroll is on the table here.
I'm looking more at this Gadgetine start, and I feel like the fact he's already got the Gadgetine, because I don't see great Lulu items here, so that makes me a little worried. But again, Gadgetine is not really something that goes into a first place. That's the thing to be worried here, is that he literally just needs a first place. Anything else is completely irrelevant. And looking at these items, these feel
not Lulu.
Yeah, these feel something more like, the Riftwalker that you've seen before. He's holding those Kales looking, oh my goodness.
We're back to hero augments, 2-2-2, and I think we have to be very careful not to pick up a reroll augment, because then it's going to be so easy to target him, so easy for every single player in this game to hold 1 or 2 of whatever he's trying to reroll for and deny him that first place, or maybe even a top 4.
Pray for not adaptive defenses, Hextech Retribution.
Yeah, and so right now we're watching Rereplay, we're watching YBY1, we're seeing what they're doing, and you can see there's this game of chicken going on here. Bintham does manage to slam the Vi already because he's got a 4 underground start, which is great, but also, again, not what he's supposed to be doing right now. He just needs a 7th or better, so we
Burning
do see...
Spirit, that's the pickup.
Yep. So Bentham with this a really good start here with this 4 underground, but I suppose the one thing you could do here is if you go for a really deep underground cash out and go for a first place here, well then Rereplay can't get a first place. So that is one way to consider trying to sort of counter grief that first.
Rereplay going to be on that Burning Spirit, on the Annie support, going to be angling towards Oxlingers. That means that everyone in their stage 4 rolls are going to be holding onto Nikos, holding onto those TFs as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to go with Oxslinger. It feels like maybe that felt like the only thing he could do because we haven't seen Oxslinger be that sort of first place comp. And so maybe this is kind of him accepting that this is going to be a hard game. And so, but I don't know. You got to take some big risks here. Maybe something like a Nico 3, but even trying to 3-star a 4 cost here when you're that contested is going to be really tough.
Of course, looking across the board, we saw several hero augments for that reroll, and one that we've much maligned here, David, in the Rock Solid.
It's back. It means business.
Oh no, even worse! League of Draven!
Oh, Tech Summers has finally gone off of his laser core game plan, and is this really what convinced him to do it? A Draven augment?
Off his plan and out of his damn mind.
I don't know. I think in this, it's definitely not one of those S-tier comps, but the fact he already has the Draven 2, and the fact that he knows a lot of the lobby is sort of contesting each other, this is a time where you could take this augment, get a bunch of gold with some big kills, and maybe convert this. And, you know, he does need a second or higher, so that is a really risky play. I don't know that I agree with it, but there's at least some argument to, like, using the Draven, getting these big gold, and trying to spike.
Titan Resolve has been slammed for replay, maybe signaling he's not actually going for Oxlingers, instead trying to go for some kind of a Gnar comp. We saw it from Enzo in the last game, but for a first place, you really need to high roll that 4-2 augment, especially when that gadget team +1 to actually even have a chance to do it. Enzo got close. Enzo got really strong. He lost again to a last stand board that was level 9, so maybe that's the angle Replay is going for.
Yeah, I could see that for sure. If you get that Gnar 3, Titan's Resolve, Bloodthirster with a third really good item. But yeah, like you said, it's going to come down to that 4-2 augment. Can you get that Gadgettine emblem to give that 5 Gadgettine spike? That's going to give you the thing that's going to go well. The other question here is, again, Bentham with that, you know, the underground. How well can he spike? Is that going to be the thing that counters it?
And again, he doesn't really need one of those insane spikes that we saw from Flancy on day number 2. He just needs to get that top 4.
I love it. Every single player in stage 2 going to be playing. Oh, whoops! Am I playing Gadgettine as well? Sorry, Replay.
Yeah, I mean this is correct, right? Like Enzo using Gadgettine to get a top 4 here is exactly what he should be doing. I like this play here. Has, you know, got the shroud here. It's going to be able to counter. And like we talked about, if Gadgettine is the play, everyone better be holding every single Gnar. I better see a Gnar on everyone's bench except maybe Setsuko if he's trying to go for that NA Pride, but otherwise, that's how you stop Replay.
2 Prankster going to be pretty common this game, I'm going to guess.
Bit of a win streak going on for Enzo. Going to lose it here. The Lulu can't do it now by herself up against that Sivir support. The mana tempering was so strong a few games ago. I think it essentially serves kind of like a 2-cost version of Righteous Range, where it's a support augment that doesn't just help Infinity Team, it helps really any kind of AD carries coming into stage 4. Could be Bel'Veth, could even be a Warwick. I think I saw a game, not sure in what regionals, where they just had every single AD carry on their board and it worked out really well.
Yeah, Bel'Veth in particular, though, because every time you cast, you gain that extra AD. That Bel'Veth ends up doing a lot of damage. It also allows you to stack sort of full defensive items. You can get like a Bloodthirster or even 2, allowing him to just stack up and do a ton of damage there. Pretty interesting that you have to keep playing that Sivir, but does open up some really cool options here. And we get a small egg on the carousel, which is, again, probably one of the harder ones for a lot of players to deal with because you don't get that economy and you don't get a lot out of the egg even later. So this doesn't spike you as hard in the late game as you'd be hoping for.
Now here's my question to you both. Replay obviously knows he's getting griefed. He's scouted more than once in his life. What does it look like for him to try and defend against this? Is there any composition he can use as a refuge and be like, I can just hide the reveal until level 8 and everything's going to be fine?
I think it's less about that because the honest answer to that is probably not. There's probably nothing you can do. But to the point where it's like maybe Gnar 3 isn't your win condition, maybe it's Nunu 2. And so instead you just play strongest board, preserve as much health as possible, right? He's still 100 health. If he can just play strong boards, work his way to the late game, and then just overpower everybody, that is an option where what do you do when somebody hits a Nunu 2? Nothing. You kind of just take it. And so that does leave him some options here. These are decent, you know, Nunu items. You have that Gunblade, which can do a lot of work. This is a very strong board. I think that's why we're seeing the item slams as well. It's just a question of can you hit it, and again, can you beat the underground player? That's going to be the other big thing you've got to take down.
And with Burning Spirit, I mean, you could normally go into Oxlingers, yes, but you're on a 4-win streak. If you get a high tempo start, ideally that common replay 10-win streak going to stage 4, maybe you just forego that Spellslinger altogether. You go to some kind of fast line board with a very strong Oxforce front line with Annie, with Viego, with these items potentially, and then just try and go for just legendaries, 2-cost them and try and win out that way.
Yeah, the other interesting thing that's going to come down here is like again, if you talk about tempo, right? If Replay's win condition is something like the Nunu, does everyone need to like roll down to 0 at 7 to apply as much pressure as possible to prevent him from hitting that? That's a lot of options. But a lot of the stuff we're talking about is very easy to see from this bird's level view we've got as casters. These players right now in the heat of the moment, especially the non-YBY1 players that also have to worry about their own board, that's a lot to manage. And so they may not be able to do it. And it's so much to ask of these players that Rereplay may still be in a good spot.
And this is the first test, right? Full win streak going into Krugs would secure Replay's top 4 percentage there and would allow him so much more flexibility. It's all on the board of Enzo to stop him, and it's not looking likely.
Big catch from LeBlanc, almost kills off that Annie, can't do it in time, and once again Rereplay in his comfortable position, 5 win streak going into Krugs, 30 gold now as well. The egg does hatch the components and the item comes through. Gonna be an anvil here.
Yeah, this is not what the opponents want to see right now. Is him at 100 health. This is his comfort zone. We've seen him convert this into big wins before. Now it's a question of what is that late game comp? What do you build here? And so this is what NA has shown that they're very strong at this tournament. We've seen them do very well in the stage 2 and stage 3. It's these stage 4 plays from some of our eastern regions that they build those really crazy end game comps. And again, all that matters for, oh that's a tome. If that's a Gadgettine, that could be really crazy right here. So we're going to have to see if this pops. He needs to get he's got 7 traits in. I would recommend trying to get in 1 more trait for 1 more round. Try to increase the odds of seeing a Gadgettine emblem. If he gets that early, that's a massive, massive play here.
Oh, and he's prepping for it. He's got that Sona ready to go, baby.
Yeah, so now he's at 8 traits here. He's going to let it go next round, see what the augment is, pop this. If this is a Gadgettine, this might put him in a position where this is definitely possible to end from here.
Wants to protect the streak, though, is still at 5 win streak, has leveled up to 6, has a chance to slam one of these items, thinking what the best option is. Could just be the Hodge for now, and has the Gadgettine BT as well.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating. This fight right now, up against a Jax 2, but it is a Jax 2 with no items, so may struggle here a little bit, but even if he does, it's not a big deal, because right now we're looking at what can we get here. There is another option here. Even if he doesn't hit Gadgettine, Heart is another option. We've seen Heart do very well. Some crazy, even like Viego. Viego might be the kind of champion that a lot of people don't see coming and could do very well with this Titans and this Gunblade. So it does end up losing the fight. The Jax doing very well. Setsuko, you know, not really helping NA here, but definitely helping himself. And so now we'll see what the augment is, and the bigger thing is we'll see what that tome is.
We have to check Replay's board and have to see what that trait will be. As you mentioned, Hearts.
Oh, it's a prismatic.
And prismatic as well to start things off.
Whew. All right, so YBY1, Cursed Crown, definitely an interesting option here. Cursed Crown could apply a lot of pressure. That'd be one of those really good griefing options that could work. Ends up going with Celestial Blessing, though. I don't agree with that play here. We're looking at Rereplay.
He has rolled.
Okay, he's rolled it. So Future Sight, the problem, none of these, I feel like if you're going to go for the first, you almost have to take level up here. Yep. You go level up, we talked about that Nunu, that being the condition that you can win. You are at like pretty close to 100 health. You let it sit here, and so we're past the augments here. We're going to want to see what that tome is. That tome's going to be a big deal, though, but moving over to Benton's board.
Yeah, hasn't ripped out that cash out just yet. So going to be going for 1 more lock with this underground board.
Yeah, and again, we talked about how the underground board can be the other thing that if you get far enough away. All right, so we're looking at Replay's board. He got an Ox Force, unfortunately.
Not the highest cap.
That is not what we were looking for. That's not the Gadgettine. That's not the Heart. Ox Force not bad by any means, but that does breathe a sigh of relief for a lot of the opponents in this lobby that you're not going to have to fight that 5 Gadgettine in stage 3 when it spikes to such massive areas.
And that win streak was ended in that last fight by Setsuko. Looks like this might finally be another win for Rereplay. Could start another win streak now in the stage 3 and just trying to go a more usual Oxlingers line with the Ox Force front line.
The other interesting thing there is he rolled down. He took wise spending and rolled down a lot. That's not a first place play, so it's very fascinating to see that wise spending is going to allow him to roll and play a very strong board, but it feels like a top 4 play.
Of course, we do have Setsuko almost on the full streak, and wise spending picked up by 2 players as well. Just to point out, Bintum also on this augment, and this is going to allow Rereplay at least a chance of getting those units that have been heavily contested. That's the one advantage it'll have over level up.
Tatsuko needed a big game in this game 4. He has high-end shopping, has a chance to maybe make it to those boards that are going to get really crazy. And Tatsuko just loves to play those 5-cost legendaries.
Yeah, it feels like Setsuko's doing exactly what we talked about in the pregame, which was, you know, he knows that the rest of the lobby's kind of be focused on Rereplay, should be able to play a little greedy, takes that high-end shopping, which means his stage 3 is going to be a bit weaker, but he's going to be able to hit level 8, hit those legendaries that we've seen him be so good at, and he should be able to come away from like a first or second, which at least puts him in contention if they can get to game 6 and maybe make a crazy comeback here.
And Rereplay, looking at this TF, not very happy to see it on the opponent's board. Archangel's already slammed, buying so much time and maybe not allowing Rereplay to have that comfortable stage 4, finding his carries easily.
Yeah, it's interesting. Looking at the health totals here, we see a 38 and a 43. That, again, really not great here. Rereplay sitting at 80. Got to keep an eye on that. Setsuko doing really well. The fact that he's win streaking with high-end shopping while being, you know, sort of down a prismatic for a while, that puts him in a really good situation. And I have to imagine, again, this is the game Setsuko needed to at least hopefully get back in the running.
And at the bottom of the table, you mentioned it earlier more, we have 2 players that are incredibly low on HP, but I don't think Shimapen is on Underground. We know Bintum is.
Yeah, and being that low on, you know, so we get to see a cash out here. Spear of Shojin, Obsidian Cleaver. But again, I think if you're playing here with only needing 2 points, you go again. And sure enough, he does. Also finds the Samira. I feel like here you level up instantly. And he's doing that kind of with the wise spending, which is correct, to roll down, put in that Samira, play 5 Underground.
Oh, finds 2 Samiras.
Nice. If he can get 1 more, that'd be really good. He is holding a lot of units here, so it's going to prevent him from leveling, and he's going a bit slow here, kind of struggling with what to do. Does put the 4 Underground in, so only going to be able to get 4 locks here, but if he can go up 1 more heist or even 2, that should give him a really big boost here.
And we're seeing now Enzo's board. He's been throughout this entire tournament just tempo slamming item, trying to stay as healthy as possible, scraping for those good positions coming into stage 4 and 5. We're seeing the case again with a Hextech Retribution, trying to go for some sort of a Riftwalker board later into the game.
Yeah, look at those Lulu items. We have a Ginsu's Deathblade Shiv. So, like you said, very much a tempo play, trying to do his best to apply that pressure to the lobby, try to hurt Rereplay. But right now, Rereplay sitting at 80, so Rereplay fighting back a bit. It's just a question of, can Rereplay cap out to knock it here?
Bintum now is going to be rolling down a little bit more with that wise spending, getting a couple upgrades across the board. And there we go. We'll hit on to level 7.
Yeah, it's going to stay the 4 Underground here, which is going to be a little bit slower of a build-up here. But based on his health, maybe that's correct to try to keep himself, you know, pretty preserved. Does have really good Sona items here. I like these Sona items. But right now, really kind of hoping if he can hit the Vi 3, that's going to be a great way to cap out. We've seen it before a bunch of times this tournament, how good Unrelenting Force can be.
Talking about Tex, he is still win streaking at 90 with the Draven board we mentioned earlier on, so is trying to make it work and is succeeding for now, at least in this stage 3. But Setsuko, another player, as you mentioned, has lost his streak now, but still 93 HP. He's going to have so much time with that huge HP buffer in stage 4 and 5 to try and go maybe even level 8 and then start rolling down for those huge 5 costs.
I mean, we're talking so much about Bintum's Vi, but Setsuko's is incredibly strong as well. That boxing lessons giving him a great front line, and we're seeing why he's been lasting so long. Not quite enough to beat Bintum's newly upgraded board, but enough to save himself a ton of HP.
Yeah, and again, the fact that he used the Sunfire and the Ionic Spark, that applies a lot of early pressure as well. And again, he's kind of down a Prismatic right now, so that's not a bad loss for Setsuko by any means. But yeah, Summers with the Draven, you know, we were kind of talking about that earlier, and so applying that win streak, getting that extra gold, we'll have to peek in on that. It also has the Radiant Hurricane. That is an amazing item for this Draven. So if he can get the Draven 3, that's what this is going to come down to. He also has a lesser duplicator, so the odds of hitting it are pretty high here. You kind of want to hit it right about now, though, because right about now is where it will be very strong before everybody else spikes, get a lot of damage in. So I want to see this roll down.
And look at the gold he has in his board. Fully upgraded frontline, a Rammus 2 with a Sunfire. The Wukong also upgraded, giving that extra HP to Draven. So maybe this is what you need to make this comp work. You're in a very good spot. Tech Summers identified it accordingly, as you mentioned, with that 2-star Draven at 2-1. And now he's going to have what looks like a very easy game from this point on.
No AD, so that could potentially cause problems in the late game, mitigated slightly by that Radiant.
That was great here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Radiant Hurricane gives so much extra AD and allows him to skip any front line he may get stuck on, so I really like this itemization. You could argue no healing, so maybe something like a Thrill or a Celestial Blessing would be really big, but otherwise this is good. The one sad thing though is that was a roll down a little bit. Didn't go below 50 by any means, but he only has 4 Dravens, 5 if you count the duplicator. That's not where you want to be. Right now you want to be sitting at about 7, maybe 8, or eventually hit it, right? Like we saw the Yasuo game where the Yasuo player hit their Yasuo right about here, so a little bit low here, and we're kind of seeing just how the Draven can struggle here. I do like the Quicksilver Slam, but now it's worn off.
Can he still win this fight? He does, and this is huge still. Is able to get that 50 gold interest threshold, has that 7 win streak going on as well. I imagine at some point now, you value the win streak enough where you want to roll down and try and hit. Rolls down, doesn't really find any great options there for Tech Summers.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward because on the one hand, the Ace Heart would give you another Draven, which is kind of nice, but you're not going to get to 4 Ace from that position, so you can't really take that. And so it feels like something like Stand United is going to be the play there.
Of course, the biggest threat in the game this game is Rereplay. He is the only player on check, the only one who could claim the title of champion this very game, and he's just hit an Annie 3 despite being contested throughout the entire game.
And that is a naked Annie 3, no tank items on the unit just yet, so not going to do too much right now, but Stand United as a last augment choice for Rereplay as well. Overall, what's your opinion on the augment? I haven't seen it pop out as this set as much as it did in set 7, for example.
So Stand United is a great like staple choice there. You've got 5 traits in, so it's just a nice boost of power. And for something like the Oxforce Slinger comp that's pretty good, just that little extra boost is not bad. It's going to make your TF2 kind of, or TF1 kind of feel like a TF2. It'll be some good damage here. So this feels like a board, if he can hit that TF2, will at least be good. But again, my big concern here is this feels like a second place board. This does not feel like a first place board unless something goes really right.
Seeing it even struggle a little bit against that Draven board will take Texas board down, though.
It's
so close to hitting.
Yeah.
But Axiomark Draven, a bit too wokage maybe for this point in the game for Tech Summers. He needs to get at least 7 points. That's at least a second place in this game. We'll see if Draven can do it for him. Players like Enzo only need a 5th to reach those 18 points. And Bintium takes a loss there.
So we get our cash out here. That's
yeah, you take that.
Yeah, Tactician's Crown, 8 loot orbs. This is going to be a mix of items and gold, but the fact that he gets that Tactician's Crown is good. Also manages to get a duplicator out of one of the orbs. That's a nice spike here. So got a lot of items here. This should allow him to spike up. So again, now it's a question of how does he convert this here. Trying to roll for that Vi is going to be a little tricky here, but because he has the Tactician's Crown now, he can play like it's a level 8 board, roll at 7, and hopefully find that Vi 3.
Wise spending as well is doing a lot for him. Yep. That cash out looks way less impressive than it is because he's got all of those modifiers.
He needs that, potentially that shiv. He needs to start slamming items right now. Slams the Redemption as well. He has to give these items to that Nico, to that TF. They need to start doing more damage. Facing off against Rereplay with that Annie 3. She's almost dead now at this point, but Vi has been taken down. Frontline is pretty much all gone now for Bindium. He's at 20 HP. He needs to start winning all of these next few fights, but unfortunately it won't be enough. Rereplay seems to be winning this fight just barely by 2 units. 13 HP now for the Korean player.
Yeah, I want to see him roll down here. Like I said, he's trying to get that Vi. He's so close. He's got that duplicator, but that Vi is going to be a massive spike. We did see a bit of slowness there with the item slamming, but he is at 13 health. This should give him some carousel priority. He could grab something like the Janna. I know he's looking for that fiddle, so he could possibly get a Dragon's Claw. So we'll have to see what he goes for. He's really aiming towards that fiddle, I think, yeah, for the Dragon's Claw. He's got plenty of backline damage. I feel like if this Vi 3 comes online, this is still a first place board, and that's all we need to happen, right? Is that'll stop Rereplay from getting first, give a bunch more people check as we go into that game 5.
Enzo picks up a Jhin, a huge pickup for him. Not sure exactly how much Jins he was on at the moment. If it's an upgrade, that's so massive for the French player.
Yeah, and he just needs a 5th in order to get into that checkmate position. So that would be huge for him as we head back to Bintium's board. And we see level ups coming out across the board. Enzos and Setsuko both going to level 8, notably for Setsuko on that high-end shopping.
Yeah, Setsuko was the next one I wanted to talk about because we talked about him when he had the high-end shopping, and you know he was at 90 health. Now he's down to 55, so right about now is where we would expect that to hopefully come online. Bentham, I think you do. Oh, it doesn't take the Twisted Fate.
Oh, so double fiddle. But he's so slow to get these upgrades and finds the fiddle too. Is that going to be enough though? 13 HP at this point in the game. We're almost in stage 5.
He just needs one more win to survive. And Tech Summer, the newly upgraded Draven 3, starts tearing through the front line of Bintium. Here comes the first ultimate, and it's massive. Takes out one, avoids the CC from the Fiddlesticks as well. But that Vi, still uncontested, puts out the shield from the BT, from the skill. There goes the healing from Sona, and it's not enough. Tech's board will be taken down, and Bintium survives another day.
Yeah, Bentum's in such an interesting spot here because you can see that Mana Zane on his bench. He doesn't really have the thing that he wants to put it on, right? Something like an Aurelion Soul or a Nico. And so he's still kind of struggling to lock it in. He does get the Fiddle 2, but Fiddle 2 without items isn't really as big of a 5-cost spike as you would expect. And so he really needs to get some big items on that to get it some repeat casts, something like a Gunblade or a Bloodthirster. The Jeweled Gauntlet is a nice start, but it's just not quite enough.
The TF2 would be so big for Rereplay. It's even more weird that Bintium sold those TFs knowing that his direct opponent Rereplay is actually trying to play this Auxlinger's comp, has an NA3 that can become a very good frontline as we move later into the game, but has not found the upper. Just going to stick to that 30 gold threshold for now because he knows PvE rounds coming up. Going to try and get as much interest to try and cap out higher.
Yeah, and I think that's what we talked about, right? Is like these players are struggling just enough to play their boards. TFT can be a really hard game. To also think about your opponent's boards and everything you can do to grief them is really challenging here. And so I don't fault him for selling those TFs, just trying to stay alive and make sure. Because the worst thing Bintium could do here was get 8th, as that'll make it so he doesn't get check. He just needs to at least get 7th place with that board.
And this Annie holding on for so long for Shimapen, walks up to the TF, kills him herself, and a big, big win for Japan. A big, big win for the whole lobby, really. Yeah. Finally, Rereplay losing some of that HP.
Yeah, like you said, big win for the lobby here. Rereplay not looking that strong. We talked about how Oxforce Slinger's not necessarily that big first place comp he needs, and so this is what the lobby's really hoping for, that we can get going and move to that game 5. I do like these this thing with the Belveth here. We got the scoped weapons. This is what we saw win earlier today with that Mana Tempered. So this could be a really powerful comp if he can get that Belveth 2 online.
Bit of a mishmash of units as well. Has that Warwick in there, just saying, if it's got AD, try it out, see what happens. And Flancy, of course, in second place right now, has to be what he needs in order to get into checkmate.
Setsuko playing the game he enjoys playing. This is really his comfort zone. We talked about the early streaking, yes, but really it's all about the lane game. Find a champion duplicator as well, and this is going to get really crazy really fast.
Yeah, that's a duplicator, and he's got 4 Urgots already, and he's technically level 9 shops.
It's time.
So this could end up getting pretty zany.
Oh my goodness, these shops.
It's fascinating because he's got a Mordekaiser 2 here. I feel like the Mordekaiser 2 right now is actually how he plays around this. He gets the Mordekaiser 2, builds something like a Jeweled Gauntlet on this Mordekaiser. The Urgots are going to be giving him even more items. And so this is what we were talking about earlier, where Setsuko is going to take that high-end shopping.
Oh, goodness. Syndra 2 Urgot in the shop. Woo. You can maybe get some gold off of the chest here and just buy his Urgot without locking. He has to slam these items, though.
Yeah, I want to see Sunfire on Fiddle. I want to see that Jeweled Gauntlet get in there. Let's see what happens here. We see a Chalice. That's a really smart play here to make the Mordekaiser even stronger. There's the Jeweled Gauntlet. This is a strong board, and with that Zhonya's, you might get a second cap.
Oh my goodness.
Bad news for Bintum. He just needed a 7th place and then runs into Setsuko's massively upgraded board.
Oh no.
Looks like Korea's last hope will be denied in round number 4.
A face of disappointment, just staring right into that camera, not able to make sense of what just occurred. Setsuko hit a massive spike off of that high-end shopping. Not just Bintium, though. Rereplay also in shambles, seeing that board, seeing what is that board will become in the future as well with all of these massive upgrades. And Tex, the biggest thing for me with this Draven board, there's no healing. I mean, the Draven cannot really 1v9 as it's used to, and Axiomark was not really the best option in that gold augment slot.
Yeah, you can see he's even struggling a bit right now with, 6 items on the bench right now? Definitely not where you want to be with 6 items on the bench in stage 5. So right now, Tex, I think, really kind of hoping for like a 4th, but Setsuko, the big story here, does use the duplicator to have 2 Urgot 2s, a Mordekaiser 2 with a Chalice. This is a strong board. This feels like it could be Setsuko's win, which if so, will push us to game 5.
Yeah. And now YBY1's board, the next person at risk of elimination, only needed an 8th this game, so he's safe with that checkmate. And a damn good thing, too, because Setsuko's board is looking unstoppable.
Anyone that faces Setsuko is going to be in big, big trouble, especially if you are at 1 life like YBY is. SEA also taken down in 7th place in this game 4. Enzo now in 6th. He needs to get at least a 5th to get those 4 points he needs for the 18-point threshold to be in checkmate that next game to try and actually fight for the first place.
Yeah, this is fascinating. We talked about how Game 5 could be like 4 or 5 people, but right now with Bentium, going out in 8th and Enzo looking back, we could only end up with 2.
And the matchup pool is so tough for Enzo. Setsugo's there as well. Tech Summers, who has hit that fully upgraded Draven board, and Shimapen, who's currently streaking.
It's going to be dangerous for Enzo. This Jhin is going to decide it all. With the Viego in the backline, we'll swap into those mascots. And now running up against this Oxslinger's board with that Janna, itemized Janna 2. This is Shimapen's board that has been streaking out. It's all going to be up to this Jhin, uncontested. No stuns coming out thanks to that Quicksilver. But Janna in the backline starting to fire away. That Shojin giving her tornado after tornado, all up to Jhin, and he's not up to the task. So Enzo takes a massive hit and survives with just 3 HP.
Not just that, the gap is big, but the 2 players that are closest to Enzo are really not going to be dying anytime soon, so the gap is really from Enzo all the way up to Rereplay at 35.
The big thing to note there is Setsuko lost that fight. And so Setsuko losing is really fast.
To who?
I'm very curious, but Rereplay also lost, and so Setsuko losing does open things up here. Apparently he lost to Tech Summers and the Draven of all
Draven,
things.
Axiomark, it's time. Start spamming the ladder. We know the new tech.
Whew. Yeah, all you need is a Radiant Hurricane and, be pretty uncontested.
Gun to my head, I never would have picked that board to beat Setsuko's.
Renegade Emblem comes in for Enzo. Is this what he needed to actually hit some sort of a spike? The Jewel Lotus is also really big, allowing both the Jhin and the Viego to have a 4th item with the Guard Breaker already slammed. Yep. But still, his matchup pool is so tough against the 2 players that are, I think, the strongest in the lobby right now, Setsuko and Tex.
The thing to talk about with Setsuko's board and the reason why he probably lost is that Mordekaiser does a lot of damage and can take out 2-star units pretty well, but is going to struggle against a Draven. And then there wasn't much backup damage behind 2 unitemized Urgots, so getting a look at Tech Summers here up against this Jhin. This is a fight that Enzo absolutely has to win to keep his hope of getting in check alive.
This Draven board that just took down Setsuko's massive legendary board will now be fighting off against Enzo's, his last chance to make it into that checkmate. Oh. But it looks damn good. Woo. Enzo takes the win.
The backline sniper doing just enough. Viego as well. The Rammus does not actually stun the Jhin all throughout that fight. Key things that had to happen for that fight to go in Enzo's favor. But still, we mentioned it's not just one fight. He has to somehow get 5th. And everyone is so strong in this lobby at this moment.
Yeah, that 4th shot combined with the Jeweled Lotus just doing so much. And we just saw that 5 Renegade spike. That Jhin almost took down that Draven in 1 shot, just showing the power of how much sniper damage he can do there.
We haven't seen much of his board in this stage 5, but he is on Mana Tempering, has all those different AD carries that could be doing so much. Enzo we see hidden behind the PCs, trying his best to fight for EMEA, fight for the last hope we have from the European continent.
All right, looking at this up against the Setsuko board. See, this feels like the bad matchup because you've got the Mordekaiser that could just one-shot the Jhin. So right now we're going to be looking where that Mordekaiser building goes.
Here it comes.
There it is, and that's
there
a dead
goes
Jhin.
The Jhin.
That's a dead hope for EMEA, and that is going to be 1 point away from Czech, unfortunately.
And so unfortunate. 6th place is not enough. Going to have 17 points going to the next game. Going to have to hope that no one can win next game, but that's going to be so tough with so many players now reaching that 18-point threshold.
I mean, we came into this and we said there are 3 hopes for this game that are very likely to make check. Enzo needed a 5th out in 6th. Bintum needed a 7th out in 8th. YBY, the only one who's guaranteed to be on checkmate next game.
Yeah, and that's really big because it means there's just even more chances to go to a game 6 and a game 7. And for someone like Setsuko, this is best case scenario, right? Because Setsuko could easily just claw his way in and get in check in that game 6 as well.
Good news for Setsuko. Good news for Enzo. Is this the first time that finally NA and EMEA can shake hands in this World Championship?
So Setsuko right now at 7 Urgots. Does get 2 lesser duplicators, which unfortunately aren't particularly helpful, but does allow him to get that Morgana upgraded here. So it's a question of, will he find some more Urgots? Will we see our first 3-star 5 cost? It'll be interesting to see.
He can just hold so much here as well. He's got that 2-star Syndra, so even if he doesn't find those upgrades, he can just hit legendary after legendary after legendary. This board does not have a cap.
Yeah, especially with the Urgots continuing to generate components, generate extra gold. He's going to be getting even stronger as every round goes on. Like I said, I feel like his only bad matchup is that Tech Summers, but now that the Urgots are getting itemized, he actually has some backup damage and might be okay.
The only player now in Checkmate trying to win out, but going to have a very, very tough time at 13 HP, 1 life essentially left, and facing off against this Flancy. The Aatrox doing so much in the front line. The Belveth with the scope weapons trying her best to delete the front line of the Oxlingers as fast as possible. Not going to be the case. TF still alive. The damage coming through. It's only Belveth left, and she can't do it by herself. Flancy, or can she? No, she can't. Flancy taken down a notch. 7 HP. Rereplay still left alive and fighting for a chance to become world champion.
So Flancy's another one, right, that if he could get a 3rd or higher, could have a shot moving to Checkmate, and that's not looking great right now. So at the one hand, at least Rereplay is knocking all these opponents out and making sure that next game there's not as many people that can try to take it in for the win. But right now, this board just not looking strong enough. He's got that unitemized Warwick that right now kind of feels like a bit of a waste of a slot, generating an extra Shen, which isn't really that valuable here. Plenty of damage with the Belveth and the Samira, but just not enough frontline, it feels like.
If Tex gets knocked down to 3rd place, Rereplay is only challenged by 1 player next game. And you can just leave this board the rest of the way it is.
But with this HP buffer, it has to be enough for Tex. He has 48 HP at this point in stage 6.
Shimapin at 10 right now, though. If Shimapin ends up winning as well, could enter that check as well. So that would actually be pretty crazy. Of all the people that could have made it, for only him to reach that would be really wild.
It's all in that 1st place slot as Shimapin does take a loss there.
And that's
Rereplay taking a 5th place, so no champion decided this game.
Tetsuko lost.
Oh, this is getting a little bit spicy, guys. We got single digits on 3 of the players in the top 4, and right at the top, it's Tech Summers. Latam's hope at a world champion for the very first time.
So this happened again, what we talked about, right? Setsuko lost to Tech Summers. Again, really struggling to take down that Draven with these Mordekaisers, which, by the way, now he has 6 of them. So definitely a lot of 5 costs here, but just can't beat that Supers Draven board. It's just kind of a weakness there. And so he really needs as many points as he can, but Shimapin losing there was really big. And so it feels like Tech Summers right now is actually our next big hope that could get check here with just a 2nd or higher that he seems very guaranteed to get.
Now, Shimapin on the right side with this Janna board is going to be running against Tech Summers. Latam's hope has the Draven firing away, contesting that backline. Twisted Fate alive for the time being, but this Draven just keeps firing and isn't going to get stunned up, isn't taking much damage at all. Finally gets taken down. Tech Summers takes a loss. Meanwhile, Flancy on the left side of the board survives, and I believe, yeah, that's Setsuko out in 4th.
As we take a bit of a breather here, I'm going to remind you all about Shimapin's story, because he came into this set trying to avenge title from Set 7's World Championship, trying to fight against the Chinese, and in this case now makes it all the way into top 8 on his first ever set competing at a high level.
So the big news here, Flancy getting 3rd or higher, Flancy is going to make it into check. So that's good for Flancy here. Tech Summers needs 2nd or better. Pretty sure he's going to get it. That's going to move him into check. So this is now all about Shimapin. Can he get a 1st place here? And that's going to be a really hard sell. But if he can, that's another player. And so we'll have 5 next game. Right now we're guaranteed for 4. Could be a 5th. Big item transition here on the the Nunu here, getting really good, allowing him Mascot. Mascot going to give that Draven a little extra healing. It is percent-based healing. So that's going to allow that Draven with a ton of health to at least just have a little bit that'll help.
But that played a little bit awkward, though.
Yeah, not exactly what you're looking for on that Nunu. Tech Summers fighting for that 1st place, but Shimapin is the board we really need to look out for, because if he goes out, he has lost his chance at checkmate. Flancy on the left is surviving for the time being. Massive ultimates coming out, and Tex will take down Flancy. Meanwhile, on the right side, Tex, that board finally falls to Shimapin. This could be that 5-player situation we spoke of.
Yeah, everything that had to happen is happening. Flancy 3rd, Tex, even if he's 2nd, he's already guaranteed his spot with those 18 points in the next game, having a chance to become world champion as well. So, I mean, this is absolutely crazy. If Shimapin can do it, if he can finally claw his way back up to that 1st place position.
The big thing helping here is you look at this Janna. It's a Janna 2 with Windy. That is so much extra oomph onto that Twisted
Fully
Fate.
prepped, no less.
Yep,
7
fully
TFs
prepped.
as well.
7 TFs. If he can get a TF3, that'll certainly lock it in. But right now, he's already feeling strong enough. And the problem is the Draven board doesn't have much bigger to go. A Nunu 2 isn't even that big of a difference here. A lot of it is going to come down to these Thieves Gloves items. And the Thieves Gloves items on Lee Sin were pretty good this fight. So if he had a shot, it feels like it might be this fight.
Rammus getting Zephyr is going to slow down the board here for Tex Summers, but the Draven still uncontested. The big boy in the back stays alive as Twisted Fate starts firing away. Will finally take down the Rammus. Draven with a huge ultimate though, and it looks like Shima Pen takes second place. Only 4 players on check going into round number 5.
I have learned my lesson. I will never doubt Tex again. Even if he moves off of lasers, somehow he's made a League of Draven game work. Had a crazy Radiant Rune, as you mentioned, Mortog, but what a game. Axiom Mark is his 3rd augment, but still, without healing on the Draven, found a way to get first place.
Yeah, he should really be thanking you right now, Mortog. That mana buff, I think, was literally the deciding factor in several of those fights.
I mean, again, you know, the balance designer in me is like, great, we're seeing another comp even be good, but also props to him for even considering it, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's, I think, what's shown that everyone was talking about Tex being sort of this one trick, playing Laser Core. For him to pull out Draven in the moment he needed it and get him into that check format, he's showing why he deserved to be there, even though he was only a single point, you know, tiebreaker into this top 8.
Tex is a player that I compared to Jukyu, where they have really good, deep knowledge of the game. They know all the different lines. The difference is that Tex is much more nitpicky in terms of when he goes down those lines. It can only be in stellar conditions. Maybe this was the case in the end, found that way to win a game with Draven.
And perhaps he could win the championship in the very next game. Half of the lobby on check. Half of our players could be the very next champion next game. First off, a break in the analyst desk. Then maybe we crown the Monsters Attack champion. Stick around.
Even stronger. There's the Jeweled Gauntlet. This is a strong board, and with that Zhonya's, you might get a second cap.
Goodness.
Bad news for Bintum. He just...
My goodness.
Rammus getting Zephyr is going to slow down the board here for Tex Summers, but the Draven still uncontested. The big boy in the back stays alive as Twisted Fate starts firing away. Will finally take down the Rammus. Draven with a huge ultimate though, and it looks like Shima Pen takes second place. Only 4 players on check going into round number 5.
the one and only my boy, Tex Summers.
Okay. Next summer, I think you mean Tex Summer. The last stand for Latam, the Argentinian Papucho, Messi and Mate, Churros and Joda.
What?
Kali said it best.
Why I created that? I regret every decision. Okay, fam, we have to talk about this now. It's been quite interesting because many players had the chance to go into the checkmate but didn't get it for 1 point makes.
Yeah, I mean, really, you kind of have to look at Bintum, you have to look at Enzo, both of them being 1 point away. It just hurts, but we have players who made it to the checkmate, and quite a few of them.
I mean, I did see the game myself, and going for undergrounds when you just need to dodge 8 was slightly questionable, but we still do have a chance. All the players at the bot 4 now have to do is just deny. They don't need to win. They just need to make sure they don't lose. So we got teams here. Team A, Team B. Team A trying to go for the first place to win the championship. Team B just griefing and griefing and griefing and griefing.
Oh, that's not allowed.
That's sad, but it's reality. It's ambition. This is the post game with the points we have so far. The composition and makes, actually, we thought about this Draven on early game that it wasn't that strong.
Okay. I hear you, right?
Okay.
Earlier on cast, I said during the EMEA finals, I was all over that Draven. I said it's so bad. Murdoch went in, he buffed it a little bit, and I said it's not enough. Tex Summers clearly proving me wrong. I think it kind of comes back to a lot of other factors here as well. The Prismatics definitely changed up that game so much, was so much in there that definitely affected the tempo with a lot of players on stuff like wife spending or that high-end shopping. But yeah, in the end, Draven made it.
I mean, makes, honestly, you're talking too much with Bebe. He hasn't many points on the arguments.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I just want to say, Makes, it's very important not to call any comp bad. Like, how could you just say not go for Draven like
Can
that?
I call the Bebe from yesterday and the day before that just was hating on Star Guardians?
Production. Play the video.
You know him?
Play the video
Have
from
you met
yesterday.
him?
Or the guy? No.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit of the other players and the possibilities we have, because now for next game, what the players can win is Rereplay, IBI, Summers, and Flancy. What about Flancy, Bebe?
I feel Flancy he keeps trying to go for that first place margin. He keeps going for undergrounds. He keeps going for stable, top tier compositions, but actually managed to hit checkpoint, even though he wasn't really too lucky or too unlucky. Now, these Chinese players do know exactly what compositions are the most powerful, so this actually might be the best spot for Flancy to be, and he got into checkpoint early. He knows the strong comps. Maybe this time, he failed 4 times. Maybe this time he'll hit.
Yeah, of course. And we have to talk about Enzo also, makes that he was 1 point away. He was trying to make this.
We're seeing it. We have 3 players who are 1 point away, right? Shimapen would have needed that win. Bintum would have needed a 7th place. He got 8th. And Enzo would have needed 6th and got 7th? Oh no, something like that. Yeah, he needed a 5th. He got a 6th.
Yeah,
it's
that's
a lot
correct.
of numbers.
Woo,
Okay,
that's
Bring the
correct,
calculator,
all right.
but as you can see, Rereplay, YBY1, Tex Summers, and Flancy are on that checkpoint, that checkmate that we were talking about. And all of these players are now going to play hyper aggressively. They need those first finishes.
That is for sure. We are going to see players playing much more. This time they're going to play desperately. They're not going to play chill. They're going to play as desperate as possible, go for the strongest possible composition, and I hope you see a 5-cast restart. No?
Nasty and dirty play is on the table for them to get that first place they need. And we can get over and over until one of them has the first win.
Okay. Just a quick check. You think it's going to end next round?
That's it.
You think it's going to end next round?
Oh, definitely.
I mean, I really bet. I think Rereplay is doing amazing. I mean, he has the chances, but he's playing with the other players that are griefing, of course, and he needs to be very clever in order to go for a straight level 9, for example. He's very good at late game compositions. He has to go for it. Okay, too much chat. I really want to have a snack and chill a little bit with a lemonade. So let's go for a little short break. And after that, game 5.
We started today with 4 Eastern and 4 Western players contesting for the Monsters Attack Championship. Now going into our next game, 2 from each side of the world can become champion. Gentlemen, this is going to be a hell of a game.
That's right. So we start things off with potentially another China victory. I'm just going to put it out there while we can. China with Flancy could potentially go 4 in a row. Yes, that is a possibility. But after that, 3 regions could potentially get their first championship, including North America, as well as Southeast Asia and Latin America. And how huge would that be, Nigeria, if that happened to happen?
And I think especially for Latin America and Southeast Asia, this is a story of like redemption, because North America has had success in that top 8 before several times, but Latin America really throughout the last set in Dragonlance with the advent of their official league found 2 players in that top 8, the most success they'd ever had. So their first champion off the back of that would show insane growth. And for Southeast Asia, their first time at the international stage, to take home a world champion title from that would be absolutely unheard of.
I mean, of course, we know for Brazil, Sleeper getting a 3rd was enough to kickstart TFT, for the entire country. To get a 1st here for YBY1 would go down in history forever. Let's look again at our final players for today. Of course, we can see half of them are over the checkmate point and half of them are not.
That's right. And that also brings up a really other interesting scenario. Let's say Setsuko just goes first this game. That means no matter what, the final game will happen in round number 6, because that means that every other player is at 18 or above, regardless of the outcome, which could be incredibly exciting, but also very stressful. That means it just comes down to a best-of-1 TFT game when anything can happen.
And for all of you Setsuko stands out there, Dan is actually underselling the North American lad, because he just needs a 3rd place in order to guarantee that eventuality.
Oh, I'm not underselling anything, but here we go. Game number 5, 5-way contested sword. But only one person walked away with it, and that's Setsuko.
Sword at a time from the beginning of the game. Of course, we need to recognize Bintium, Enzo, Shimapen all fell 1 point short of the checkmate mark, so they'll all be praying for us to go to round 6.
All right, Tech Summer starts off with Glove, which is usually considered the weakest component currently in the metagame. If you start with Cloak, a lot of people will be like, well, isn't Cloak generally kind of weak? Is that it gives you a lot of defensive starts, and historically, we've been seeing that whoever's been able to control stage 2 and 3 are usually in the best positions to convert that, unless you have a crazy loose streak augment. And in this case, Tech Summer has a glove and a belt, which does make guard breaker, which isn't the worst thing. I wonder what Tex is planning, because he's been playing a lot of laser core, but the one time he's not been playing laser core today ended up being very successful for him.
Yeah, that Draven composition was absolutely insane. The common consensus is that Draven was absolutely unplayable in competitive, but Tex finding that line uniquely among the competitors in this championship and taking it into first place, getting himself in checkmate. A lot of surprises in store from the Latin American player.
I love the way he navigated as well.
I mean, you're currently in the points lead. Certainly seems primed to take the championship.
Oh!
To on the ground and finds
the press!
A choice of crests.
No hero augments on 2-1. There's a round of applause from the other side of the production room. That's right. You have gold tier augments. Now let's see if there's any crazy powerful starts.
We've got a lot of dual assemblers being rerolled. A lot of crests knocking around the place as well. We've got a chance for our players to stake their claims immediately.
Okay, so Rereplay has a Spell Slinger crest while starting underground. So Rereplay is a very good candidate to potentially make that big come from behind victory if he can get that loss streak going. Who else is also playing loose streak? You see Shimapen, for example, took Metabolic Accelerator. Let's see if he can find that underground. I don't think he did. This star for Rereplay is so good, but for players like Shimapen, he's just going to try to go ahead and eco from this spot.
Yeah, remember, Shimapen is one of our players on 17 points. All they need to do is survive through this round and hope that one of our 4 checking players do not win the lobby. Then they'll get one more chance in the next game to take the title for themselves.
And Dan, on the opposite end of the spectrum from what you were talking about, those loss streaking players, Flancy spent quite a while in the tank when picking his augment and ended up opting for Sunfire board.
Yeah, that's unusual because I feel like Flancy is usually really good when he plays max
bug. I saw the wrong click. There we go. There we go. All right, it is still Sunfire. I was hoping he was scouting someone else.
And he's trying to commit to win streak without slamming items, which is awkward to say the least. But we'll see. Flancy has been playing a lot of laser core based strategies. Seems like he's going a lot towards AD. When I first caught my eye in set 7, Flancy was playing a lot of Fast 9 Aoshin with Dragonlance and getting huge capped AP boards. So it's been cool to see him kind of go back more towards AD currently in the championship.
Well, and that was also a point of contention at the regionals, as Tanner was saying. You know, Flancy had a unique angle, and a lot of pro players vehemently disagreed with his choice, but decided to roll for that 3-star. So taking some interesting angles compared to at least the other CN players.
So Suko again, who needs the big finish in this round, picking up the trade sector to go for something a little bit different. It looks like Laser Core already being intervened on.
And he slams Zephyr to try to see if he can get this win. That's how much Flancy wants to win. He does actually put it on the Ash, so it benefits from the attack speed. So maybe that Laser Core will end up getting that damage through. And a Zephyr slam has changed everything for Flancy. And more importantly, not only keeps a streak, but stops Setsuko from potentially get that 5 win.
But that was so close. That was so close to a loss for Flancy. So this upgrade with the Blitzcrank will help out considerably. See if any of the admins will save him.
The best one is the second one on ability cast. Admins heal for 300 HP if he wants to commit to some kind of Warwick line, which I think he wants to. But we'll see. I don't know if with the tier open, maybe he's thinking about any kind of ability power scaling.
Yes, that was the choice in the end. So Flancy will have that beefiness right now, challenging Bintum for the undefeated spot. We can against Tech Summers. And this is what I want to bring up. Tech Summers is one of our players on check. If he wins, he becomes champion. But he's chosen the duelist composition, which generally has not been a top 1 comp.
That's correct. If you actually look at the duelist stats, it's a comp with a single digits win rate. It doesn't mean it can't win. It just means a lot has to go right. Usually, I mean, he has the first condition, which is to get things like 8 duelists with the duelist crest. The other is to hit something extremely powerful like spread shot vein, or you just have so much overwhelming tempo, you're able to go to like level 9 somehow and then get legendaries in as a way to support your board.
Yeah, we've seen it. You need the triple locket, you need the Neela 3, you need the Vayne 3. There are so many conditions here. Tech's taking a hell of a risk here.
So down at the bottom...
Not enough of a risk if you think about it.
Yeah, perhaps. Enzo and Shimmer Pen down at the bottom. They've taken the HP losses along with Tex as well. So the 3 of them taking the early loss streaks. Everybody else keeping themselves nice and healthy. Flancy and Bintum, of course, as mentioned before, keeping their streaks up. We've got a lesser champion duplicator coming to join the mix. So getting those early units online quickly will be that little bit easier.
Yeah, Rereplay started off Undergrounds at 94 HP, by the way, and that's a really important detail because Rereplay is not going for a lose streak, like a heavy lose streak. He also has 2 duplicators, by the way.
Wow.
So now he's actually going for Underground HP preservations because he wants to go for max cash. Does that mean he's going to stop at 3 or 4? Probably not. He's going to see if he can stretch it to 5, and that's heavily predicated on whether or not he can even find potentially a 4th Underground. He instantly doesn't even have Vire at the moment.
Well, this is also what we saw with Flancy. Speaking of other players in this lobby, he had something similar, incredible tempo, incredible...
Whoa! Fighting for tempo and HP preservation, we talked about it, and so this is an aggressive move from Rereplay, and because he's going up against YBY, should be an easy victory, and he can make 10 gold that way.
That was very aggressive to cash in those duplicators right here and now. Rereplay has said, want to keep those, keep that HP nice and healthy. YBY1, of course, another one of our players on a checkmate. The first place still a long way away.
Does he actually win?
Not a great indicator. Okay. It's still going. It is somehow still going, Dan.
Oh! No item slam. Perfect loss. Wait. Oh! I can't tell if that's actually good or bad for him because now he's on lost win, and YBY was a player that he definitely wanted to interrupt his streak. I guess YBY's not open for it either, despite that he's playing Prep and Lulu. Keep an eye on that too. If it's gold, there's a chance that Axiom Mark shows up, and all of a sudden we're talking about YBY becoming a champion.
I do want to bring us out of the weeds a little bit here, just to talk about what Bintum is doing right now. One of the ways to make sure we do see a Game 6 is to win the lobby yourself and force anybody else out of that position.
Yeah, Bintum, of course, one of our 3 players on 17 points. Really just needs to participate in this game, but if he wants to play spoiler to the 4 who could become champion this game, like you said, first place may be what it takes.
Yeah, so far totally undefeated. The Gadgetine looking pretty good, and we've got a Gnar brewing here as well.
Yeah, interesting if he's going to stay on the Gadgetine line or perhaps pivot out. This is a really good 3-item set for, say, like Viego, for example, like a Titans BT plus the the Zanya's Paradox, but I'm not entirely sure that's exactly what he's going to be going for. Either way, he's going up against Setsuko. Setsuko can't be understated the importance of losing that 2-2 fight versus Flans. We talked about how Setsuko was going for that 5-win streak with Trade Sector, did not get it. And as a result, nobody's streaking, which is actually an interesting dynamic, because that means nobody has the optimal setup, except for Shimapin, who has 5 loss right now.
And I think what's going to be interesting about this for me is Rereplay. We've been talking about that tempo underground. One of the things that can interrupt underground is taking those massive losses from the players who are so much further ahead. With a slower lobby, Rereplay has even more chances to get to that legendary 5 lock.
That's a really good point. Lower gold means lower cap. But it also means that some people are going to have to play slower because they have to mass up their resources. So let's see how big these duplicators can swing things.
I do notice Enzo in the middle of the pack there. We can see on the right-hand side a good amount of money in the bank and a good win streak as well. Another one of the players looking to try and make sure this goes to game 6. They've got a lot on the line here. We could still very likely have a champion by the end of this game.
An Ionic Spark just appears for YBY. That's pretty good. And if he gets tiered, that means he has blue buff for the Lulu. That's 5 Lulus. I'm starting to see something come together here for YBY. He's rolling pretty deep, though. Does he want to go for Lulu 3 immediately?
Maybe Pantheon 3? He's really digging here.
I mean, he's pretty close. 6 of each, or 5 and 6. Another
7
Pantheon,
now.
but now he's bench locked. He's rolling to 0?
I would have stopped there because now he's going to have no econ.
Okay. Sold his Malphite, but the Malphite,
okay,
he is rolling to 0.
Oh, boy.
I don't know if I can agree with this, but we'll see if YBY can perhaps, 1, continue to hit the units, but 2, if the augments are even going to line up, because he's putting all of his eggs in the Lulu basket when it might be a little bit premature.
Tech Summers, we can see on the other side of the board, though, is building up a strong carry of his own. Mentioned the chance to hit Spread Shot Vayne. Tech Summers is in position to see it happen.
Here come the augments. It's going to be gold, Dan.
He has to reroll this. And there's no Axiom Mark. That's a really big deal. Yes, some of the other augments are pickable, but not the ones he's looking for.
No, it would have been absolutely massive. Of course, we can see Flancy with Axiom Mark in the top right-hand corner. Probably won't care anywhere near as much about it.
Replay just hit Jewel Lotus. Yeah. Oh my goodness. And he has a guard breaker slammed with Underground cooking. Replay right now is looking pretty.
And we've seen him do incredible work in the later stages of the game, so having this tempo with the Underground is looking incredible for his chances to make it out of this game as the world champion.
Last stand being picked up by Bintum. As we look across and see all of our different bits and pieces coming together for Bintum, a really fascinating early pickup of a lot of the Rift Walkers means he's online very quickly.
For Enzo's board here, he is going for an older composition here. Frodan, he's pulling out the Brawler Jax.
Okay, so his admin looks like it's a 5 seconds trigger. Is it gain permanent HP? If so, I can get behind that concept. I do wonder if how much he wants to greed these duplicators. If he can win without using the duplicators, great. But if he loses, Stage 3 is very crucial for Jax to keep that tempo high. And it's kind of close.
No.
Oh. So Enzo, this is a question of whether or not he should have rolled more or should he use his duplicators and greed his economy back up. But we'll see, as right now it looks like he's just a little bit too weak to finish off that deal. That's a Jax pair. He's going to keep rolling, see if he can hit that Jax too.
Digging pretty deep for this here.
And this is like something that you always regret, like, man, if only I just like had that earlier, I probably would have won that fight. The good news is that he wasn't like losing any streak, but Jax usually wants to play from ahead because you leverage your tempo to trade a lot of HP in the mid stage of the game to eventually spike with Jax to Riven 3.
Shimapen there at the bottom of the board on a 7-loss streak, 51 gold. Doesn't really seem to have solidified a direction here. A weird halfway point between Duelist and Oxslingers.
Seems like he wants to go for a Twisted Fate Oxslingers line, like you were mentioning. That Zanya's plus Shiv is really good on Twisted Fate, and that Morello is good for Nico. The problem is Shimapen has all offensive items, and he's trying to trade his HP. The good news is that his gold count is pretty high. You can actually look, he's pre-leveling, indicating that he likely wants to go for a level 3-5. However, I would argue that if Shimapen wants to go for it all, maybe greed until stage 4 because he does have that metabolic boost.
I mean, at least Shimapen was taking out a couple of units, as you said. The metabolic boost will turn things around later on and bring him back up the table. Certainly he's got a decent amount of company towards the lower there. YBY1 on 58. Riri Rereplay and Enzo both starting to drop as well.
I just got his blue buff for the Lulu, and we kind of talked about how his spot wasn't the ideal scenario, but it's not even just enough to have that blue buff. Does he have Lulu 3? Does he have the other components? I mean, he sold his only Malphite, right? So he didn't even have access to supers. I'm curious about what his position is like as we take a look at Rereplay, who has to continue this heist, right? It feels like it's not good enough just for Shroud.
Yeah. Still at 66 HP, which decent saving here on the HP, but not exactly where you want to go if you're trying to go for 5 locks.
No.
Okay.
I mean, this is with the spell slinger certainly a little bit different than we've been used to seeing, but the itemization is decent enough waiting on the bench to be thrown in once Rereplay decides the time is right.
Yeah, I'm looking at Shiv to potentially be slammed here, and then maybe even a Shroud if he's feeling like he really wants to preserve HP. He's waiting to slam beforehand. This is really good fundamental play. The thing that defines Rereplay over some of the other players is that he's so patient. He will make decisions if it makes sense. And so he made sure to see the matchup if it's something that he needs to slam to stay competitive in. And he does. He recognizes that Bintum looks pretty strong. But as a result, by slamming that Shiv into preserving a little bit more HP.
Matt, I can't help but noticing for Bintum, who's currently at the top of the table win streaking, he's got one augment that's doing literally nothing for him right now, the last stand.
And we've seen this a million times. That last stand is so crucial for getting that last extra juice out of your composition. Not only does it give you that defensive stats, the Omnivamp, but on top of that, it allows you the safety to play a little bit more dangerous in those final 1v1s to try and get that every second of advantage.
Man, Flancy slammed a Lock of the Iron Solari with Sunfire board.
He's just slamming everything, man.
Really high tempo, right? This is a style. It's a fusion between duelists. You might think Laser Core with Locket isn't that kind of weird, but the idea is you're trying to win the first half of the fight. Sunfire boards last for 20 seconds, and so you want to make sure the fight ends by then. He's trying to go for a fast Blitzkrieg strategy and hope that he can overwhelm his opponents.
Yeah, I do really like it. Of course, Flancy, another one of the players on a checkmate, so doing anything unexpected could be the key to the championships. Bintum from before on the win streak against Flancy's win streak. There's a lot of gold on the line in this round.
Yeah, that's right. The winner of this gets to preserve the streak. And for Flancy, that's really important because he wants to get to level 8. He wants to stop rolling at 7. Every single gold that he can collect to get there is huge. And he's going to win by a landslide. And more importantly, stop Bintum's streak, who's one of the people who could potentially usurp the throne. If Bintum or any of these 17 point players can get that win, we're going to Game 6.
That's right. 4 players in contention for the win. 4 players in contention for a check.
He cashes it out.
The Rereplay is on 45 HP, has a lot of money in the bank, so we know this board could transform pretty meaningfully going into stage 4.
Are we going Spellslinger Aurelion Soul with Oxforce Spellslinger? That could potentially be really good. So you dual carry Aurelion Soul instead of Nico. That gives you a little bit more flexibility. Instead of trying to go for more Star Guardian approach, you can kind of outfit a lot more utility.
Makes the Trinity make sense as well.
Yeah, so and Lock is actually honestly not even that bad for Oxforce as well, because you can line up your Oxforce in a row, and all of them have extra additional armor and magic resistance, meaning that shield is going to be even more value. It was actually a way that you could play Oxforce when we first saw that rework, the 4 Oxforce Locket strategy to go for a fast 8. It's almost coming back here with that underground cash out.
Replay moving it through and setting up this new board, looking to impress us here. Of course, we're only one round away from seeing what the final augment will be. Replay, of course, hoping to really change his fortunes, but for YBY1, the 3-star Lulu has landed. 4 hearts, 3 supers, one hell of a lot of pain.
See how strong it can be here. Not going for Gunblade. Dan, we've talked about this a million times. Gunblade is crucial for this composition to keep that front line alive, and Lulu in those 1vx situations.
It's going to be one of those situations where if he does hit Axiom Arc, he might be in a situation where one day he wants that healing. Remember, coming up on 4-2, 75% chance for hero, 25% chance for gold, no prismatic, no silver, and that is going to determine what happens the rest of this game.
YBY1 winning the round here. Let's see what we've got. It's going to be the hero augment, and we've got a chance to throw in a Syndra immediately.
Is this Syndra, or is it something like Partners in Crime so you can get that Omnivamp going? Do we need more AP when we have Deathcap and Jewel Gauntlet and Preparation and Heartcrest, or do we need Omnivamp? That's a question that YBY has to ask.
He can pretty easily dig for it if he decides he wants the Omnivamp, because it's a 4/4/5, but he will opt for Empowered Reserves.
And the caveat to Empowered Reserves is, does he even have the bench space to capitalize on it?
No, he's got no gold to work
He's got like half his bench filled. I'm not sure if I agree with that pick, but I understand why he picks it because Empowered Reserves is a really good augment, make no mistake. But that's a decision that I think a lot of people have to go back and review and think about it clearly.
So we'll be catching up on some of our choices. Setsuko with the notorious shiny that he was seeking in previous games, but Tex Summers has it as well. The augment that lets you hit boards that would be impossible under any other circumstance.
Well, it's a 2-star Viego with that Zhonya's Paradox we talked about. This is a really good 3-item setup for Viego, but Viego primary is not that reliable, especially with a lot of tanks. And brawlers mean that you don't actually get the resets. This is a bad matchup for Bintum, and Enzo could potentially punish it if the Viego can't get the resets. That being said, the Heartstopper is a pretty solid augment. Getting some resets now.
There we go.
Just a little bit, not enough damage to get the resets though, so.
There's force though.
Yeah.
Riven will
Almost.
have that final whap down.
Whew. Unless OT can change anything, it pretty much goes. It was closer than I thought it would be.
No, I mean, we've got a lot of armor there rather than the magic resist you'd otherwise like to have. For Enzo, the Brawlers are there. We've got the Morkais are there as well, so could even put in the Laser Core a little later on.
One thing that's also really interesting is Enzo chose Well Fed. I just realized that he took a scaling augment this late into the game with Well Fed instead of going for big data. And a lot of people would just say that Jax is only playable with big data. So Enzo's going off the books against the stats and data. Who is right? Is it the Frenchman who's gotten this far, or is all the data nerds just like, I should have picked big data there?
Well, I'm also wondering, at this late in the game, you only have 4 Jaxes. Is this a way for him to find a different out?
Potentially, right? Like if you can scale it. Right now, Riven and Mordekaiser are also contributing to the damage pool, so maybe that's good enough. Going against Tex Summers. Good Skylines trying to get past the front line. Another cast. It looks like Enzo might barely not get there because I don't think he has enough DPS to take care of this Vayne.
Another Vayne with 3 items up to the very edge of annihilation. Enzo, good enough. Starts putting together a streak of his own.
But we can see the weaknesses in Enzo's board, right? He doesn't have a ton of damage. That Warwick survived until the end, sure, but he was doing absolutely nothing.
That's right. No item, by the way, off, or no, sorry, there are items. No champion on the carousel, by the way, so that way you can get gold, or Enzo picks up a Jax. Like, when you're re-rolling, sometimes you're looking at these carousels, not just for the items and the anvils or the things with the glitched out carousel mechanic, but also what champion can help you get to that 3-star.
Yep. YBY sitting on this spatula as well, potentially looking for another heart emblem.
Yeah, I think that would be the route to go through to get up to Heart 6. We've seen how incredibly powerful this can be. There's no tier in the anvil though, and that's got to be heartbreaking.
Oh, good pun. I like it.
I like it as well.
Took me a while to figure it out.
So he went for Sunfire K because he wants anti-heal primarily, which I understand. You want to make sure that there's no super tank that's like healing outside the range of Lulu.
I mean, especially in a lobby with a Jax reroller.
Yeah, fair enough. But just with this board, is it good enough? YBY is currently in 8th place, going up against Flancy, who hit that Mordekaiser, going for that laser core, and the Zephyr is good. Flancy moved it up 1 hex just for the 50-50, and he nailed it.
Yeah, that's Lulu's out of play for a good chunk of the round. She won't be stacking up. When she lands, though, she's dealing out the damage. You notice, of course, Matt, there is no Hextech Gunblade there. There's no safety net for this Lulu.
And Ash is going to try her damage, but will get shut down.
Very close, and that's a good loss for Flancy, although if Flancy hits any of those 2-stars, 2-star Warwick, or obviously 2-star Mordekaiser, that's a different game. So Flancy's going to get much stronger in the coming moments.
We're seeing the chip in YBY1's composition, which is that lack of healing, which is that health on Lulu. Later stages, you're right, Dan, if anyone gets a Mordekaiser 2 and lands it on her, she's dead.
She'll have the preparation for just a tiny bit more health, but you're right, it may well not be enough. And we see our compositions across the board. We see Flancy, of course, noted with the laser core up the top. The Rift Walkers in 2nd place of Bintum. Setsuko 2nd from bottom, but does have the power of the shiny to push him through with maximal gold.
This is a Setsuko board if I've ever seen it. Not 1, not 2, 3 econ-related augments in Trade Sector, Rich Kevitcher, and Shiny. Going up against Lulu. The Garen's in the right spot for the Mecha Justice. Insta-cast. Is that going to be enough?
Beautiful damage coming out there, but needs a second stun to stop this Lulu before she casts. She will pop off, taking down that Bel'Veth. Needs one more on the Samira, and it's a good, clean shot. Just the fiddlesticks remaining, and Lulu's going to be able to take them out in short order.
Setsuko doesn't have that much room to maneuver, down to 24 HP. It would certainly be heartbreaking to die with a lot of gold in pocket. Setsuko, the lowest points player in the lobby right now. Everybody else, if we make it through to the next game, is guaranteed check. Setsuko, the only one where that may not happen.
That would be kind of a awkward situation. 7 players in check. Setsuko the only player not in, but I mean that sets the stage for some pretty impressive comeback. I want to say one thing. Setsuko hasn't popped his item anvil yet. That's a really interesting choice because he had no item components to play off of. It's a really advanced move. He's waiting to see the components that he comes off of Aurelion Soul first, or Aurelion Doom rather, and then after he sees the components, then he pops both anvils to see if he can mix and match the proper things that he's looking for.
And shiny as well. Gives him a chance to get a couple more item components off that. So ultimate flexibility here from the North American player. As we head over to Enzo's board, take a look at what he's up to. Still 2 Jaxes off. Well, 1 with that duplicator.
That's right. And Jax 3 is a big deal, and he can go for Rage Blade as the last item guaranteed. We need that Jax 3. Jax is in the shop, and there you have it.
Okay.
France is online.
So we've got ourselves a pretend of a full version of the Jax. We're going to be able to fire out the backline. No scope weapons, but has the next best thing in the rapid fire cannon, the Grinsus as well. The power to get through a round with incredible power now deployed against Rereplay.
He was already on a streak coming into that round, a 4 streak with just the Jax 2. So this Jax 3 with the Rage Blade doing massive amounts of damage as you see that tower fall directly on Replay's board. And Jax just completely uncontested. So much help.
The only thing is that Jax tends to struggle with the Oxford units because it stalls for a long time, and the single target DPS of Twisted Fate 1 is really good. So Enzo didn't position his Jax next to Twisted Fate, which is good, but the problem is he couldn't get past Replay's front line fast enough. Now Rereplay is pretty close to stabilizing.
This is the weakness of melee carries in the later stages as well. If they don't have any way to find CC immunity, 1 stun is enough to end their day.
We check in with Setsuko again. As noted before, putting a lot of eggs in the basket, hoping it will pay out big. The mech is at least strong on the front line and relying heavily on Samira, but perhaps also the Bel'Veth as well, long term.
He's going to probably abandon the Samira plan and now go for Bel'Veth 3. I'm kind of surprised he's not using his duplicator on the Wukong 1. He can't really use it on any other unit. But he's going to try to make this work anyways, and I think Setsuko's probably tunning a little bit too hard. He wasn't even playing Syndra anyways, but that extra HP on Garen could make a big difference as he's going up against Tech Summers, and this fight is crucial for Setsuko if he wants to live.
Here we go, that Bel'Veth in the back line, pretty uncontested, and such a clean win here from Setsuko. Twisted Fate, only one to challenge it, and Tech Summers off the back of that, taking a big hit.
No one else is playing Bel'Veth, am I correct? So Setsuko does have a really good out here. Tech Summers, by the way, we talked about duelists. One of the other big thing about duelists is that it's really easy to get screwed by late game hero augments. That's exactly what happened to him.
We're going to take stock of our HP totals. You look up the side there, and nearly everybody is not looking healthy at all. Rereplay on 39, but you start to see it drop dramatically to go for the down. Setsuko building up power, close to a comeback.
I like Aurelion Soul better than I like the Samira here, but Setsuko, this is not the same Setsuko I watched first couple of days. There's a lot of small things that Setsuko always does correctly, but I think that there's like a lot of things rushing through his mind. He is frantically trying to preserve this game.
In his matchup pool, he'll find Flancy, the current lobby leader.
So do remember, Rereplay, Flancy, YBY1, and Tech Summers. If any of them win this game, they will become the champion of the Monsters Attack Championship. For Setsuko, he's just looking to try and make sure that 6th game does happen. As down goes one Bel'Veth, and the second as well. Setsuko barely holds on, and so does Tex.
Tech Summers going out here means only 3 players would be eligible to win this game, to win this tournament, to win the championship. And Tech Summers, the last hope for LATAM. Can he make a final stand and potentially come back? I don't think so, but we still have some game to play.
Anything's still possible. Shimapen valiantly holding in here, I will say. We talked about him a little bit earlier with that metabolic accelerator. Still sticking with that composition as we see multiple people single digits.
And the elephant in the room here is Flancy, of course, with 3 championships in the bag for China, is in first place with a ton of HP. Oh, no. It could all end in this game, and China, despite everything, remain the dominant force in TFT.
It's the strongest that North America has been. It's the smallest the gap has ever been between tiers. OC and Brazil were just like one or a few points away from also joining us in the final lobby. The fewest amount of Chinese players we've ever had in the top 8 since Set 5 Reckoning, and you're telling me that they win anyways?
Always possible. Flancy, the one eschewing the strategies of his own region, learning from other regions like NA, could be the perfect TFT player this set.
No, we talked about this before. You win a championship, and then suddenly you are the one to take strategies from, leading the pack on the entire planet. Setsuko on the right-hand side of your screen, trying to stay alive. Tex Summers over on the left. Such big difference makers, but Setsuko is out of there. Tex Summers could be next. Everyone's evaporating on the board. The Hearts have it, and Tex Summers goes down.
Falling to YBY1, another player on checkmate. The first Southeast Asian representative, first off at any World Championship, but in the final day.
Hold on, Replay's on a streak. It might come down to North America versus China right now, just based on the trajectory of HP plus the momentum for Replay. Might end up being that top 2. Enzo and Bintum are going to try, but they've been losing. They've been ping-ponging back and forth, and then Shimapen's the other player that is going to try to upset that, but right now I don't think he's in position to do anything.
This board is looking pretty sad for level 8 and nearly stage 6, I will admit.
Yeah, Shimapen, I think just praying, hoping somehow can hold on for one more round. We'll be getting some more items into the mix. Replay, though, very happy to show exactly how powerful the Ox4 Spellslinger ball can be. 3 carries itemized on the top of your screen. The board's starting to fall to pieces.
There goes Shimapen. That last carry will not be enough. Shimapen down in 6th place. And Rereplay benefiting heavily from that Thieves Gloves, as we see now YBY1's board will finally get taken out by Enzo's Jax board.
If Enzo has a scaling HP, he theoretically could get to critical mass of HP, and then it just becomes really difficult for anyone to burst him down.
Yeah.
I see a world where Enzo can take this as well, and all of a sudden, a contender has entered the arena to potentially extend this series.
Oh my gosh, what a world that would be. So, I mean, Flancy is still on the top of the heap right now, even if Replay and Enzo are starting to pick up steam. Flancy has a lot of gold in the bank as well, so he can get even stronger. He's threatening to go to level 9 with these laser core and fill the board with drones.
And looking across the lobby so far, Frodan, I'm not seeing a single Giant Slayer.
There was with Shimapen, but he died. So
not anymore.
That TF would be really good, and that's actually a really good point. The more Spellslingers are out of this lobby, the higher chance Enzo has for some of his bad matchups. Also, look at the itemization for Flancy. There's a couple of inefficiencies. You're looking at Locket not being nearly as good in the late game. Same thing with Warmog. Same thing with the double shift. So Flancy is kind of down, in quotation marks, a couple of items relative to other people in terms of their peak power levels.
And there's one Giant Slayer, but it is on Bintum's Riftwalker board, which has been flip-flopping over the last couple of rounds, despite having an incredibly strong early game, now hunting for those 3-star 4 costs.
YBY1, one of our players on checkmate, seems poised to get taken out here. Bintum, of course, one of our 2 remaining players who are looking to keep this series going. We can see already that the Jin being taken out to half health and almost deleted. Almost won't quite be good enough. He will fall down, and that's nearly all the damage gone in an instant.
This is a complete punish for positioning. You gotta be careful about second row Lulu.
There you go.
For this exact reason. If you can assassinate the Lulu, you lose all your backline DPS, but can Pantheon get this done anyways? He's taking all that damage.
Oh my lord.
And he's dead. So top 4 is secured, and YBY is also not eligible to win right now.
2 players remaining for contention of being the world champion. Flancy, who has just leveled to 9. Replay, who is on a massive win streak coming into the top 4.
Just to reiterate for anyone who came in late, these players are playing for $320,000 in this series, spread across from 1st to 8th. It could not get any higher stakes.
We're taking a look at Replay's board. Looks like he still has yet to hit some of his really impactful stuff. He's frontlining a 1-star Lux But we're going to pivot off of that. Look at Flancy going back to Enzo. This match is so important.
Here comes the level 9, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Those health bars are massive on the side of Enzo, and the damage from Flancy just is not there. Look at the Ribbon, still above half health. The Jax uncontested in that mid-health region. Warwick now getting focused, taken down. The Jax unstoppable. No CC left on the board of Flancy.
And Dan, you were talking about that break point when this board became too much to handle. It seems like we've hit that point.
There's too much flat damage that you're trying to do with Laser Core to win the fight early. Remember, you're trying to scale it fast. Urgot 2, that is a really big pickup, but is it enough? He still needs more to Kaiser 2, and he only has the pair in the shop. Flancy might have to roll. Another thing to note was Enzo was doing all this, by the way, on 7 Brawler. He still didn't even have his max cap. So there's going to be some really powerful boards. And the final piece is that this all stands to benefit Rereplay, because we mentioned how TF and Spellslingers have a good matchup against Jax traditionally, but if Enzo has too much HP, it might not matter.
More Kaiser 2 entering the fray. Flancy putting in his last ace card.
Bintum, one of the only challengers to prevent the champion from being crowned this game with this Riftwalker board, will do his damnedest against Flancy, but a massive ultimate comes out from the Urgot. The Fiddlesticks enters the fray as Bintum exits it. The Jhin, the only one remaining, will fall, and Bintum down to last stand.
Enzo lost. We talked about this. Replay's a good matchup. And the stage is set. Going into the stage 6 carousel, only a few more fights determine whether or not we're going to game 6 or whether or not this rodeo comes home.
We've got one Easterner, one Westerner up at the top, looking to end the game here. We've got one Easterner, one Westerner in the bottom, or the second and third, or third and fourth place, looking to keep this one going. Bintum, a huge injection of power onto his board, could change everything.
And it feels like it's all up to Bintum, all on his shoulders. We've seen Enzo's board cannot stand up to the rest of the lobby, so it's all going to be down to this newly buffed Riftwalker board.
Yeah, that Riftwalker plus Last Stand is one of the strongest compositions, because Riftwalker is the sum of his parts. You're telling me you're buffing the entire board. He also has some pretty solid role players with that Leona, for example. How Bintum positions can be the difference between whether he stays alive or he dies right here.
Bintum now on what could be his last round, rolling up against
Enzo.
Each
other.
It doesn't matter who wins this. No matter what, we will be down to 3 players at most at the final round. Now, Jhin uncontested in the backline, but those frontliners are so strong. Viego surviving thanks to that Zhonya's Paradox, but this Riven still half health, healing second after second with this redemption. Now the Leona will finally target. The key to beating the Brawlers is here. Jax all alone. Enzo will fall, and Bintum's chances remain.
I think you're right there, though. I think Enzo is honestly going to be happy enough to cede the spot. Bintum is in a much stronger position to force a game 6, and Enzo just could not get across the line fast enough. The Rereplay on a win streak. 2-star Janna.
Oh, that's so scary. Bintum just cleared 1 boss. Now he has to go through 2 more if he were to extend it and potentially bring a second title to Korea. But Rereplay is knocking on heaven's door. Just how far will he go? He's going up against Bintum to seal the deal and potentially bring it to a heads-up play.
There's all these extra defensive stats in the mix. We've not got full itemization for Bintum as of yet. This board could get stronger, but it may not get the chance.
Here we are, the TF in the backline. North Americans' potential championship dreams. Bintum's board starting to evaporate. The Leona doing her damnedest, but it's not going to be enough. The Viego jumps into the backline. Zhonya's Paradox will not keep him alive for much longer.
He's trading!
He's trading! Ultimate! He survives! It's all down to Jhin! The Nico into the back, needs one more ultimate, and there goes Jhin. Rereplay or Flancy will be your champion. It's down to round number 5.
NA versus China. There's only one left. Items. We've made it all the way to the big friendly Urgot in the sky. The last pieces of the championship puzzle are coming together.
And Dan, I see a North American victory on the horizon.
It couldn't have ended another way. Is a rightful passing of the torch, or the Titan remains unslain? Who is going to win between China, who has won not 1, not 2, but 3 times in a row in a game of variance? Can they do the impossible? When they said that they were at their weakest, when they
they said that it was unlikely to be done. Will China win again, or will North America usurp all of it and claim the throne?
The final rolls coming in here. Everyone down to 0 gold. No hope left. No changes to be made. It's all down to the positioning. It is all down to the first round of stage 7.
7 ergots. And a dream.
There's just, I don't think there's going to be any more coming in, surely.
He needs to win 2 because Rereplay is very healthy, but this could be the final fight. He's looking for the last item, no Zephyr, no Shroud, and this is it, potentially the last fight of the set.
Replay's got the HP in the bank to keep himself alive if this goes against him. We have the Zephyr. That's one massive damage dealer out of play. Flancy has his chance.
Oh, the Mordekaiser!
Here comes the Twisted Fate into the backline. Takes down the Mordekaiser. North America, Rereplay claims the championship. Down goes Flancy, and up comes North America.
They said it wasn't possible. They said it was Disneyland. They said it was all hype. But at the end of the day, North America claimed the Teamfight Tactics Monsters Attack Championship.
I don't think there could be anyone more deserving. Leading the lobby coming in, leading the lobby going out. This is a day that will live forever in NA history. The first championship win. We're going to be hearing about this for the rest of our lives.
The gods have been slain. Give me 5, baby.
Woo! 5 sets of break. Rereplay started his career in Galaxy, said, I'm going to focus on the rest of my life. I'm going to go to my job. I'm going to figure out what I want to do. It turns out what he wanted to do 5 sets later was become North America's very first world champion.
In set 3, he went to regionals and he had an unceremonious exit. He took a break from TFT and said, hey, I'm going to focus on my job. And he did that whole job and career thing. He touched grass, he met people, he had a social
Overrated.
He came back in set 8 saying, I want to reclaim my spot in the elite ranks of TFT. And you know what, man? You're a hell of a lot better than that. You are the world champion!
It's a moment in a TFT history here as we look forward and see TFT going from strength to strength. You know, with NA winning, we were trying to getting the second and last game, but with so many different regions in that lobby, all showing they're capable of so much more. I think we're just in the golden age of TFT right now.
And North America has been fighting so hard for so long. Those top 8s, set after set after set, but never quite finding their way to the summit. And finally, with 2 players in the final lobby, Rereplay and Setsuko, Rereplay was finally able to reach that ultimate height. And even as an EMEA representative, it feels good to finally see all that hard work rewarded.
That's right, that's right. And I also want to congratulate China and these other regions like Latin America, SCA for getting this close. And honestly, everybody that made it to the final lobby, this was incredibly tight. And 1 or 2 point difference could have swung things the other direction for who's in check and who has to change their playstyle dramatically. That is the ending that you couldn't have asked for a better possibility. And I'm just so excited for Rereplay and everybody else who had a great tournament.
So, John and friends, that brings us to the end of the tournament itself, but we're not quite done. We have one more desk to go to lay out the aftermath of an incredible competition. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back after this short break.
Good job, guys.
We did it.
Exact reason, if you can assassinate the Lulu, you lose all your backline DPS, but can Pantheon get this done anyway? He's taking all that damage!
Oh my lord!
And he's dead, so top 4 is secured and YB.
And there goes Finn! Rereplay or Chop!
Oh, the Mordekaiser!
Here comes the Twisted Fate into the backline, takes down the
Mordekaiser!
North America, Rereplay claims the championship! Down goes Flancy, and up comes Chop!
Oh, the Mordekaiser!
Here comes the Twisted Fate into the backline.
We welcome Rereplay in the Hall of Fame for this championship, taking the golden spatula. And oh my god, this has been such a great moment for him. He deserves it so much because of the consistency and the variety of the gameplay we've seen so far, guys. Mates, can you tell us a little bit more about this last game? But overall, I think Rereplay has done so many compositions and way of approaching into the games.
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into this tournament, we were already kind of expecting NA to do really well based on the people that they brought in. And Rereplay was definitely up there. He has shown incredibly dominant play throughout day 1, day 2, came second yesterday. Now today, finally, after basically 4 games of pure domination against all other players, finding that last win that put him over that final line and crowned him our championship winner.
More than anything, just an excellent meta read as well. He's been playing AD Flex the entire tournament. We've seen the success with the Infinity Team lines, with the Renegade lines, with Jhin as well. And I mean, I'm not surprised to see him win. He did so well in NA Regionals. He's been so consistent the entire set in North America. Transfer that over to the World Championship stage despite having much stronger players, much stronger boards in the mid and early game. Did not care. He was streaking so many games, knowing when to push as well. And I think, you know, for the first time for North America, a deserved champion.
Yes, of course, and maybe the variety of regions and gameplays we've seen so far in this composition is so rich. It helps so much in the composition, yeah.
I mean,
All
we
things
saw-
in balance. NA on top and at the bottom.
We saw so many compositions like come into this game, especially from NA as well too, with their build-up and endgame finish. And it's not just a good win from Rereplay, it's also a win to NA entirely as a region, because so many players, Master Plus, Diamond Plus players helping us support in the region, streamers creating content, YouTubers making their content as well too. So this is a big congratulations to NA for sure.
Yes.
And it's actually something that Froden was saying going into this tournament for several sets now. He and I think Bryce set up several of the qualified players together in a Discord, and we're like, hey, if you want to prep and scrim together, you can do it. And the previous championships was always kind of like, yeah, nice to meet you, and then they like went back into their own prep groups. And Dan was saying for this tournament specifically, the first time ever, he like saw them meet every single day for several hours prepping together, and it's really, really cool to see that community also be such a tremendous part of it.
Yeah, another hint, of course, of this being the last game and the winning one we didn't have 2-1 augments, finally. I mean, we knew these players were really good towards going to level 9, but every single game we had, they had to push the early game and the mid game because of the 2-1 augments. Now, finally, they found a break point into this and took advantage into that, Panda.
And a great finish as well. I mean, really exciting seeing kind of that 2v2 between players that had checkmate already and players like Enzo and Bintium trying to stop them from actually winning. Bintium with last stand had a very, very good chance, but the board from Replay was just too strong. That Zhonya's on the Viego, he was doing so much work as well for that comp, and it was exciting. Enzo tried his best with the Jax as well comp. We haven't seen much of this tournament, but actually had a lot of success in this game with the HP stacking. Just overall, a very exciting final match with Flancy having a chance to make it 4 in a row for China, but North America stopping him in his tracks.
Yeah, I really want to highlight also, Bebe, like an MVP, the last stand augment that has been chosen many times already this third day to be a little bit more safe. And also, many people had like the same augment. Rereplay had the LeBlanc, the Nico augment, same as Shimapen.
I mean, it was amazing how Rereplay was able to notice that Nico Augment was good enough to get first for that lobby. He did have an underground start, but the reward wasn't really that good. So the fact that he was able to understand exactly what his win condition is definitely was beautiful as play.
Okay, so we are here seeing the overall standings. And remember, this is important because every single point in here, it's the difference of taking more or less money in this tournament, Panda.
Not just a little bit of money, thousands and thousands of dollars of money that help these players. It helps these players actually invest into making TFT a full-time thing, which I think is so important for players like Enzo. Now he has that cushion to fall back on next set. He knows he can dedicate himself fully to TFT without maybe worrying about starting or working outside of this as well. So it's so important for these 8 players to have a chance to continue playing TFT at the highest level.
Yeah. And it was a tournament where several players said, I am investing in this. I want to do this full-time. I want to compete. Yes. I am cutting back on my work hours. I am investing more time in
quitting his job.
And
everybody quitting jobs.
He's here. He's 7th in the world. Shimapen, who quit his job after he wasn't allowed prep time off. I mean, I think it's just a great story for all of them.
Yeah, and actually that's an amazing point because before starting the championship, we've seen on Rereplay every single story. And after all, I think this is the most important thing because the meta can change. The compositions might vary, but the personalities of the players and their play styles are the one that key to give them the victory. And in this case, Rereplay got it perfectly. We had actually an interview with our winner, and we are so happy and eager to see what are his thoughts. So first of all, of course, let's welcome our new champion, Rereplay. Congratulations! We are extremely happy for you. You had an amazing display this third day and overall in the championship.
Thank you.
Okay, so how are you? Okay.
Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear it over the microphone, but in the green room back there, you just earned a lot of laughter.
But yeah, thank you. Rereplay, how are you feeling so far? And what are your thoughts towards NA this time that it was a different timing from last championship in the Dragonlance? It was a huge difference.
I mean, I didn't really watched the last set's Worlds, but I knew coming into this Worlds was that like NA was by far the best. Like going to Worlds, I'm pretty sure we had the 4 best players. So yeah, kind of not surprising to see us win.
Okay, Bebe?
Okay, I first want to compliment Rereplay that your play was beautiful. You have prepared this tournament perfectly, and you have a very well-deserved like a victory. Is there anything you want to brag about the efforts that you put into this tournament? Something to like a brag about a bit more.
Something I don't really have much to brag about. I don't know, like
very
my
modest,
like
super modest.
Like I thought I was the best player coming into the tournament. I thought I played like the best player, and then Mortdog like gave me a little bit of luck. So yeah, it all worked out.
Oh, very modest. I love your answer. Thank you very much for your time, man.
So Rereplay, I wanted to ask, you've been removed from TFT all throughout sets 4, 5, 6, and 7 after that set 3 qualifier not making it to Worlds. Usually in TFT, players over different sets work on their fundamentals, become better and better over time. It's very rare to see a player like you coming to set 8, giving it your all, and that being enough to make it to Worlds, but not just enough for Worlds. You won Worlds as well. What do you think is a difference maker when it comes to you as a player to learn and to adapt so quickly to a new set?
I don't know. I think I just trust myself. Like I think like early in the set I wasn't that good at the game. Like I was like a normal challenger player. But at like some point, like mid set, I realized like everyone's kind of bad at this game. Like everyone makes mistakes.
Okay.
So like I realized like you have to like trust your own intuition and like I don't know. I think Guard Breaker is good. I think RC is good. Like I just build those items. I think they're broken, and I don't see other people build them for some reason.
All right. A little bit of spice there. I take it. I'm going to bring it back, though, a little bit, because in the picture that you sent to us, there is a little dog, and I need to ask, you know, I love pets. I love that. Can you tell us a little bit about your pet?
Oh, I mean, it's just my family pet. Like I don't know. Like she's kind of old now. She's like 15 years old. Like we had her like when I was 11, and she's still, yeah.
Awesome.
Kind of cute.
Okay.
Very.
Yeah, it's very cute. And Rereplay, one last question for me. Was there a time these 3 days that you felt the pressure that you were not going to make it, the mental? How did you prepare for that? What did you do, or what like resources you have into those moments?
Yeah, like I think in regionals I was actually really nervous. Like the last few games and whatnot, like qualifying for Worlds and whatnot. Like I don't know, like my adrenaline was popping every single game, and like I just like couldn't play as well as I thought I could play.
Oh.
Like some reason in Worlds, like the last 3 days, like I've really not felt nervous at all. I don't actually even know what changed. I feel like I've been like sleeping well, like exercising, like I don't know, just like I don't know, living healthy, I guess. So like maybe that helps.
Sleep well, eat healthy.
Like yeah. Oh, I think the big thing though is like the mornings. It was pretty good for me because I drink a lot of caffeine. Like usually in NA tournaments.
You know now
I
the
can't
people
sleep at night.
The people that are watching this, they're probably going to be like, that's it. Now I'm going to wake up every single day. I'm going to have breakfast, coffee, and I'm going to be like Rereplay.
Definitely a role model for all of us. And I just really love how skilled he is and so humble at the same time.
Yeah.
Such an amazing person for sure.
Okay, last question for you, Pepe.
Anything you want to say, Rereplay, to the audience, to the entire world that's watching you?
Not really. Just like thanks to everyone that helped me prep. Thanks for everyone, all my friends, all my families, and I don't know. Got lucky.
Well, Rereplay, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us and having your insight. We really want to...
One more question, if you'll allow me. Because yesterday, Rereplay, we asked now, if you win tomorrow, how are you going to celebrate? You told me you'll think about that once you've won. You're here. How are you going to celebrate today?
I think you gave me 5 seconds after I won to come up with an answer. I don't know yet. I need a little bit more time.
I was waiting. Okay.
I need a little bit more time to think about it.
All right, next World, we'll hear from you.
David, any last questions you want to ask?
I just want to congratulate you. I think it's so important for you as a player, but for NA as well. What is kind of the biggest thing you feel? Do you think this is a turning of a page for North America as a region? You've obviously been, or the region as a whole has been maybe memed on in the past, not able to actually win a world championship like Korea, like China, like EMEA has in set 3. Do you think it's a new era for TFT and for North America in particular?
I think so. I mean, I think coming into this tournament, I thought North America was really strong, and I don't really see like why would that change for future tournaments, unless like the set like I don't know. I think North America is going to be really strong for like time to come.
Awesome.
Especially because I'm playing in it.
Yeah. I'm really excited for that. Well, Rereplay, thank you so much. You've been amazing. Congratulations for being our new champion into Teamfight Tactics, and we hope to see you again reloaded for next set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And a person of few words, but the words he said,
he's on point. You know, why waste words? He said what he needed to say, and that's that.
Okay, so actually we are a little bit of closing the show. I really want to shout out to all my casters, the production teams, Digited, Ryan. I want to call my casters to come here to say goodbye to the show because it is very important. It's been a long journey, and I always say this: every single set, every single championship, it gets better, bigger, and buckler. No, actually, it was amazing the variety we had this time. How can I say it?
The regional diversity as well in the top eight.
Diversity we had, and every single background we had for this
patch. Woo, more talk.
Wow, good job, Mort.
One Agmans. Thank you, Mordok, again.
Not for that. Nope, not for that.
So, any last words from you?
I just want to give a quick shout out to all the players that made it to the top 8.
Yes.
All the players that made it to Worlds in general. You can finish 32nd, and this is still a very hard thing to do across a set. To qualify from your region is already incredibly tough, in regions like OC, like Brazil, where there are such few spots. To make it to the stage is already an accomplishment, but the top 8 even more so. Players like Tex, 16th last Worlds, now in the top 8. Maybe next World they can actually finish first or second
Tex
as well.
actually said, like, I'm not going for 2 championships, I'm going for 3 championships.
He's going to be back. I'm sure more of the other players are going to be back. I want to extend that thank you to our chat, because I love you. But also, I quickly want to mention something that I spotted during that last game, which I thought was incredibly cute. Enzo actually played with the little legend that we saw on Canvas's board for, I think, the entire circuit as like an homage, which I think was just so beautiful and cute.
Yeah, of course. Shout out to him. And shout out to all the people back at home watching this. Thank you so much for being with us. We couldn't have made even half of it without this. Okay, so we have a big surprise.
Wow.
Wait.
Okay, it's Dan's birthday, and for days he has been saying that for his birthday, NA is going to win the Monsters Attack Championship. So happy birthday, Dan.
It was
congratulations.
The best gift you can ever hope for. North America becoming world champion.
Best gift he could ever have this time. So, yes, chat, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you at Reforged, Runeterra Reforged, and remember, after the rain comes the rainbow. Now hit the music and let's celebrate. Let's go!
Woo! You are the one.
Come on.
Really interesting build. I mean, not the Ramas 2-star. Of course.
Gadget team?
Here comes the Twisted Fate into the backline. Takes down the Mordekaiser. Oh, the Mordekaiser! Here comes the Twisted Fate into the backline. Takes down the Mordekaiser.